Chapter 1 is sad. The woman in the photo, the facial features are quite delicate, the skin is delicate and white, and the white work shirt is the white of the skin like enamel. In the photo, she was kneeling on the floor, holding rags in her hands, doing her work seriously and meticulously. Hotel cleaning staff. Doing the dirtiest and most tiring work in each city. She sees only the tranquility and far-reaching temperament in her body, like the weeds growing on the cliffs. But when anyone knows what the woman has experienced in the photo, she can't help but admire her perseverance and extraordinary wisdom. But for the lady holding the photo, she hates it. Jian, do you want to live well? Oh, still see if I want to. Dressed elegantly young lady. The lips with bright lipsticks are so tight, and the staring side of the photo is the cold light on the snake's teeth, cold and poisonous. Jian, you shouldn't live, said the lady, sullenly, with a strong killing. For a person who knows all his secrets, even if it is a cousin, she will not let go. The poor are desperate. If you shouldn't survive, you should disappear. It's all about Jian who took it away. Now stand this high. Marry this well. Naturally accompany the cousin who knows his secret. Jian play. No way, playing with death all at once. It is not easy to tell the husband who knows that he has a no-business cousin. Your trial period is unqualified. The hotel decided not to hire you. Pack up the good things within 3 days. Give me a role. After the second month of work, Jian, 28, was dismissed again. She is like a photo, quiet and tough, with her back standing straight in front of the lobby hotel manager, not bending over because of the other person's words, nor panic because she lost a job. She is used to keeping her a job frequency for up to 2 months. When she becomes indifferent, she also makes her heart stronger. The black eyes like an obsidian look calmly at the lobby manager, and Jian whispered, "When will the salary be given to me? We are a big listed company. Will your salary of 2,000 yuan be less?" Manager Lu looked at the face that made the man's heart move, and his heart itched. 10 minutes ago, he was stunned by the personnel manager because he hired such a woman who offended the big man. Eyes stared at Jian, and the hand opened the drawer of the desk and took out an envelope from the inside and threw it out. The envelope with the salary was thrown underground, and the leaves of the pupils, which were slightly constricted, could not help but close. The mobile phone on the desk just happened to sound, and Manager Lu was not in a good mood to pick up. Damn, wait until he has to get his hands off. Manager Lu, I know that you are a man who is petty and jealous. The 14-year-old knows Jian who seduced his teacher. You should know how to do it. Don't worry, you can't do anything. Don't kill someone. A gentle, watery voice came from the phone. Listening to the voice, Manager Lu felt that the other person was a beautiful person. Take me well. I am happy. You want to be a vice president in the hotel? Just what I mean. Stinky, female watch, child. When I was in my teens, I got involved with a man, and I still have a loyal wife in front of him. Manager Lu, who hangs up the phone, is even more upset and more arrogant. Really good luck. He told people to let the water of the medicine let the name of the leaves drink, but also want to get it back. Even if it is, this phone is wonderful, and the wife of the big official is his own backing. Jian bent down to pick up the envelope with her own salary, and the finger had not touched the envelope. She seemed to feel the violently raised her head. Danger. In danger. She wants to leave immediately. She can live to the present safely, relying on this instinct for danger, rapid response, and avoidance. It is the only gift of life that is bestowed to you. At this time, the body also shook down without warning. The leaf screaming in the heart of the bell did not stand up, and an indescribable swaying limbs. The lower abdomen seemed to have a fire suddenly burned up, and the whole person fell to the desk. Mom, what kind of wife? What can I do with my teacher at the age of 14? Someone has made a message that makes me hurt you. This time, see how you escape. Jian, who had taken the medicine, was pressed on the desk, not very violently struggling. One hand tightly clenched the neckline, one hand groping at the desk. Come in. She will see the display on the desk. With just one look, she can remember what is displayed and which ones are, and can be used temporarily as a self-defense tool. For example, the black leather pen holder has 7 pens, 2 pencils, 3 pens, and one of the pens does not have a cap. 2 ballpoint pens, and an office cutting scissors. The shirt was ripped off with 2 buttons, and the pair of dirty hands grabbed her collar. The berry bites the lower lip. Even if it bites into the blood, it doesn't loosen. Pain can make her more awake and will not yield to medicine. Jian is a woman who can fight for life, and a woman who can make a heart. At the age of 14, she was framed and said to seduce her math teacher. After so many years, her cousin who had married into the privileged family had broken her, and she still survived. Today, if we can survive, she must fight for it. I have never wasted my own struggles, and I touched the pin without a cap and slammed it on the other arm. The sharp tip of the pin slammed into Manager Lu's arm, and the man with the sperm on his head was screaming and screaming. The already embarrassed Yi Jianba accurately picked up the letter bag with the salary, did not look at the animal with a glance at his arm, dragging his soft legs and squatting away. Without taking 2 steps, the hair in the back of the head was caught slyly. Mom, dare to hurt Lousy. After all, Lu was a man who dealt with a woman who had been prescribed medicine. Even if he was injured, he still had the upper hand. Hey! He held his head and slammed it on his desk. Immediately, there was a warm liquid flowing out. Manager Lu's hair was awkward. He clicked on Ye's head and slammed into the table. He screamed violently in his mouth. Give your face a shameless shoe. I can't kill you today. Yi Jane knew that she had a lot of blood, and her head was hit and seemed to be broken. The hand climbed to the desk, and she got the scissors in the pen holder. The base unit was swept to the ground, and a little further forward, the pen holder was swept down. Holding the scissors, Yi Jian tried his best to slam the ground, and slammed it into Lu's chest, and the sharp scissors stabbed his heart accurately. Oh, she is Jane, but in the dissection room of the medical school, she has cleaned up the hygiene, and the professional class is a woman who is stronger than the medical students who are in the class. The human body structure, she is clear. The scissors light is not able to get stuck in it, but it has to be pulled out. Only when it is pulled out will the blood in the atrium, like the water in the high-pressure water gun, spew out from the wound. Want to be rescued back? Next life. The blood was sprayed on his face, and even the hair that was wet with blood was like coming out of hell. He leaned on his desk and closed his eyes to touch the landline. The fingers pressed out a string of mobile phones. After turning on, I heard the soft sound inside, and the leaf faint and undulating of the chest before the death. The voice was very light. Ying, you wait. Open a new pit. Support please vote for 5 points. Thank you, love you. Chapter 2 Rebirth. Shuku Village in Fujian Town is a village with a unit stationed in the depths of the mountains. In the middle of the night, the villagers in Shuku Village can always hear the sound of trucks screaming. It is a military truck that marches at night. The road at the entrance to the village was opened. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the villagers were all asleep, and they would not know it when they heard it. Someone will wake up and wait until they can't hear the sound. The village head said, "Who dares not to abide by the rules, and the road that will be repaired by the state will be cut off. People, send them directly to jail, don't think about it for a lifetime." Yi Jian woke up for a long time. After listening to the sound of the military truck disappearing, she climbed up from the bed with a headache and turned on the flashlight. The light of the flashlight was on the wall hanging on the calendar. It turns out that I am not dreaming. It turns out that I can open my eyes and see the sun of tomorrow. It turns out that the gift of her grace and destiny to her life is to grow up in hardships, to be born again in the fire, not to be so embarrassed to die. Time in the past, the village of Shuku at 6 o'clock in the morning has already smoked, and the trees in the morning village in the morning sun are green and flowing. Outside the window, the swallow flew on the wire and shouted cheerfully. The clear morning sun passes through the mist, softly falling down, and the flowers on the branches are brighter. The green buds of the green leaves hold the flowers, and the flowers on the branches become more and more beautiful. Once again, I saw spring blossoms, Yin returned, is already a completely different situation. Yi Jian, who woke up in the middle of the night, didn't sleep anymore, and looked at the girl who was sitting on the edge of her bed and talking nonstop. The dark eyes were slightly stunned. The girl in front of her eyes was red and white. Her black hair was licking her throat, and she dexterously slanted from her shoulder. The eyes are watery, like the autumn waves, the skin is dark, and there are small spots on both sides of the nose. These two are not shortcomings of shortcomings. She remembers that she did a lot of post-processing. This is Ying, the source of all the hardships of his life, so that he will not be happy in his life, and even die from the source of death. I want to take the exam on Monday. You have to remember to help me. Also, I brought back the school homework. You can finish it for me. Yi Ingsheng is good. The voice is also good, like the yellow ostrich. It's good. Tight. It is full of imperative tone, just as Yi Jian deserves to owe her. Yi Jian held the quilt and looked at Yi Yin and bent his lips. He smiled and said, Ying, I haven't seen you for a long time. Ying, 14, has not seen for a long time. What hasn't been seen for a long time? I saw it yesterday. You stupid. 14-year-old Ying looked at her half-year-old cousin, her face worried. You can't be stupid. So beautiful. False silly is terrible. So smart and stupid. What about her homework? Yi Jian's eyebrows are curved, and the corners of his mouth are very shallow and shallow. It looks like a clear smile like a stream. I want to be stupid. You won't be worse. No one is helping you with homework. No one gives you an answer. No one has helped you get into the rankings. Hey, think about it. How do I feel that you are worse? While admiring the changing look of Yi Ying's face, Yi Jian read the sentence, ba, in his heart. Sin. The feeling of bullying is so cool. How she did not find it before. Returning to the 14th self must be cherished. It's really stupid. I still need you to do my homework for me. I thought about it in my heart, and I was told by Yi Jian, and Yi Ying, who was pale and white, was disgruntled. Trying to resolve their embarrassment, in the end is still young, lack of skill, and the look is inevitably a bit distorted. Yi Jian looked at her expression, only to feel that her withered heart was like blood, and the whole person was alive. Side to side, the expression slightly converged. No need to trim the exquisite eyebrows wrinkled up, did not immediately take the words, is silent. Chapter 3 begins the game. Falling in Yi Ying's eyes is what she wants to apologize at any time. The chin was lifted up slightly, and he waited for the expression of Yi Jian's apology. It's really hard for you. Your own affairs really need to be done by yourself. I have no way to refute you. Yi Xiaoxiao said slightly. His face was helpless. Raise your hand, squint your head. Ignore this leaf that is so angry and distorted, and under the order. I want to change clothes. You go out first. Yi Jian, you bully me. Yi Ying, Song, stood up, the watery eyes suddenly filled with tears. Looking at the pity, the action is absolutely wild. The wooden door slammed and slammed away. Bully? Yi Ying, I said, you are waiting. Wearing the clothes without hesitation, I heard the cry of Yi Ying's cubba in the yard, and was complaining to her mother. Counting 1 or 2 in my heart, Sun Dongqing rushed in with a bamboo stick in his hand when he was counted to 3, and he sighed with anger. Dead hoe. White and white drink in my house. Bullying your sister? Bunny, don't feed a white-eyed wolf. Rushing to the front of Yi Jian, the bamboo strips are not to greet the body, but to the face. How much hatred does this have? If you don't pump well, your eyes will twitch. Yi Jian was already on the side when the bamboo strips were pulled over to the face. When she returned to her 14-year-old, she would not let herself be beaten again, and would not let people beat her again. No one can. Yi Ying's homework needs to be written by my sister. I can't easily persuade her to do it myself. I will do it myself. Oh, don't you thank me? Also hit me. Sun Dongqing is both a big man and a beggar. The 2 sisters married a brother, and they were sisters at the maiden's house. Hey, I dare to hide. I didn't fall to you yesterday. I know that I am angry with me today. Sun Dongqing looked at her eyes and picked up her sleeves. Then she pulled the bamboo strips. Death, your mother is gone. I still can't discipline my discipline. Things that are humiliating. You know that your teacher is seduced at a young age. If you bring it back last night, you should throw it out. Don't bring my family's profit to the bad. For her daughter who was left behind by her sister, Sun Dongqing has always been willing to kneel down. In the maiden, she is a high-spirited arrogant, and it is necessary to fight for a win in front of her sister. Today, there is only one orphan girl left in her sister's house. She can't discipline her. Her words are to make Yi Jian twilight a cold, delicate face with a cold face. Seduce the teacher. Wake up last night, after seeing the wall calendar, she realized that she was just back to the spring of the age of 14. 1 month of school is just the time when the school peach blossoms are in full bloom. When she was 14 years old, she went to Yanging to go home from school. When she came out, she met Ying, who was running. She said that she had been pulled and ran. After running for a few tens of meters, he was stunned by Ying. When he fell, his forehead was just on the stone with moss, and he fainted on the spot. At that time, she woke up on Sunday morning, and there was a scandal about her seduced the teacher. Today, I woke up on Friday night. The difference between 2 nights a day is the key to her whole life. Yi Jian's hand went to the pillow and pointed the scissors he touched last night to Sun Dongqing. He said, I haven't come to menstruation. I also know that I'm seduced the teacher. Who is bad outside? My reputation. I let who can't think about it. Chapter 4, Don't Mess With Me. The footsteps of Sun Dongqing rushed up and hurriedly stopped under the scissors with sharp hair. She saw the cockroaches on Yi Jian's face and the coldness in her face. Unprovoked, the heart jumps, and the hand holding the bamboo stick is squatting. Oh, before things are investigated, you dare to swear outside and make me feel bad. I am not afraid that the whole family will follow me badly. Yi Jian said coldly, the twilight is very dark. It is darker than the night, and the chopping is particularly bright, like a star. When the eyes are stunned, the twilight changes in the inside. The waves are like the aurora, the ever-changing. Although beautiful, it makes people feel fearful. Dead hope, when you can see when you can. When the teacher finds the door, you explain it yourself. In the face of the sly leaf, Sun Dongqing's heart is heavily squeaky, subconsciously thinking, Ying lying? The thought flashed, and Sun Dongqing was busy. Impossible. Ying has always been well-behaved and cannot lie. If you don't, you still have to ask for profit. Sun Dongqing thought of the seriousness of this incident. When the bamboo strips were lost, they went outside. This matter, out of Yi Jian, she will not be anxious at all. Anyway, not her own daughter. Her mother-in-law also hates to die this granddaughter. But, I don't know why, Sun Dongqing only felt that his heart was so bad that he always felt that something was going wrong. Yi Jian looked coldly at her leaving, and the corner of her mouth was very lightly hooked. In the mirror, she saw her 14-year-old face. Although the 5 senses are exquisite, they are also revealing the tenderness of the green. But the laughter on the lips and corners has already revealed the vicissitudes of life. The eyes softened up, and the faint twilight was extremely cold and cold. In the depths of the scorpion, he looked up and saw Sun Dongqing hurriedly chasing out the small courtyard and disappeared into sight. Yi Jian took back the line of sight indifferently, found the comb, and combed the black hair. Ying, this time, and watched it. The difference between the thoughts of the year will make you once. Now, you must let you survive, and you can't die. Under the peach tree outside the house, Ying, who was folded with a peach branch, was slammed down by Sun Dongqing. She grumbled her dissatisfaction. Mom, you scared me. Sun Dongqing was reluctant to talk to her daughter and whispered, What happened to you yesterday? What's going on? Ying bowed his head. His nose tipped gently to the delicate peach petals, and some flustered eyes were hidden in his coveted eyes. How do I know what is going on? Into the house to tell me. Sun Dongqing looked at the 4 people, directly pulling the daughter back into his bedroom, carefully questioned. Yi Jian from the other side looked at the 2 mothers and daughters pulling into the room, with a shallow smile on her lips, and walked out of Sun Dongqing's home. Here, not her home. Her home is the best in the village, leaning against a bamboo forest. Bricks and tiles are added by parents when they are alive. Before the age of 4, there was heaven. In front of the house, the peach blossoms are full of gardens, and behind the house, the sound of bamboo waves. While sitting under the peach tree, I looked at my mother who was reading poetry, and my eyes went to sleep. The father who had dug up the spring bamboo shoots was peeling bamboo shoots while beside him, laughing and occasionally laughing. Jane like you, like reading. The happiness of heaven is just 4 years old. I recalled that Yi Jian, who had flowed out of tears, saw a villager coming over and quickly wiped his eyes. When they met the villagers who were busy in the spring, they did not say hello in Yi Jian. They all came around and asked her how her body was. Oh, Jane is awake. Is the head still hurting? At the same time, their minds are simple, but they are extremely stubborn. Chapter 5, Infested Soldiers. In the face of their care, Yi Jian seems to be too embarrassed to raise his hand and cover his forehead. It's not painful, but it's accidentally being shackled by Ying. It may be that the exam is too tight at noon. Scared to the past. You, the child, what is the exam? Ying reading is so powerful, the exam asked her to copy it for you. The villagers are joking. For this unfamiliar mother, the orphans who live in their own uncle, the villagers are there is mercy in my heart. Now their eyes are kind, not pointing. Yi Jian slightly licked his mouth, pretending to use his fingers around his hair, burying his head and whispering. She gave up the test paper early. I can't copy it. I just dared to hand it over when I hit the bell. Come out. Her words made the villagers laugh, and Jane was an honest man. I don't know. At this time, Yi Jian is already preoccupied with things that will happen later, paving the way. Uncle. Hey, I am going home to see. You are busy first. Yi Jian said politely, and the delicate face was slightly smiling. I haven't seen it for a long time. I am going to pack it up. The villagers knew that she was going back to her own home in the village. The old man should be there. He raised a dog. You remember to shout before you enter the house. Yi Jian naturally remembering that he was shackled and ran to his home. A dog rushed out loudly. If it wasn't for the old man to appear in time, she would be bitten by the black cockroach. Later, the old man told her that the black dog is not a dog, it is a Tibetan mastiff. Looking through the heavy peach blossoms, Yi Jian saw the home hidden in the depths of the flower sea, exactly the same as in memory. The black and black tiles and the white walls are still as new. It is the peach blossoms, the spring breeze, the petals flying. Yi Jian is walking in the flower rain, coming out of the peach forest and returning to his own home. Grandfather, root grandfather. There are still a few steps to get out of the Taolin leaves. Jane raised his voice. Black Scorpion is a Tibetan mastiff, shouted in advance, so as not to happen again in the last life. She ran around and had not waited for someone to respond. People had already blossomed. Steps came to a stop. Yi Jian stood in the same place, watching the four faces of the man sitting in the ping, eating noodles. Slightly decapitated, generously asked, Grandpa is not here. Just glanced at it and gently lowered his gaze. She saw that someone raised his hand and quietly took a thing on the wooden table. It was a gun. Looking down, the four people are wearing boots that ordinary people will not wear. They are military boots. They are very seated and their backs are straight, like poplars. Also, their hairstyle is flat, and it is the flat head of the uniform cut in the army. These four people are soldiers. They sat in front of their house, laughing on their faces, chatting with ease. Because of her appearance, the four were a little surprised. The old man, who was surrounded by a whitewashed cloth around his waist, smiled and screamed. Come here, the old jar of sauerkraut. Know you. Hey, Jane. It was in the village. The four people stood up quickly. One of the five officials was right. The man who was headed by four people laughed and said, Don't be afraid of the little girl. We are not bad people. They are not bad people. Of course she knows. Besides, what kind of bad guy she has not seen before? Scare? She is really not scared. Chapter 6 Have some habits. Yi Jian smiled at them with a slight dagger, and did not see the strangeness of the stranger on his face, but walked to the roots of the old man holding a few dishes, whispered, I came to the end. Your feet are not good. Spring one if you get hurt. Sit still. This is not a taste in the ears of the four soldiers who stood up. They all know that the roots of the old man are not good. The old man's foot is the wound left on the battlefield. When it is spring and winter, it hurts a lot. This time, it is to give the old man a special cold medicinal liquor in the army. However, they cooked the noodles themselves and did not take a bite. They saw a little girl with a watery spirit slammed into the sight. Oh, I also misunderstood them. Roots and old friends are amazed. How does Jane's head know that his feet are not good? In the village, no one knows. It's okay. It's okay. You can take care of yourself. Roots said that yesterday Yi Jian fell and stunned, but there were other people present. Leaving the face for the little girl, did not say it. Yi Jian smirked, revealing an unnatural smile. An accident is uncle. The uncles are worried. Li Suo placed a few dishes of sour and refreshing old altar sauerkraut on the wooden table and skillfully took the sesame oil on the table and added a spoonful of red-hot chili oil, which is not only fragrant, but also fresher in color. It is. The soy sauce bottle on the bed was not screwed, the leaves were simple, and the lid was tightened. Few children in the village are spoiled, and there are no children who have no mothers. The old uncle saw a half-big hoe, thin and weak, but he worked as if he had been working for more than 10 years. He was a little bit sad inside. Taro, not busy. They finished eating. I will clean up myself. Little girl, you will break off. We will come by ourselves. We will come by ourselves. Thank you. Thank you, let us come. Several big men still let a little girl wait. If the company commander knows, he must have a dog. All four were embarrassed to let a little girl busy, and one of the two reached out to stop. The chopsticks placed on the noodle bowl accidentally touched the ground. The nearest soldier was reflexively trying to catch it. A pair of fingers with a long hand was one step ahead of him, and the chopsticks that were knocked down were accurately caught in his own hands. Jian put the chopsticks back on the bowl, and the cool expression showed a slight smile. No dirty, no need to wash. Thank you. The younger soldiers are even more embarrassed. Thank you again and again. The 5 senses Zhou Zhang, a soldier in his early 30s, smiled at Jian and said, "The little girl reacted fast enough. Or else, sit up and eat the bowl noodles. The noodles are not moving, and a bowl is made. I have eaten, thank you." Jian's smile is very shallow, but when she laughs, the corner of her eye is also a shallow smile, which looks extraordinarily comfortable. When I met for the first time, I felt that this was a very polite little girl. Generously rejecting the invitation of the grassroots officer, Jian turned and whispered to the old man, "Grandpa, I went to the house to discuss with you." The word things has not yet been said. A black shadow is usually rushed out of the arrow, and the petals falling on the ground are flying a few centimeters high. There are still other people, but the black shadow went straight to the front of Jian, and the action was so fast that even the old man did not react. Jian did not move because she could not move. The beginning is slow, and it will be much better after about 30,000 words. Chapter 7. The First Show of Dew. The black shadow not only rushed to her, but snorted and stood up, putting the forelegs directly on her shoulders. The distance is near, and Jian can clearly see that there is a bright red blood on the pointed teeth of the black cockroach. In its nose, the mouth is even more breathable, and it is a Tibetan Mastiff. Do not move. Do not move. A few voices whispered at the same time. The 4 soldiers behind Jian's body were screaming, indicating that Jian calmed down, not to make screams or to make big moves. The nose smells a scented leaf. Jian does not move, but try to relax his shoulders. Let the frequency of breathing slowly adjust to ease. Tibetan Mastiff can fight the tiger. She is the best choice. Old uncle did not immediately have an action, but patted the palms very lightly. The that stood up in the first snorted and seemed to be biting the leaf in the next second. Neck. After a few seconds of watching the dog and the dog, the black snoring and a low snoring, the forelimbs lifted away from the leaf Jian and honestly leaned against the old roots. Jian, who had not changed his face, gently breathed his mouth. He said that he had finished his speech and smiled. "Grandpa, I have something to go back to tell you. The courageous people are more and more, but the courageous people may not be able to do so calmly." What is the Tibetan Mastiff? The 4 soldiers who are sitting know. The Tibetan Mastiff, who is raised by the roots of the old man, is the first generation of the Iron General in the team. Fighting power, reaction, and fierce strength are all comprehensive. The general warrior is so scared that he will not scare the diaper pants, but he will definitely scare his face. This little girl in front of me can still be said so lightly. It is really admirable. The old man seems to have guessed something. He looked at the 4 people who were surprised at Jian's eyes and nodded. He took Jian to a room with furniture that was brand new. "Jane Shantao, this house has been prepared for you. Home is your home. As long as you want to come back, you can come back at any time." A simple and unsophisticated words is the softest place in the heart of Jian's heart. She turned to the roots of the old man. "Grandpa, thank you. This is a big gift, and it's really cold, and it's really a shock to the old revolution that has passed through the rain." The old man's thick hand firmly held Jian, and his voice was thick and vigorous. "Hey, you, my grandfather, I can't afford it. Home, this is your home. I am just living here. You are not coming back in a day. Of course I have to guard for you." The old man's strength is great, and he will not give Yi Jian another chance to give a big gift. Taro, stand up straight. People want to make a living. First of all, you must straighten your waist. Grandpa, thank you. Yi Jian looked up and looked at the clarified look at the old man who was already white and like her relatives to teach her to be a man. Yi Jian remembers what you said. Uncle Root did not ask why Yi Jian suddenly wanted to come back. He wanted to ask and would not pack this bedroom so well. When the two grandfathers came out of the house, the 4 soldiers who sat outside eating noodles had already left, and the table was cleaned up. The chairs they had sat on were neatly placed against the table. It seems that they never appeared in general. Chapter 8 is just being a man. Uncle Root looked at the empty wooden table, and the vigorous voice gently said to Yi, Shantao, who are they? You will know later. Other grandfathers dare not say, but you live here, absolutely will not be a little bit wronged. Wronged. She will not let her be wronged again. Yi Jian was nodding his head gently. After thinking about it seriously, he blinked his eyes in a playful manner. You can rest assured that I will not talk nonsense. The wise man is not lacking in this world. The lack of people is the one who is thoughtful. The Root Lord laughs happily. It is more kind to look at Yi Jian's eyes. Well, Grandpa is waiting for you to go home. After the leaf Jane came out, the black scorpion that left suddenly appeared again, and the old man smiled and glanced at her. I was not afraid, not scared. The adult Tibetan Mastiff is still more robust than the adult dog. Yi Jian glanced and grinned. I am not afraid. The spiritual dog will recognize the owner. Shan Tao is a courageous person, but this is not a dog. It is a Tibetan Mastiff, a very spiritual Tibetan Mastiff. Root's uncle saw her face calm. No fear. My heart is more and more happy. Let it smell your smell, and when you go home, it will recognize you. Just patted the palm of his hand, and the black slap in the face of applause reacted extremely quickly, as if he had been trained to fly. Come, Black, smell the smell of your little master. Root Master bent down, gently licking the black skull's head, indicating that Yi Jian reached out and let it smell the smell. Yi Jian boldly reached over and reached directly to the pointed mouth of the black fangs. Black, I am Yi Jian. Please take care of you later. It is not a matter of acknowledging the Lord. The Tibetan Mastiff only recognizes one master in his life, and then let it recognize the Lord. Only through the spiritual Tibetan Mastiff will there be 2. Black Cockroaches did not immediately smell the smell of Yi Jian, but shook his own hair, arrogant like a general, first turned around Yi Jian's feet and turned a few laps, sniffing from time to time. I heard it again and low-lying, and after saying that it was 3 minutes later, I bowed my head and licked the little feet of Jane Yi and gently squatted down. This is the recognition of the Lord. Yi Jian got the black scorpion to recognize the Lord, and his heart was happy, but Sun Dongqing was walking around the village for a long time. Early in the morning, her heart was anxious and angry. She was out of a hot sweat. Dead ho, where is it dead? Nothing to turn around under the eyelids all day long. When something happened to her, there was no one in the ghost. Looking for a circle of Sun Dongqing standing on the dike, she pointed at the tip of the eye, and she finally saw Yi Jian standing on the bank of a pond above. I saw her eyes moving slightly, and she was angry. She pulled a scorpion and made a sharp scream. Jane, what are you doing? Come back. Come back soon. Hida fast, pull a simple hoe? Dead hoe. Can't think of it. This is to jump the pond. On the shoulders, the hoes were squatting, and the villagers passing through the ponds were listening to them. They were thrown into the hose, and they were planted a few times. The iron plier-like hand suddenly pulled the leaves to one side. It is estimated that it is scared, and the strength is so strong that it is planted in the paddy field below with the same leaf. Uncle Hai, you should be careful. Yi Jian responded quickly. He also looked at the middle-aged man who had to plant the paddy field. I just came out from home and was stunned. The middle-aged man only felt a cold sweat on his back. When he listened to Yi Jian, he said that his face was not very good. Your family is screaming all day long. People must be scared by her. It is. Again, you gimmick, didn't you stun it yesterday? Why don't you lie down at home? Go to the pond to do something. Chapter 9 Jumping Pool. Yi Jian quickly apologized. Uncle Hai, I am sorry. I don't know how I said I jumped into the pond. Although I am young, I know that this is a life-changing thing. If you play anything else, this kind of thing is to play. May not. Hey, the little girl fell and fell down. The middle-aged man was happy when he heard it. He raised his hand and smashed two on the top of Yi Jian's head. It's a good point. If you are like you, huh? Sooner or later, she will be scared to death. Next, Sun Dongqing ran all the way squatting. You don't kill me, don't kill me. I don't know what to do when I'm young. I know that I jumped into the pond. You are dead. Now, I have to be poked by the backbone of my life. Which day is the thunder to teach you this kind of git? Jump the pond, die the hoe. Have the courage to jump the pond. Why don't you have the courage to smash things over? Yi Jian only saw her mouth screaming, and the movement was extremely exaggerated. In order to show that he was really anxious, he also stepped on the foot in the paddy field, and after dialing his foot, he found that the single shoes were not dialed out. Remember to put the shoes out, and put them on and run. After running 2 steps, it was a fall, and even the ash on the body was not hit. It seemed that she was in a hurry. The Tun Mun was big, and the things that were said were so serious. Those who were busy at home, all the busy villagers came over. I don't understand how it came back. I only listened to Sun Dongqing, and I really thought that Yi Jian had done something shameful. I consciously lost my face and wanted to jump the pond. What happened? What happened? Jane's head jumps to the pond. The half-large child also knows to jump the pond. Let's see what's going on. Sun Dongqing's mother-in-law is scared like this. I have to say that Sun Dongqing is really able to get it out for Ying. She is a smart woman, and Yi Jian always knows that she did not know how much she ate in her hands. But this time, let her really lose her face. What happened to me today? It seems like you have lost heart and madness. How do you look like my grandfather before the onset of illness? Yi Jian was stunned by a person. The voice didn't have to be too big. Just let the uncle of the girl, it will be fine. He looked up and yelled at Sun Dongqing, who screamed again. He laughed a few times and joked, "No, Mad." He paused and smiled at Yi Jian. When your grandfather is sick, Shantao, you are only 3 years old. You still know? No, I was sick in the early 7th month of April. One person ran out on October 27th and found the grandfather in the reservoir at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Jian was slightly low-lying, and the low-pitched tone was filled with sadness. Uncle Hai also sighed with a sigh. He glanced at Sun Dongqing and sighed. You are a big man. Awkward. A mouthful of nonsense. You don't return a few words. Yi Jian smiled bitterly, and she was helpless. She said softly, the Qing dynasty is self-cleaning, and the turbidity is self-turbid. Haishu, I will go first. Some things, you still have to talk about it. I will accompany you. Hey, your child, honest. Haishu sees this. The man is a bit sad. No father and no mother, attracting people. Over there, Sun Dongqing saw 2 famous long-legged women in the village rushed over, and then saw Yi Jian as usual, facing his accusation and not returning a half-sentence. It was secretly smug. This matter must be smashed. Chapter 10 Confrontation. 2 of the village's famous long-handed women were carrying Sun Dongqing to the pond and asked about it. 2 people want to know that one has the heart to pass on rumors. After a while, the villagers who came over know what is going on. No, seduce the teacher. Really fake? Hey, little girl, this hair is not long. You know that seduce people. Sun Dongqing seems to be scared to collapse. He said, isn't it? Yesterday, my family did not dare to say that she was stunned. If it is not today, Ying said that he missed his mouth. I know this. I said that it would be a bad thing to make a beautiful girl. Hey, is this not going to happen? When you look at yourself beautifully, you want to seduce people. Oh, beware of taking your home full of prophets. 2 long tongues, you said. I said in a sentence, and in a few words, I send ye. The villagers who came to the uninformed villages heard the same thing, and they all doubted the letter. You all know that Jane's head is a skinny. Unlike my family's honesty, I know that reading. With such a big thing, I just hope that the school will not come to the door. Sun Dongqing is more eager to fight, and all the dirty water is poured on Yi Jian. You auntie, I never felt that I was beautiful, and I didn't take care of myself. I did something. You can say that I can't afford it. I don't have a long-haired gimmick. What can I understand? Yi Jian, who came over, stood in front of them, blocking the way, while the voice was slightly raised, crisp and calm. There are autumn scorpions. You know that I have not been long, Seduce the teacher? You also believe? You, my daughter, is still a classmate with me. I have not seduced the teacher. You ask your daughter Wenli. Do you both have seen me seduce the teacher? The world is a pro-teacher. I am a father without a mother. But I also know that the teacher can't be bullied. In the face of gossip, you bravely stand up and face is the best counterattack. The experience of the previous life can finally make the 14-year-old Jian Tang stand upright in front of them. The clarification of the eyes is like the sun at this moment. It is as clear as if all the darkness will be in her sight. Sun Dongqing was in front of himself in the leaf, and he stopped when he said the first sentence. The dead girl dared to talk back to himself, but also in front of the neighbors. After I passed it, my heart whispered, "It's awful. I'm afraid it's not good to get it." It's her skill, and when she sees the situation is wrong, her mouth is, "Oh," and she cries. "Sister, you have left me a curse, and I know that I'm back. This is to mad at me. This is to mad at me. You auntie, show to show Ben or one left and right to help her." Yi Jian finished. The faces of the two are inevitably awkward. Sun Dongqing is a trouble. The two are interested in loose hands. She made her trouble. Yi Jian was looking at the cold, squinting at the corner of his mouth, calmly said, "I am a small father without a mother. This is something that everyone in the village knows. You don't have to hang on your lips every day. Just because I have no father or mother, I have to be more careful because I am not qualified for disaster. Yi Ying is good. Wenli is also good. I have been wronged and want to cry. Go home and find my parents. But I have no father and no mother. I can't find someone to cry. I don't even have the qualification to cry. I am still qualified to go. Awkward. Seduce the teacher? Smudge my dead parents." Chapter 11. Dark Hate. When Sun Dongqing heard this, he sneaked out and stood up from the ground, and did not complain about the thigh. "You still talk back? Die, you put my big eyes in your eyes? As far as you dare to talk to the elders, you know how it is. Only the elders can dare to come back and seduce the teacher. Can you still do it? Duh, you said that I seduced the teacher. Have you confirmed it? Have you ever asked the school? Did the school teacher find a home? Have you asked Ying what is it?" Jane is not moving the Ying to come in, and she is not only a person standing upright, words, even more upright. Several villagers who met with Yi Jian in the early morning were also surrounded. After a little listening, they understood what was going on, and they talked about yesterday. Jane is in the exam. What seduced the teacher? It's not that Yi Ying's is pulling Jane's head and running, and licking her. How can she seduce the teacher? Sun Dongqing has been unable to keep up with the rhythm of Yi Jian, especially to mention Yi Ying, and then panic, and then think about inserting words. There is no chance. The villagers said a word early, but I am comforting the leaf. No wind, no waves, you haven't done anything. Others have deliberately slandered you. Sun Dongqing was extremely ruined. He pulled the neighbors around Yi Jian directly and pointed it at Yi Jian. Flies. Not a seamless egg. If you are good, who dares to say you? Yi simply looked straight and even had a shallow smile. No matter how good the egg is, there is no one to spill the dirty water. Oh, uncle, we have never heard of it, but you know. The prostitute wants to ask you, where did you hear from you? So, why not face the quality? You are my aunt, my relatives. I think you don't want me to be jealous. With the advancement and retreat, there is less aggressiveness, and Yi Jian knows that this will not make the villagers feel that they are really confronting Sun Dongqing, the elder. Sun Dongqing, who made up his mind, was biting to death, and the surface was heartbroken. He rubbed his chest and said, "What are you doing? What have you done yourself? Is your heart clear? Dead skull, now the mouth is still hard. I want to kneel for you. Can you hold it?" When the villagers listened, they felt that something was not quite right. This kind of thing, they didn't know if Sun Dongqing said it. The child is not big. How can I do this kind of thing? Seduce the teacher. This is how much sin. Winter Sunny, I see you still shouting the person who spoke when confronted with quality. That is, this kind of thing that ruined the reputation of the child, which is broken and squandered, is 1,000 knives. Yi Jian stood firm, and the words that were said were throwing sounds. No guilty color, bright eyes, clear eyes, and calmness in the gestures, which showed that she was being shackled. Confrontation? How can we confront it? Sun Dongqing has already bitten a bite in the dark, and his eyes on Yi Jian are fierce and gloomy. Yi Jian, you are now big, your wings are hard. I don't have big, just understand things. I know that things are so important. I know that this kind of thing is absolutely necessary to stand up. I have to have a time to seduce the teacher, place, and I am so sure that I am shameless, and I definitely know it. Uncle, let's take a look at this. I don't know it myself. I said it all by myself. I also asked my uncle and gang to help me with a certificate. Chapter 12, You are disgusting. Yi Jian did not retreat, so that Sun Dongqing was a little panicked in his heart, and his mouth was tough. Dead ho. I am really kind enough to be a liver and long. Okay, look back and wait for the teacher to come over. I see how you say. I can't stay here for a long time. And then stay. Sun Dongqing faintly feels that he will not be able to stand up. Dead and easy. One night is a change of sexuality. Even knowing to pull out the township folks, say what testimony. I am too lazy to care for her. When she saw that the momentum was wrong, she had always been clever, and she quickly left. At this moment, the villagers who looked around did not understand what was going on. They all accused Sun Dongqing of being unconstrained. It was also a bad luck. Just a few words, a few people with great thoughts gently pushed the people around them, indicating that it is better to say a few words. After all, Sun Dongqing has a husband who is the deputy mayor of Fujian town. I heard that it is possible to mention the mayor this year. The leaves that are in the eyes of the scene are slightly lower than the scorpion, and the long eyelashes gently cover the coldness of the scorpion. She knows who the villagers are jealous of, she knows. This is also the capital of Yiying. There is a father who is the deputy mayor. No matter what happens, the teachers in the school will not overblame her. As for myself, after the villagers whose side left, Yi Jian gently opened his hand. His palms were delicate, his palm prints were clear, just like the way he wanted to go. After all, he had to master himself. The hand is right. Uncle Yi Jifan is the person she does not want to be on. She is too aware of this pursuit of power, a man who cannot recognize the 6 parents. But he has a disadvantage, good face. Now I can't directly confront Shang Yi Jifan for the time being, but I can use his shortcomings to bring Sun Dongqing down first. Yi Jian, who stood alone, raised his head, and his smile was bright against the sun. Nothing to fear, don't worry about anything. The road is in your own hands, and now is a good start. The smile of the 14th is bright and worry-free. It is full of vigor and vitality. The good features of the 5 senses do not see the haze, only hope for the future. Her smile, falling in the eyes of Yiying who came over, is so glaring, she hates not to rush, and her face is scratched. The malicious sight behind him, such as the tip of the needle, swept over, so that the keen leaves of the savvily recovered the smile. Turning around, looking at his eyes and staring at his own Yiying, the mouth corners shallowly hooked, looking at the line of sight as high above the top, is full of cold. Yiying Ben, who stood a few steps away, was a thoughtful person. After reading it, his face changed dramatically, and his anger rushed straight to the top of his head. Yi Jian gently sipped a few steps and came over and reached out, like pushing the leaf at home. Suddenly, Jingguang saw several villagers who had intentionally or unintentionally looked at it. She reacted very quickly and was a sister-in-law. She reached out and put on the shoulders of Yi Jian. Yiying, you disgusted me. I also disgusted you. Yi Jian was lightly avoiding it. She didn't make her school more disgusting to herself. She smiled softly and coldly. I know everything I don't know. Dressing up outside and showing it to others. In the eyes of the villagers, Yiying, the deputy mayor's family, has always been very embarrassed, looks good, learns well, and is a good person. Once again, the frustrated Yiying wrinkled Lu Mei and looked at Yi Jian's line of sight suddenly became fierce, and sure enough, as the mother said, the dead scorpion has become sexually different, completely different. Chapter 13 is so hypocritical. I have to see if you have changed. The face peeled from this moment. Ying was too lazy to play again. Now she is not the one who has cultivated a good heart. Ying, unwilling, a little daughter arrogant Ying can be too lazy to install. Stretched face he said. If you eat my family, live in my house, you are better than a dog than you are. Yi Jian looked at her. The black scorpion is like a calm sea. It is vast, and it is very deep and cold. It has always been that Ying swallowed his mouth uncomfortably, and he said, You, see what? She smiled lightly and slowly said, Go home and ask your mother. I eat. Use, who is the family? Also, Ying, you give me a good memory. It is you who left me. Is it not as good as a dog? We met on Monday, Ying. On Monday, Fujian Township Middle School's second-level exam. Don't underestimate the town's middle school, because the reason for a unit is that the teaching is very strict. When it comes to Monday, Yi Ying's face is stiff and violent, and he feels angry and angry. He feels like a big grievance. The tears in the watery eyes are like a bead, slipping down 2 drops. Sister, I am wrong. I am wrong. Don't be angry. Yi Ying hated it tightly, but on the face, he immediately recognized the mistake. It was like a child with a temper, and he could always get an adult easily. Forgiveness. Yi briefly swept his hand on his sleeve and smiled like a smile. 2 sides and 3 knives? I have seen more. How much do you hate me now? How much expression on your face is wronged? What did you say to your mother, I know? Yi Jian said, suddenly tilted over, black eyes cold, staring at the face of the panic. You I was running around yesterday. You were seduce a new math teacher. Yi Ying, a flustered expression, guilty of conscience, and in order to cover up the facts, raised his voice sharply. Nonsense. Do I have nonsense? Do you know clearly? Yi Jian raised his hand and gently patted his hand on the back of Yi Ying's hand. He smiled slightly. Multiple lines are not righteous. Yi Ying, the language has always been bad, and you certainly haven't remembered this sentence. At that moment, Ying only felt that the back of his hand had been branded, which made her afraid to open her hand quickly. Looking at the leafy simplicity of the light smile, it seems that it is still the same, but there is something faintly different. Black and black look at her. It seems to have a smile, but I see more cool colors. Yi Jian, I thought that I would raise my voice and drink the other person as usual, but when I really opened my mouth, Ying knew that his voice was already containing the tremor. The obvious trembling leaves can't be heard. Hey, I want to tell my dad. You bully me, you bully me. Yi Jian always showed weakness in front of himself, and Yi Jian, who was despised by himself, was left without returning, and she was anxious and afraid. It is more sad to cry. How to do? How do you end this time? I didn't dare to stay too much. I could only cry while I caught up. Chapter 14 shows how you end up. When Yi Ying chased back, just happened to meet Sun Dongqing and the village head Zhang Difu, who went to the town government in the early morning to say something. Vaguely only heard that his mother was asking the town middle school teacher or something. Yi Jian, who was a little ahead of her, naturally heard it. She looked at her eyes and smiled like a smile. She said nothing, and she let her face burst into hair. Isn't it a new math teacher in a city? It is said that. Yi Ying, who heard this, also forgot to cry, like a cat with a tail on his tail, screaming sharply. Mom, what do you want to ask all day long? Yi Ying, who has a ghost in his heart, is most afraid to mention the teacher. I screamed coldly, and I remembered that Sun Dongqing's heart was a jump. What is it? Every day, play and play. When you are a goddess. I am waiting for it. It's a goddess, you still live here. Listening to the accusation of Yi Ying, in fact, refers to saying Yi said Yi Jian. Just laughing and laughing. Yi Jianquan did not hear. Yi Jifan did not come back. There was a guilty Yi Ying, seduced the teacher. In the village, there will be no wins. Sun Dongqing saw Yi Jianfeng's light and pale expression, just like she didn't have her own eyes. She was slowed down and she was angling. Her eyes turned and she smiled coldly. Hey, this is come back and pack things away. Also, my temple is small. Where can you accommodate this big Buddha? The original intention is to threaten Yi Jian. Dead girl, see if you dare to talk to her, dare not. Without this home, where can you go? The village chief Zhang Difu has already frowned. He still wants to ask a few words. When he sees Yi Jian, his eyes are all in tears. When the eyeballs are said to fall, they will scream and sigh. The big is to swear at me. When will I seduce the teacher, this kind of unneeded thing? I have to admit it. Is there still my way to live? Oh, I beg you, give me the road to me. After that, Yi Jian was squinting and ran away. She also went to the neighboring village to find Zhang Benkai, a student who had submitted the test paper yesterday. When I seduced the teacher, I fixed the case when I woke up. Wrestling woke up and was scared. After returning to God, everything became a foregone conclusion. Only Zhang Bin, who handed in the test papers one after the other, was the only classmate who stood up and spoke for himself. Jian, who was affected by Tianda's grievances, ran away with tears. It was a stupid look at Sun Dongqing and Yi Ying's mother and daughter. The village chief, Zhang Difu, couldn't get used to it. He didn't like it. Shifan's wife, Ji Fan, is a relative. You are still a prostitute. What do you say like an elder? He said. He left his sleeves. Sun Dongqing, who is angry, is a man who slaps his thigh and curses himself. He is the blood of the 8 generations. He said that he is so good about Yi Jian. In short, Yi Jian's face is gone. How does she say? Unclear. Yi Jian, who went to the neighboring village early, couldn't hear it, but she couldn't take it if she heard it. Instead of taking the road of wasting time, she left the path that only needed to turn over a mountain. As soon as spring arrived, the hibernating small animals came out, and even the hibernating snakes began to come out. Yi Jian quickly checked the branches of the 2 fingers, but it was not used to prevent snakes. She was not afraid of snakes, and the branches were in her hands. It was just a habit. Alone, have a self-defense tool in your hand, always better. Chapter 15. Criminals. The flowers of the mountains are also open, and they go to the trails in the mountains. The birch trees cover the Chunyang. A little deeper, Yi Jian can see the iron net that stretches along with the mountains. This is the iron net that was stationed in the depths of the mountains to prevent the people from breaking into the restricted area and fearing to accidentally injure the children in the mountains. Just walked halfway up the mountain. The leaves were easy to hear the sound of the leaves shaking in the ripples. This is someone walking in the mountains. It is normal for the villagers to walk in the mountains, but Yi Jian is flustered for no reason. People have subconsciously hid under a tree and covered themselves to a strict one. The hand gently opened the bushes, and the leaves made it easy to see the 3 strange faces of the man carrying something on his shoulder and looking for something. Mom, the kid took the money and didn't do anything. What can I shoot in this place? The man who spoke was only about 25, but it was the shortest of the 3, and he was carrying something on his shoulder, carefully placed against the tree. You have to turn it over to make it. The tallest man should be tired and rested on a birch tree. Arrest, his grandmother, have been in this deep forest for a few days. It is not good. Go down the mountain to find a farmer and make a few dishes. Hey, don't be afraid to die. Go down the mountain to get a few dishes. Medium high, but also the most sturdy, with a pair of gloomy men screaming openly, he squatted into his arms and pulled out a cigarette. I sniffed it on my nose and put it back in the smoke cover. Go up. I can't make a difference. This month is waiting to drink the northwest wind. The other 2 men obviously listened to him alone. He said to go. The 2 immediately picked up and left. The short man was a little struggling with something, and he said to himself, there is a barrel for you, and your shoulders are worn to the skin. Barrel? Camera lens? When the short man took out the things in the tarpaulin bag, Yi Jian's pupil was shrunk slightly, and it was really the camera lens. And not a general lens. There is no tens of thousands of imported goods that can't be determined. During the sparks of the calcium carbide, Yi Jian took a look at what they said before and instantly realized that these people went into the mountains for a few days and what they were doing with expensive lenses. They came for the troops deep in the mountains and wanted to steal the secrets of the troops. Yi Jian, who should have gone to the neighboring village, had a slight glimpse. If he had to take the troops, they would only go to the Yingmiao cliff, which can be reached in an hour or so. She is now going down to the mountain to find the grandfather, and his old man must have a way to contact the troops in the mountains. The tall man put one of the most sturdy shots into his bag and sneered. Less sows and women have more time to learn from luge. Go to the gym. I installed it for 2 times, and the tall man put it aside. The hand touched the belt and untied the belt. He said, sprinkle a urine, you can install it yourself. The leaves that have been holding the branches have tightened their hands tightly. This man is coming in the direction of her belt. The line of sight is to quickly look at the next 4 weeks. No longer the squatting leaf. Jane is slowly around the tree, all the way to the back. The shoulders are shrunk. Try to let the tree body to block themselves. The sound of water is soaking. Jian is even holding her breath. She is sensitive to the smell for a few days, and she can smell it with a little residual smell. A black snake was slid down a little bit around the branches, and then slowly slid to the feet of the man who was solving the urgency of life. The man who shuddered comfortably bowed his head and looked at it inadvertently. He was scared and called back. And Jian was scared to the high man, and he knew that he couldn't hide it for a while. Wen is still a small seedling, but also more watering. Come on, girls, a lot of messages, a lot of watering. Chapter 16 is not afraid of anything. If you can't hide it, then there is no need to hide it. If you hide it, you will only increase your momentum and give yourself a lower hand. Stepping out from behind the tree, Jian swept a trio and glanced at him. Snake the snake. The branch was lightly picked up above the snake, and the black snake was thrown into the sky, and she raised her hand and fell. The snake came to catch it. Oh, rely on. Oh, go to your grandmother. The tall man who was scared by the snake saw the girl coming out from behind the tree, a girl with a muddy face, picking up the snake and throwing the sky, then fluttering grabbing, at least 50 centimeters long black snake twisted in her hand. The 7 inches of the snake were pinched, and the whole snake was wrapped around the arm of the leaf, without any force, like a branch around the branches. Wugong snake, very poisonous. You did not bite? Life is big. Jian grabbed the snake head, a technical force to make the shiko big, exposed the fangs hidden in the upper and lower jaw. Tooth is good, poisonous, can be used as medicine, worth money. The 3 big men are seeing scalp numb. Mother, does the child in the mountain have no toy snakes to play with? Are you a real snake? The tall man is already scared to the belt and has not been fastened. Go to your grandmother. The kidney stones are scared. The man headed by his hand quietly left behind his waist and gently collected it back. His eyes gazed at that was dirty in front of his eyes and could not be seen by the 5 senses. He looked for a while and asked for it. Little girl, your parents. The action of withdrawing his hand from the back of the waist is to let the leaf smudges who have worked at the top security company condense slightly. This person has a pistol, so don't be behind the waist. The snake bite didn't save it. One hand was holding the snake, and Jian replied indifferently. He avoided the headed man in a quiet manner. When he came out, he let the shortest individual man stand in front of him. In front of this man as a human shield, you can make yourself safer. Even if the other side has a gun, she can escape. Not only is it daring, but it is also calm and extraordinary. The man who was shorter from Jian was in the eyes of the headed man. He raised his hand and stopped Jian's way. Little girl, do you want it? Jian did not let him finish his speech. His eyes were slightly certain, and he took the snake's big snake to the other's eyelets. I want it. The snake is what I caught, and I paid. Bye. She shot fast, and the small and short man, frightened and slammed a fierce spirit, slammed back and forth several times, and sighed with anger. I rely on. Scared the old man. Who thee is going to bot? The mountain road was only so big, and he suddenly hit the head of the man who was not wary of his own sudden retreat. Voila! A few times, both of them fell to the bush on the side of the forest road. The man who fell down accidentally revealed the pistol on the waist side, which made the leaf of the leaf that looked at it shrink, and a lib turned around and went down the mountain. The tallest man saw his own person fall into a piece. He was bold enough to come to stop Jian, and he quickly shouted, Hey, Mom! The elder brother who fell in the back of the pad was slammed into the face, and the guy who pressed himself was still flustered. Yu Guang saw the village of the snake catching the mountain and went down the mountain. Brother is murderous. Bring her down. Jian has always been a gaze in the cold eyes, turned around, picked up the Yugong snake in his hand, directly to the elder brother who was about to stand up and throw it over. Chapter 17 hit it. All the snakes are flexible. As long as the 7 inches are not pinched, the aggressiveness is extremely strong, especially the snake. The free-ugn snake danced, and the snake mouth was big, and he bit into the arm of his brother. Hey! The biting cockroach licked the cockroach and grabbed the puppies into the woods. He gnashed his teeth and said, All the mothers are chasing me back. This skunk knows what we are talking about. It is not an easy task to catch up with Jian. After the first accident in the last life, in order to make her body more robust, she used to get up early and she developed the habit of running in the morning. Her tough personality, even if it was raining and snowing, was not interrupted. Otherwise, how can the security company owner who runs the same day run her into the security company without her ID card or account? The 28-year-old soul, the 14-year-old body, combined such a tacit understanding. The mountain wind blew from the face, and the trees retreated from behind. The people were opened in the distance. It was only a matter of 10 minutes to rush from the mountainside to the foot of the mountain. However, Jian did not choose to step on the mountain path, but drilled into the woods. The snoring of the leaves raised a soldier's hand. A cover action was taken for several comrades in the survey. "Someone," he said lowly, and the snoring of the leaves rushed to his eyes. It was very fast, just like the scorpion in the woods. It was all rushed out, just right. One hit the soldier's gunshot. At 5 o'clock in the morning yesterday, the soldiers on the mountain patrolled the mountain and found traces of people in the mountains. Until today, people are still searching. Just in case, their steel guns are not on the bumper. Can shoot. The rushed Jian's forehead happened to be hitting the muzzle, and he was not scared. He was scared by the soldiers armed with guns. "You are a girl." The soldier who scared a cold sweat was generally recognizing that the face was covered with soil and Jian, and quickly took back the gun. "Go back. Don't come to the mountains these days." The soldiers on the mountain are all need to remember which children in the mountain village in this mountainous area. The face of Jian's temporary soil is still recognized by the soldiers. Seeing Jian's forehead just knocked out a round gun hole print. The soldiers wanted to laugh, and they didn't feel too serious. They bowed their heads and quickly pulled out a spray from the hygiene bag. "Spray the forehead, all red." I hit the black leaf in front of my eyes and did not take the spray. I was directed at the soldiers wearing combat suits. There are 3 people, imported lens equipment, 500 meters above. One of them is called the singer, bitten by the wugong snake. Raising his hand and licking his forehead, Jian said it in one breath, without half a gasp. "You stay to protect her, the rest, follow me." Taking the leaf of the forehead, I heard a sound like Jinsher Yuga coming down from the bottom. The man's voice was clean and low, and the end was a voice that could be on the Golden Temple. Jian was slightly low and looked down. "Yes." In the neat and orderly answering voice, Yi simply saw a very young man, but his collar was already a man with 2 bars and 1 star, standing against himself and standing against the light. The tall figure, the straight back in the warm spring sun seems to be rushing to the clouds of the pine, calm, cold, revealing the momentum. The temperament is that even the things in the jungle can't hide the cold of his sword-like scabbard. The slightest lift of the hand, the thin, the suppressed cold and murderous, let Jian breathe, is a stagnation. Chapter 18, he was amazing time. He has 2 very different gas fields. One side is pure and the other side is cold, but the 2 are naturally integrated into him. Jian lowered his head and said, "I don't need protection, I will lead you." She hasn't been watching such a strong field, so strong that it seems to be the man who will swallow the weak. The sword-like cold sight seems to be seen by him more than once, and all his secrets will be opened by him. The military boots stepped on the forest, and the subtle sounds of the shoes made the scalp untenable. "How do you protect yourself? How do you lead us?" The young man stood in front of Jian, his voice swaying slightly, with a few smiles, faint, like the morning breeze, all of a sudden blown away. The coldness on his body. The sound of Jian suddenly became clear and refreshing, and the coldness of his body was instantly dissipated in his opening. How can someone change their temperament and gas field in an instant? Jian was looking up in a wrong way, and he saw Zhang Jun's handsome face. All the exquisiteness of one place, all the elegance of the place, is the shallow smile on the corner of the lips. It seems to be the sun on the edge of the sky. It is people. It's hard to grasp the heart, even if it's all done. It's also a willingness to cast a handsome face. If this man is a few years old, the gas field will only be strong enough to take a look at it, and they all feel pressure. Under his imposing manner, he could not help but bow down and involuntarily surrender. "I naturally have my own way." Jian looked at him and said calmly, "Then the handsome man who is more expensive, look at it. I will lead the way, you will save a lot of time. And there is a gun on the man named Kunga. You are careful." naturally have my own way. This is because the other party is a little girl, afraid of scaring her, and floating a few rare laughter. Men heard the words. The twilight is gradually dimmed down. The thin lips are no longer smiling, but they are extraordinarily cold, and even the chill that converges is slightly loosened again. Jian, who did not avoid his sight, was watching all the time. He saw the young soldier's savage darkness like the night sky, and the faint smile in the inside was recovered. When they opened again, the sound was heavy and cold. Little girl, protect herself. Not talking about it. As for taking the lead, Jian knows that the old people in the mountains will often lead the troops in the army, but they have never let a young girl in his teens lead the way. In his eyes, Jian is still a little girl. However, in her eyes, he is just a young soldier in his early 20s. He smiled lightly, and Jian said, "You should choose to believe me, not standing here and talking to me." The young major, like an eagle-like black scorpion, looked at the little girl with a straight back in front of her back. Afterwards, she liked it and seemed to have other deep meanings. She said, "You are very courageous." Stepping past Jian, he then told the soldiers who stayed to her down the mountain, before the criminal suspect did not find it, seal the mountain. This is a young, but already an officer with real power. Jian, who did not retreat, turned around and looked at the back of the major. He smiled slightly. "My brother was bitten by the Yugong snake that I threw out. I didn't handle it after an hour. He will soon. Life is at stake. Major, can you find someone within an hour?" Find someone within an hour. How does this little girl sound like he is threatening him? Chapter 19 does not understand much. Jian was so big that he had never been threatened by being placed on the table. He didn't even think that the little girl in front of her eyes was so big that she wanted to follow them into the mountains. The sun shines through the leaves, sparsely and shallowly, and the girl standing in the mottled light and shadow has a pair of tough black scorpions, black and black, with all-encompassing silence. The look in the girl's eyes is not in line with her age, and the juvenile is used on her body. The persistence in her eyes made him suddenly unwilling to refuse. "Little girl, if you want to lead the way, you have to keep up. Lu Bing, look after her." Jian did not choose to believe that she would lead the way, but because she did not want to continue to talk to this young girl. Take her to see and let her know what is dangerous, and to be completely honest. His steps were very big, wearing combat uniforms and army camouflage. He climbed the bush with one hand, and then a little jump. The arched back is like a beast in the jungle, staring at the prey. The soldier Lu Bing, who was left behind, took down his helmet and smiled and said, "You have a little girl who threatens the summer team. You are not his soldier, or ah." The helmet that was taken down was directly buckled on the leaf. Jane's head. "Otherwise, I have to fix it. With a good hat, keep up." The Xia team is referring to the young major. What is terrible? She raised it. Naturally, there are reasons for herself. Jian, who refused to have a helmet, had his hands clinging to the bushes and followed. There are traces of squatting here. Here is the trace of the triangular bracket, and this piece is also photographed. Jian, who quickly followed up, saw the soldiers who should have been chasing criminals, and the man called the Xia team stood in one place. He pointed to a place where a soldier took a photo with his camera. Jian heard the sound of the bushes behind him, and there was some surprise in her heart. The little girl was really wild, so she followed it up so quickly. "I met them on the other side, but they are no longer there." Jian pointed to the in front and squinted at the corner. "However, they certainly dare not go on the mountain again. Being bitten by a snake, walking on the mountain is a dead end." Jian apparently understood what she meant. She looked at it and smiled. "Yes, so we can get evidence first. All the signals around are blocked, and it is impossible for people who flee in the mountains to send out information or call for help. Although this is a man with a cold face, when he smiles slightly, it is really fascinating." Jian thinks that she has never been a woman who will be flashed by the male color, but this time, it is inevitable to take a more glance. The breeze of the mountain came from the cool wind, and when it was blown away for a moment, it also brought a hint of silk. Breathing, and then taking a light breath, Jianming is shining brightly and revealing a hint of diamond-like light. In a few steps, she was light and went to the side of Xia Jinjin. She was the voice of a girl. "How long do you have to collect evidence?" Some of them have not gone too far and can catch up. Xia Jinyuan's black scorpion swayed fiercely, faintly looking at the girl who was only a distance away from her fist. The little girl's eyes have a kind of tenacity that can be trusted, so before and now. Xia Jinyuan, who has always arranged his own actions, did not immediately answer, but quietly looked at the toughness of his eyes and revealed the indifferent little girl. It's probably because the time of silence is a little longer. She is slightly anxious to open again. From here, it's a sheep horn, and it's a big road to escape from the corner of the horn. Summer team, if you believe me, P. The leaf syllabus that was chased was chasing anxiously, and a small mouth was drawn from the leaves of the bushes. The red swollen forehead, the small face of the beads, was tenacious and not plucked, and tied with the cliff. The saplings of the roots, the wind and the rain did not. Xia Jinyuan's silence was only a few seconds, and the thin lips were very shallow. Under the helmet, the handsome face of Qing Jun was cool, but gave Yi Jian warmth because he said, "Okay." Concise and simple, no pauses. "I can guarantee it." Yi Jian grinned, nodded gently, and the childish voice swayed. "Here, you are not familiar with me. Go with me. There will be no mistake." Xia Jinyuan, who laughed, slugged his fingers together, then slowly and coldly, and told Yi Jian to go first. "I also promise that if we are there, you will go home without any damage." Sometimes, choosing to believe is just because the other person has a look, an action, a sentence. Xia Jinyuan believes in Yi Jian because he is in the eyes of the other party and sees the calmness and self-confidence that are always hidden under calm. Very interesting little girl, wild and full of knowing how to advance and retreat. I believe that she is not a difficult thing. In order to convince her that her face is stretched tightly, her eyes are full of disobedient light, like the sun shining in the sky, dazzling and dazzling. She wants to help them. Xia Jinyuan showed a very rare smile, nodded, whispered, "We are in front. You are at the end. Under any circumstances, do not act rashly." "Well, I won't be your burden." Yi Jian knew that he was very lightly relieved, and the wind blew again, and the smell in the wind was getting weaker. The soldier in charge of the map looked at Yi Jian and whispered to Xia Jinyuan, "The Xia team." She said nothing wrong. "From here, it is the fastest way to escape to the big road. You three are here." Xia Jinyuan's slender fingers slid gently across the map. His expression was serious and cold. He was like a king pointing the way, holding his own great mountains and rivers. "You three after this break." Xia Jinyuan in the order looked up and looked at the direction of Yi Jian in a cold and sharp direction. "Small girl, since you know that the other person has a gun, you can hide it." Yi Jian nodded. "Good." Although Xia Jinyuan really promised to bring such a little girl's decision, although the soldiers did not quite understand it, they did not choose to ask them immediately. They took the steel gun, and they were led by Yi Jian and quickly chased them in front. There was no trace of the direction in which she chased. A soldier from a scout was surprised to see Yi Jian walking in front. This girl, not observing the surroundings, not looking at the scene, not analyzing the possibility, how did it do it? Compared with the surprise of the scouts, Xia Jinyuan was only briefly surprised after the discovery, and he accepted it calmly. The world is big, there are no strange things. Some people are naturally born more intelligent than others. Some people are born with mediocrity. When they come across something that is astonishing, you only need to know that it is not strange to others. It is because you are not as good as others. Special period, slow today. Chapter 21 is no wonder. Yi Jian, 14 years old. The second day, for years old, no father and no mother. Since the soldier Liu Bing recognized Yi Jian at a glance, when Xia Jinyuan opened his mouth, he explained the situation he knew, concisely and clearly. The people in the village say that they are a very poor girl. Children who are not cared for by their parents are usually more sensible and know how to survive. Xia Jinyuan looked at the figure that was a little more sensitive than the swift-wearing Lin, and the line of sight was slightly congested. With a sad life, but in her body, cannot see the haze, only in her eyes to see the SD. He just looked at her more, but the people with strong gas field even had a sense of substance, and it was difficult for Yi Jian to ignore it. When she looked back, she only saw that he retracted his gaze, only to give himself a very elegant side, and told the soldiers, "Send the coordinates back to the troops and block the exit to prevent the connection. Once the target is locked, you can close the net." And Jian obeyed her promise and stopped when she took it to a certain extent. "It should be in front, and I can hear the sound." She also knows this. They did not find that Jian could not help but blink. Raising his hand and making a forward gesture, the pedestrian searched along the direction she pointed. It is indeed in front. The snoring of the leaves is obviously different from the sound of the wind shaking. "I don't know if they hear the difference." Jian squints. Jian, who took the lead, was on the rocky that slipped down. The sights were slightly swept away and the traces of the three suspects were found. The large thorns that were cut open were the most powerful evidence left by the suspect. How does she know the clear direction of the suspect? How do you know that the criminal suspect stopped here? Jian went down and felt that a line of sight with doubts had. Lifting, look faint and look at the owner of the line of sight. Very keen girl. Jian suppressed the deepening doubts in his heart and once again smashed the leaves. "Hidden. Let us come back. I will send someone back to." Who asked him to send someone? As soon as they left, she immediately turned back. Help them. But because the last time and the most desperate, wearing the same uniform of soldiers, bought a TI. This is kindness, no matter what time. The three of them were caught while resting, and Yesleeves faintly heard a gunshot from behind, and finally, calmed down. Jian did not return along the original road, but went to the place where the spring eyes washed his face, washed the dirty things temporarily wiped on his face, and then easily went to the neighboring village Zhongbin's house. When Jian came back, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. When he arrived on the road, he saw Sun Dongqing and Ying, 2 mothers and women, standing on the side of the road with a box. Seeing her coming, the actions of the 2 mothers and daughters were consistently cold, and they turned a blind eye and ignored it. They are not reasonable, and Jian is happy. "Mom, are you locked at home? Didn't come back during this time. Don't settle the lock. Beware of the thief at home." Behind him, there was a worries of Yi Ingjiao's worries, and the voice was not high or low. Going up, "I am really afraid that the thief is still deeply worried." Sun Dongqing sighed coldly, and she smiled and took her daughter. "As long as she dares to come in, I will dare to fight. I will never dare to fight until she is honest." Turned, "I thought that Jian would stop, which no. People are already far away." Sun Dongqing, who was biting the gang, snorted disdainfully, and the eyes that were smashed flashed with a malicious look. "Dead hoe, rabbit scorpion, let her face no face on him." Chapter 22 Clever Fox. On the mountain, Jian told the soldiers to stop searching for people in the headset. Ziatude of film. Let her hide. Even a greeting does not hit, and left. It is difficult to say goodbye before leaving. Summer team. Do you want to send people to the village to ask, see if she goes back? Lu Bing, who came back from the team, was not at ease. There were wild boars in the mountains. Don't be hurt by wild boars. In the headset, the command came back to the team, and then look at the darkness of the sky. Jian, who has slightly evoked the thin lips, smiled and said, "No, a clever fox can survive any place. Take the team. Receive the team, close the team. Stand upright, take a break." Returning to the mountains, it is impossible to be as neat as the return of the playground. After the name is over, in the darkness of the sky, Jian took the patrol team to the direction of the troops. The sun is already going down, such as the sunset with a layer of light gold through the jungle, sprinkled on the front of the handsome back. More and more his appearance is tall and straight, like a worldly god. His pace is very stable. Every step of the way seems to carry the shackles of all things. This is the 20-year-old Jian, who met the 14-year-old Jian today. The mountain was finally dark, and the dim light was lit up in the... Although the mountain villages of the 1990s were poor and backward, the blessings of the troops were the earliest in the 10 countries. The evening in the warm spring was still a little cold. The villagers wore a thick coat and came to see the TV at the home of Chioda. As the only family in the village who has a black and white TV, as long as it is at night, it is V. The villagers chatted while watching. During the day, Sun Dongqing's actions were fermented in one day, and at night, it became a critical meeting. Fortunately, she was not there. If she wanted to, she would jump. The owner of the TV set, Xiu Dawei, still said in the village with indignation, Sun Dongqing is not a good commodity. If I just bumped into it. Jane's head did not even bring the clothes to the school on Monday. And what kind of textbooks were there? The plenary was she is locked in the room. That's the prophet, you didn't see it. I jumped out and said that I was doing nothing. I can see it. This girl is actually awesome. You said, the simple voice of the swearing head. Where is the opponents of the mother and daughter? Jian listened and smiled slightly with her eyes closed. This world began to change from here. Although the sky is dark, there is no light in the house of the old man, and there are people in the house besides him. People catch it, transfer the transfer early, I will keep an eye on the village. The old man in his chair looked like a torch, and the room was dark and slow. I am old now. I also want to find a successor who can occasionally come forward for me. People, I am in the middle, I don't have to bother with the team. A few unspeakable breaths were extremely light, and some people respected it. You are good at the owner. If you need to use the team, please feel free to contact us. It is not too early, we will not bother you. Rest, goodbye. The speaker stood up, and his metally luster on his shoulder flashed in the darkness. Tomorrow we are in the team, waiting for you to come and give pointers. There are villagers in the back hills, and you avoid a little. The old man did not get up and sent, but faintly reminded a few words, and waited until a few people in the house had left, only quietly started. Body. Yi Jifan's family is becoming more and more disrespectful. He has to go to the village chief's home to become a success. Chapter 23 is not something you can afford. Zhang Difu, the village chief who was eating dinner, saw that the old man came over, and he suddenly ran out of his heart and greeted him personally. Uncle, what do you have to do with a letter to me? And you will come over and come over. Tell you about the simple girl. The old man took his hand into the small courtyard. At the age of 70, he smashed the cannon and came out of the dead. Even if he was old, he could not change it. The roots, the military power into the bones. The people in the village don't know what the military is, but they have a sense of awe in the roots. Zhang Difu asked the old man to sit in the house and let his wife go out first, and then sighed. Jane Shantao, for many years, I am afraid of being wronged by many we don't know. Uncle, it's my fault. I thought it would be inconvenient for you to take care of a girl. It's better to give her a big band. It's a big prostitute, and it's awkward. I know, actually. The old uncle gently raised his hand and said, It has nothing to do with you. It is unclear. This morning, Jane Shantao figured it out and said that he would come back to live. I said that when she was young, I didn't come out to be the master. Now, it is her own proposal, and this must be done. The child is clever and clever, just as smart as her parents. If you train well, I will not be able to become a talent. I will not go there at Yi Jifan. You sent A to school on Monday to find Yi Jifan and do his wife. Good things tell him one by one. In the last sentence, the voice of the roots of the old man is filled with the ice. When he heard Zhang Difu's heart is a jump, he panicked. I should be busy. Well, Jane, she wants to come back. There is no reason not to let her back. Just, uncle, you have been in the past few years. He did not say down. It seems that there is an unspeakable addiction. I haven't retired yet, and I walked into the mountains from time to time. The roots who didn't drink the tea didn't drink, and the old man got up and habitually sorted out his own dress. He looked at Zhang Difu with a gaze. Shun Sheng said, Yi Jifan do not agree. Let him roll back to find me. How did I send people to his home that year? How he sent people back? Zhang Difu, who only felt his head sweating, got up and bent, and he panicked. Uncle, you can rest assured that this matter will not bother you. I will handle it. I will handle it. For many years, he was the second time to see the roots of the old man temper. The first time was Yi Jian. Her mother came back with a big belly. The second time, Yi Jian was swept out of the house by Sun Dongqing. Zhang Difu, who had seen the old man out of the house, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Even the last dinner was not finished. He first gave a phone call to Yi Jifan in the town. Uncle had a temper. He could not hold back. Yi Jifan, who received the call, didn't know that her mother had brought her daughter over. After listening to it, the anger was going straight up. Defu Gu, I will come back tomorrow and ask the uncle to sin. But Jane's head. The matter, I have to trouble my brother to help me. My deputy mayor, You must not be embarrassed. I call you a brother into this? I can't do it. The uncle said, how did he send Jane to your home? How do you send people back? Zhang Difu is determined not to step in. Who is the root of the old man? Does he dare? When the troops sent the pennant in the army, although it was quietly coming, he was also a small village official in the village, and he knew a little. This is the fault that Sun Dongqing has caused himself. He will not care. Chapter 24 is difficult for me? Chang, I know that this is a difficult thing for you. So let's make Yi Jian come over and answer the phone. I will say a few words to her. Yi Jifan, whose face is blue, is pressing the anger of his heart. Stupid girls. She dared to mistake him for his promotion and fortune and could not spare her. When I received a phone call from Yi Jifan, Yi Jian's mood was awkward. When she left school, it would be absolutely impossible to say that she did not have the credit of her deputy mayor. After a shallow, feeding sound, Yi Jifan's voice came from inside. I heard her uncle's voice a few years ago, but it was full of official tune, and unlike the present, it would also play a family card. Uncle, when you open your mouth, let me stop, and I need to argue with myself. The beggars are swept out of the house. This is what the whole village has seen. I am noisy. You are not indifferent now. I am even more afraid to return. Sorry, Uncle. Autumn is still waiting for me to go back to dinner. I hang up. Goodbye. The home that is not her own. She will never go back. Even if it is closer, she is not happy. That night, Yi simply lived in the house of Chiu Dayton, sleeping with her daughter, her classmate Wen Li, in a room. She did not immediately return to her home, since the grandfather sent it. Then she waited, waiting Yi Jifan to send her home personally. On Sunday afternoon, Yi Jian went back to school with Wen Li. Although the two were in the same class, they were not the same female dormitory. They entered the school and separated. Yi Jian, who was his luggage, walked toward his dormitory. Although he left the junior high school campus for more than 10 years, he still remembers where his dormitory is and where the teaching building is. You are really amazing. You have taken the first test, and your cousin is the last. Yi Jian, who was her luggage, had not yet entered the dormitory, but heard the sound of the little girls playing. This voice. Yi Jian slightly squinted, and after thinking about it, he remembered that the master of the voice was who. Pushing open the dormitory door, Yi Jian is like a pause button, all of which makes the noisy sound stop, and one of them looks at her. Hey, isn't this Yi Jian classmate? A girl in a red coat squinted and smiled. The number one in the last year, you are now famous in school. The same is the name of the leaf. How is the difference so big? To the provocation of the little girl, Yi Jian put her duffel bag on the upper bunk against the door and turned around, looking at He Jiamin with a smile. Yes, the same name as the leaf. How is the difference so big? The bright eyes are looking at He Jiamin's answer. As for the meaning of the words, whoever understands in the heart can understand what it means. There are two in the dormitory, and they are all standing on Yiying. No way, students with good grades are usually fragrant in school, like Yi Jian, the last countdown to the world, can be friends, that is, the penultimate, third and fourth place. Coincidentally, there is really a penultimate in the same dormitory, but I have not yet come to the dormitory. And this is still a slap in the face, smiling and accepting the student's admiration of Yi Yingwen. The small face of the palm of the hand is brushing the white and white, just faintly pleasing eyes. This time is also a slight flash of eyes. How can she, one of the parties, not hear what it means? Chapter 25, Dare You? But He Jiamin did not know the inside story. Naturally, he could not hear it. Hearing the words, he provoked a pretty good eyebrow, and his eyes smirked and said, You still have a self-awareness, and it is not harmful. Looking back, Yi Ying, who is not good at his face, smiled and said, Ying, go back. She is more pleasing than before. Isn't it pleasing to the eye? I also know that I admit that I am worse than Yi Ying. Oh, and the draped hair is also tied up. Look at it. He Jiamin's eyes are a little bit wrong. Staring at Yi Jian, the voice is suddenly raised. Put your hair down, hurry. She called it, and the two girls who were close to Yi Yingxiao's eyes looked at it. At first, they didn't feel anything. Gradually, one of the two faces changed. It is clearly leafy, but it is not like leaf. In the past, Yi Jian was really good, but she liked to keep her head down. She wore a long hair all day. She didn't have her own opinion like a wooden man. It's a matter of listening to anyone's words, and it's inevitable that people will be embarrassed. In the words of Ying, she is a small pet she raised, and let her go east. She is absolutely afraid to go west. Now the leaves are simple, the hair is clear, the eyes are clear and light, and there is a shallow smile in the corner of the mouth. It is standing in a generous manner. Even if it is not laughing, it is also a burning heart, like a flower in full bloom. Yin it seems to be iced, and it is impossible to remove it. This is not the leaf Jane they know. Just like a person. The lips of several girls are slowly picking up. They don't like it. They don't like it very much. Yi Jian, put a few of our beds. He Jiamin suddenly pointed at his bed and drank it. Come on. I want to sleep. She opened her mouth, and the other two girls' eyes shook slightly. It was a look at Yi Jian, who looked so beautiful and could be bullied. Yi Jian raised his eyebrows and calmed the eyes with a little cool color. He said, if you admit that you are a disabled person, I can help you with great care. You. The good end was smashed into a disabled person. He Jimin was angry and his face was red, and he didn't want to, and raised his hand and waved toward Yi Jian's face. Raising his hand, the leaf simply held the high-winged wrist, his eyes staring at He Jiamin, and he said, I still want to bully me like that before? He Jiamin, you can try it. The pickpocket was pushed directly forward, and He Jiamin, who was not wary, was directly pushed down without any scruples. Yi, who still wants to watch the show, Ying, their three girls. Once she saw that He Jiamin was pushed down, all of them scared and screamed. Ying was the first to stand up and screamed, Yi Jian, what are you doing? Hit people? This crime is so good. Calling people? Ying classmates, if this is called beating, then you are wrong. I am just right defense. Yi Jian smiled coldly, stunned Ying, the incarnation of the justice messenger. Indifferent, turn around and make a bed for yourself. He Jiamin, who unknowingly lost his face, could swallow this breath and climbed up from the ground. He rushed over to Yi Jian. Yi Jian, you dare to beat me. You dare to beat me. A delicate girl, the last Jane who worked in the security company, is very clear. One over the shoulder, once again fell to the ground. I said, don't come to provoke me. Yi simply patted the palm of his hand and looked at He Jiamin, who had fallen white when his face fell, and looked up, his eyes daringly sweeping over the other two to scare his shoulders. Girl, Tanwei, CS Sifeng, what tricks do you have to play behind? I don't mind playing with you. Exactly. I suddenly like to use violence to solve things. I also like to play with knives. If you accidentally hurt your face, don't blame me for not reminding you. Qingyun does not write female strong texts, but also what to write. Our female owners must be strong. Is it not strong? No reason is not strong. Waiting for our leaf Jane to conquer the world. Chapter 26 is for you. These girls, after graduating from junior high school, never had their news again. Yi Jian did not think about how to really treat them. If they were shocked, they would not have to. Ying, who was frightened by Ying, sat down on the bed. His eyes flickered and looked at Yi Jian, and there was a faint smile in his eyes. It's really time to come. I just don't know what happened to my mother. Yi Jian, see when you can still be proud of it. Yi Ying smiled coldly, and the blinking eyes were not only proud, but also a layer of determination. She patted He Jiamin, who was crying and cried, whispering, we let the villain get smug for a while, rest assured, and soon she will cry. A lot of information is revealed between the words, and I am completely afraid of Yi Jian. Since she returned to school, Yi Jian was mentally prepared. Similarly, she should have an idea. She also had an idea. Why is Ying not afraid? Oh, but because of my parents. Lightly cold hooked the corners of the mouth. The twilight darkly looked at the oversettled Ying. The cool color that appeared in the depths of the scorpion faintly smacked a sigh of relief, and returned to Ying a cool smile. Whispered, okay, and see who can laugh at the end. The same is true. The difference is that Yi Jian's decision is based on his own confidence. Seduce the teacher? How can such a big thing be just a scene of Sun Dongqing's two mothers and daughters? Facing the shallow smile of Yi, the calmness of the inside, the eye of the eye that is dark and refreshing is suddenly jumped a few times, and there is panic in the heart. Close to the fist, Ying picked up his mouth tightly. Don't be afraid, don't panic. She has a mother and a father. Yi Jian, this dead girl has nothing. What does she fight with herself? Why fight with herself? As long as Mr. Cook comes out to testify, he is absolutely safe and sound, and the dead girl must be his smash name. In the future, he can only watch his face live. Thinking of this, Yi Ying's withered arrogance reignited, dismissively retracted his eyes, bowed his head, and comforted He Jiamin in a delicate and soft manner. Tan Wei and CS Sifeng did not dare to stay in the dormitory. They found an excuse to go back to the classroom to read books and hurriedly left. In the classroom, there are already more than 20 students, and a dozen boys are surrounded, and they don't know what they are holding. Sitting in the middle is a boy with a nose and a pimple. He holds a physics book in one hand and presses the scorpion. The mysterious secret. You guess what I found today. The students wrote love letters to the teachers, so that the boys who were eager to move during this youthful period of interest evoked all the interest, staring at the boys who deliberately hooked their appetites. They were excited. Rely, do you still have to guess? Of course, love letters, love letter. Come on, let us see, the love letter written by Yi Ying, a good student, to the teacher. Her language scores are so good, and she has written a lot of good words. Come, read it out, we can learn from it. In the laughter of the temple, the good love letters written by Yi Ying, the good student of the 3 good students. With the boys clear, and after reading them one sentence at a time, all the male and female students sitting in the classroom know all. Wow, this is a good writing. What you are blue sky, I am a white cloud. You are a mountain, I am a tree. Is it written by Yi Ying? How do you seem to have copied it from the magazine? Rely. Boy, you dare to see the companion. Beware of being approved. Chapter 27 Fighting Bucket. Tan Wei and CS Sifeng, who came to the classroom, were just like stupid, standing at the door of the classroom, and they heard the love letter in their ears. Zhongbin, what are you talking nonsense? Or CS Sifeng reacted a little faster, rushed into the classroom, and yelled at the boys standing on the desk to read the love letter. You shut up. Yi Ying can't write. Give the teacher. You less here is Yi Ying. The girl's face is thin, and the word love letter is vague. How could it be wrong? Yi Ying's word does not know. Zhongbin jumped off the desk. He was the tallest boy in the class. Standing in front of a girl of 1 meter and 5 meters, he had already 1 meter and 7 meters. Ben can scare people in height. What do I do for her? This is her word. They can all testify. The laughter of the boys is even bigger. Ha. CS Sifeng, you are behind the squad leader, don't you know? Ha. You must know. Come, tell us how many love letters the squad leader wrote. Give it to our teacher. You are nonsense. Give me a shut up. What do I know? I don't know anything. CS Sifeng listened to himself, and he couldn't help but rush, and wanted to argue, was lived by Tan Villa. Don't argue with them. Go back to the dormitory and tell Ying. Tan Wei's face was white, and she did not defend her words. Obviously, I know something. The 2 of them ran back to the dormitory, but the dormitory was empty. When I asked the dormitory next door, I knew that Yi Jian was shouted by the teacher. Yi Ying accompanied He Jiamin to the town hospital. In the principal's office, Mr. Ku, the class teacher of the second class, was righteous and said, "The principal, this kind of problem students can no longer stay in school. The young age is so unscrupulous, and then continue to let her stay in school. Will take my entire class bad. Deputy Mayor, I know that you still want to leave her, but I am sorry, my Ku, you will never accept this female classmate who is seduced by the teacher." In the office, there are principals, Teacher Ku, and naturally, Yi Zhifan and Sun Dongqing, and there are also a couple who can't be less. In the face of the accusation of her class teacher, from the moment she came in, she looked calm and stood in a straight line like a loose face. There was no panic on her face, only calmly calmed down. When Sun Dongqing listened to Mr. Ku's words, he quickly stood up and accused Yi Jian. You are still here, and you are not acknowledging the mistakes to the principal. You said that you are young, not good at reading, just thinking about finding a man. Friend, you are mad at me and your uncle. This is to force the confession of Yi Jian and to seduce the teacher's crimes. Chen Chan, my niece has no father and no mother, no discipline. This way, Teacher Ku, she will let her turn away from your class, but drop out, The principal, please let me know. She is still young, and the country is a 9-year compulsory education. Although I made a big mistake, I also asked the principal to look at my face and let her finish her junior high school here. I promised that after going home, I must educate her so that she can never be in this junior high school for 3 years. Don't bother the school. The deputy mayor speaks at a higher level than Sun Dongqing does not know how many levels. But there is only one goal, and the real leaf simply seduced the teacher's charge. Chapter 28. What are you worried about? Teacher Ku of the 2nd grade, 2nd class, is a 40-year-old female teacher. She is very rigorous in dress and looks like a teacher. But she has a son who spends money like a running water and goes to college in the provincial capital. She has always loved her son. She almost sent all the money on her hand to her son. She left a little bit with her husband and only kept a meal. No one would suspect that she had a red envelope in private, and Jian of her last life had no doubt. Until the middle school year, she saw Sun Dongqing handing a red envelope to the teacher Ku, who was visiting home. Later, when I gradually became clear, I realized why Ying was so rampant. It turned out that there is still a teacher behind Ku. Jian, who had never heard anything, took the next step, which just blocked the way of teacher Ku. The black cockroach with a shallow smile, looking at the teacher who was eager to leave, said, "Mr. Ku is not anxious to go. I have not solved this matter. I am afraid that you are not good to leave." After being stopped by the students, Mr. Ku couldn't accept it and angered him. "Jian, you dare." "Don't dare, just ask you to wait a little longer." Jian said with a smile, turned to lock the door of the principal's office. The door is locked, and this good show should be staged. Jian is not flustered or busy, and the voice is slightly tight. "Qinchan, I know that you are a soldier. You emphasize to us that integrity and justice are the personalities that a person must possess. And I, in my heart, never dare to forget." As soon as she spoke, she was surprised by President Chun. This little girl is calm, and she has not seen her panic in the face of such a serious matter. "It is true. This is for people. You can remember it in your heart. I am very pleased." Although President Chin's expression is severe, the look at Jian's eyes is full of encouragement. How do you say this? Thing. A calm girl. Every move is a leisurely little girl. She has a charismatic charm. Teacher Ku's face changed slightly and snorted and said, "The principal, no student will take the initiative to admit his mistake after making a mistake." Jian. "Mr. Ku, even if he is sentenced to a death sentence, the court will also give him a chance to argue. This is your student, and also a student of our town middle school. Mayor Yi, I don't want any misunderstanding. Let's go." The serious-looking Chun, the principal, interrupted Mr. Ku's words and turned to look at Yi Zhifan. Shunsheng said, "Students make mistakes. The school will definitely punish. But we will never marry a student, especially this kind of thing. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak." Jian opened his mouth in a timely manner, and Yu Guang saw Yi Zhifan secretly pulling Sun Dongqing, who wanted to stand up and talk. The sneer in his heart gradually rose, but his mouth was spoken. The speed is not slow and slow. First, I will never admit that I have seduced the math teacher. As for what kind of math teacher to confess on Friday, Teacher Ku, I will hand in the test paper with Zhang Bin at 2:45 p.m., go to the teaching building downstairs at 2:50, go to the gym at 2:55. Yang looked for Ying and fell to the ground at 2:58. And the math teacher left the school with Zhang Bin at around 3 o'clock. From the time point of view, Teacher Ku, I have no possibility to find a math teacher. Time, place, witnesses can all be said one by one. President Chin nodded with approval. Yes, from time to time, you really have no possibility. But Yi Jian, if it was before, have you ever had it? Chapter 29, let me slowly say. It used to be even more impossible. Yi Jian laughed. Her facial features were abrupt. It was a beautiful beauty, a smile, a good demeanor, such as the pearl. I am here every day. I can say it. Start school for a month. Any day I am there. I have done something. I can say it. Hey, this is a lot of gold on the face. Sun Dongqing, who couldn't help himself, sneered a sneer, and suddenly rushed up, his mouth sharply pointed out. The dead scorpion film. You still have a hard mouth. Rushing up, it is waving to the face of Yi Jian. This is her habits. I forgot to cover up in my heart. President Chun is a soldier. When he sees this, he reacts very quickly. He squats on his desk and screams, "Stop! You!" In the sound of a chair drag, the tone he drank directly it stopped, got up and walked out. Duh. Do you intend to make me a trick? Jian put his hands on the back of the chair. It was she who dragged the chair straight across the front and blocked the slap in the face of Sun Dongqing. She said, "It's really good. Prestige, in front of the principal, do you dare to fight me?" The headmaster Chun, who came out, waved a beckoning gesture and gestured to her to come to her. Du Fu's silent Yi Jifan said, "The so-called good education of Ye's deputy mayor is such a thing. Chun is a long-term knowledge. There is no default ingredient in preventing the behavior of your wife. But I didn't think that people didn't hit them, but instead made Yi Jian more lawless. If you don't do anything at a time, you need to try again." Yi Jifan quietly looked at Yi Jian and smiled awkwardly to President Chun. Let Chun, the principal of the school, laughed. "My family is an eager temper. Winter, you sit first. Let us listen to the prostitute's explanation. Let's go." The explanation is not necessary. It is better to let the witnesses come out without saying anything. Yi Jian ignored Yi Jifan's warning eyes and smiled slightly. "Next, you may have to bother Chun. It's a bit interesting." President Chun said to Yi Jian that he can just say a date. She can tell the things of the day and people. It is normal for a person to remember what is going on within a week and remember what happened within 3 days. But one person remembers what happened within a month, what he said, what he did. This is amazing. It's not just a memory that can be described as extraordinary. Teacher Ku, who was left behind by her own students, heard the words and simply sat down and sneered. A student who has never passed the exam and sat down in the stable class. In the face of the principal, "I dare to say so much. I am down. See how you end up." Yi Jian students, "Are you sure you want to be like this?" The interested school principal Chen looked at him and stood by his side. He was always a light girl, and his serious expression was a smile. Yi simply nodded and smiled. "The sentence I said is true, and there is absolutely no falsehood. Principal, please." She also hugged and invited, and the headmaster let the headmaster laugh. "It's a bit interesting, then I got the date." After the laughter, President Chun gradually converged his expression and his eyes became more serious. "Yi Jian, if this matter really has to be opened, I am afraid it is not good for you. You have to think clearly." In fact, President Chun is already convinced in his heart. He believes that such a clear-eyed girl, in the face of accusations, can still be so calm, enough to convince herself that she is indeed being defamed. Chapter 30, This is Against the Sky. Also let him believe that the so-called seduced teacher, things yes, but definitely not Yi Jian. Yi Jian first asked a few students to come over, all of whom she had met and who had not heard of them. Every student who shouted in was initially inexplicable and thought that he had a misfortune. How do you know that with Yi Jian's questioning and clearly saying what they said at a certain point in time? How many the classmate who secretly said that the teacher was swearing was scared? "I know what you said at the time. Just because I just passed, I can't know what else you said." Yi Jian smiled and explained, and immediately let the soft-skinned students sigh. It turned out that it was so, scared them. "I also thought that she said that the teacher was bad. She also knew. But it's horrible." There was still a period of self-study on Sunday afternoon. As the classmates and teachers who came in and out of the principal's office changed their minds and dialed one another, Mr. Ku's face was already white. If the first classmates come in, she can still accuse Yi Jian of colluding with them. Then the next few dials. What else can she say? "You didn't answer the question in math class that day. You said something to this classmate in Jing." Yi Jian clearly said what happened on the day of March 16th, who they met, what they said, a sentence retelling it one sentence. Yu Jing's classmate comforted you and said, "The question just was really difficult. You didn't make it very normal." He said, "The school commissary has come up with a very beautiful butterfly hairpin and wants to buy it back on birthday." Ward. Yi Jian's voice is light and light, not high or low. The two female students in the third, class on the road to the canteen's conversation are repeated in a word, and the two junior girls are stunned and surprised. The eyes are wide, are scared. "God, my God. She. How can she remember so clearly? The third-grade girl named Yu Jing pointed to Yi Jian and pointed to herself. Then she looked at her classmates and was shocked and said, You, you, you are too scary. I forgot that I said that day. What's the matter, you and you? Mom, how was your head born? This can also remember. Not only her, but the next few boys are already. I rely on. Looking at the little girl who said the words they said that day, I myself, and said nothing. She just passed, and even remembered it. The boys raised their hands and held the fists, and the rivers and lakes were full of energy. Classmates, I have served you. You can also remember this, I rely. For a full 2 hours, a total of 16 students were sent. President Chun was surprised from the beginning and left the office chair now. He was always shocked. He looked at Yi Jian carefully and said to the classmate who stood in front of him, Well, you guys will go out first. A few boys almost fled. Mom, the girl inside. What's coming? It's a day? It's only a head that grows up. How do you feel like you have 10 heads? Too horrible. What is this memory? Yi Jian, who took the cup, gently sipped and looked at Chan, smiling. Do you need to continue? Just a total of 17 students, in order to avoid suspicion that I did not call a classmate. No, I believe in you. The heart was shocked to see that the principal, Chun, who had been unable to withstand it, looked at Yi Jian's eyes and found the national treasure. Although he tried to calm himself, his eyes had already betrayed his current mood. I don't even know that our school has such a strong role. Yi Jian, you have been deliberate for years. Mr. Ku, who was as gray as her face, sat sullenly. Her eyes were already sluggish. And Yi Jifan looked at Sun Dongqing, who was fiercely staring at the stupid and was a public official. He could still calmly say, This is really a jealousy, President Chan, I hope. Little uncle, don't worry, the good play has just begun. Yi Jian raised his eyes, and the clear eyes of the spring looked at him who wanted to leave, indifferently. Who is the seduced teacher? There is no truth. Chapter 31 is only by yourself. What happened in the principal's office Yi Ying didn't know a little bit at this time. She helped He Jimin to return to the school from the town health center, which happened to be the night of the self-study class bell. The classrooms of the second and second classes were on the 3rd floor. The two appeared in the classroom door. There were still noisy classrooms that were quiet at the moment. One of them was watching Yi Ying. A few girls who didn't have a good relationship with Yi Ying were already laughing. They smiled and let the quiet classroom reappear. Tan Wei is already running from the seat. He pulls Yi Ying's hand and walks outside. Ying, go outside and say, Teacher Ku has not come yet. She must tell her quickly. Yi Ying's Lu Mei could not help but wrinkle up and grin. What happened? How do you look at your eyes one by one is not quite right. There was an accident. Tan Wei looked worried and pressed his throat. Zhangbin did not know how to find the love letter. He was also called to the principal's office. You are going to look at it. Love letter? Love letter. Yi Ying only stunned for a second. After the reaction, his face changed greatly, and the water shook the whole person and trembled uncontrollably. In the headmaster's office, Sun Dongqing was already angry and shivering. If Yi Jifan was dead, she would tear up Zhang Bin who handed over the love letter. Duh. I am just telling the truth. What are you doing with me? The love letter was originally written by Yi Ying. There is no relationship with Yi Jian. How do you swear? Zhang Bin is not afraid of Sun Dongqing's eyes. Come over and talk about things. He will wait for today. No wonder Yi Jian is so miserable in the class. It has a relationship with Yi Ying's family. He dared to say it today. He was not afraid of Sun Dongqing to marry him. Talking with the facts, he has no guilty conscience. Zhang Bin's words made Sun Dongqing angry to the liver pain. She couldn't help Zhang Bin, and she stared at Yi Jian's death. Where can't you live in our house? You have to do this to your sister, the future of your sister. The original Daxi knew that this kind of thing came out is the future of the bad guys. Yi Jianshao laughed. The alum of the Ming dynasty was covered with frost, and the black-haired nightmare was cold and lingering. There was no emotion in it. I just know this kind of thing. It's a bad thing for the bad guys. Oh, you have to dare to break my future, even if you are my pro-big brother. Her eyes are too cold, faint, and there is a hate that can't be stripped. How you still want it? Sun Dongqing stunned even more, and suddenly looked at the eyes of Jane. His heart slammed down, and those swearing words seemed to be unable to say at once. Seeing this, President Chin's heart has actually faintly understood what is going on. The rabbit is anxious to bite, and Yi Jian's child is obviously counterattacking. Seeing Yi Jifan's face, there is a dark cloud of Chin's head. Shun Sheng's voice. Zhang Bin, you go back to the classroom first, and let Yi Ying's class come to my office. Just look at how Yi Ying's class explained. I hope that this outstanding student, her character is as good as her achievements. When Teacher Ko heard that her legs were weak, she was already a bitter taste. The principal was the opportunity to keep her watching and not to go out for herself. Outside the door, Yi Ying was breathing heavily and was about to knock on the door. The closed office door was opened without warning, and Yi Ying, who was still doing psychological construction, was scared to cough. Zhang Bin saw her, opened the door, and strode away. Sun Dongqing, who heard the voice of her daughter, was rushing out. She was holding Ying Da, crying outside the door. Ying, you are wrong, you kid. It seems to be crying. The scorpion is pressing fast. Lightly said, put all things to the dead girl. Never say that love letters are written by yourself. Don't worry, there are parents. In case. Yi Ying is really panicking. How can this be pushed to Yi Jian? The love letter is indeed written by myself. Chapter 32, Yi Ying's Fun. Of course, my daughter knows and hears the stuns in her tone. Sun Dongqing looks gloomy and whispered, unless you want to drop out of school. Otherwise. President Chun did not understand Yi Ying, but he would look at a person's eyes first, look at his shape first, and then look at his people. He had already smiled in the dark, and he smiled. He gently clicked on the love letter that Zhang Bin handed over. He asked without hesitation, this love letter Yi Ying should have an impression. I have an impression. Yi Ying's low-browed eyebrows, his hands gently gripped, the straight sound of the sound is a little tremble. I wrote a short leaf for the leaf. The principal, you have to punish, just find me. I didn't persuade my sister. You don't punish her, just punish me. President Chun gently closed his eyes and had to say that he was quite disappointed with this outstanding student. When I opened it again, it was quite faint. Oh, then why do you let her write it for you, instead of writing it yourself? Huh, principal, you don't know this. My niece's words are the same as the chicken's. I can't write a good lyrics. Can I write a love letter? Sun Dongqing likes her daughter's calmness in her heart. The daughter does not admit that it is difficult for the school to force her daughter to admit it. Under the gaze of President Chun, Yi Ying squinted at the corner of his mouth. For a moment, he nodded and did not speak, but it was already the default by his mother. Sun Dongqing is not in a hurry to jump out and want to prove her daughter's words. The principal, my family Ying never lie, is a very honest child. You can see that her grades are good and good every year. Teacher Ku is already looking up at the forehead. Yi Ying is taking a step, looking at it, knowing, an adult is not as good as a child. Learning, it is excellent. What about this product? Chun, the principal of the school, paused and looked at the sights and became very sharp. You come to ask. I am going to see. I am here, who to see. Still dare to marry you. This is the meaning of standing completely on the side of Yi Jian. Yi Ying Deng, who is eager to jump, wants to take the impulse out of the door. In the atmosphere of instant pressure, the hands are clinging to the brain and flying at high speed. President Chun is completely convinced that Yi Jian, then, he must not come to the mother's meaning. Later, she turned sharply and looked at Sun Dongqing. It seemed to be inexplicable. Mom, you and Dad will not come to school for a love letter. The love letter is not wrong for me to write a leaf for the leaf. But now our little girl secretly writes a letter. It is normal to just read the love letter for yourself. Are you a big fuss? Yi Jian always knew that she was a woman with a lot of heart, but did not think of such a small Yi Ying, for her own sake, to ruin the reputation of her mother. The 6 parents do not recognize. It is the daughter of Yi Jifan. Sun Dongqing, who has not kept up with her daughter's rhythm, is a bit dumbfounded. She hasn't returned to her. Yi Jifan is taking a picture. Sun Dongqing, can you give me something to do with my daughter? Isn't it a love letter for a little girl's heart? You have to make everyone known. It makes me think that the prostitute really seduced the teacher. Wen Yan, Yi Ying was pouting and exclaimed, seduced the teacher? Mom, what are you talking about? The little face was shocked, and Yi Ying turned to look like he was fainting. He pulled Yi Jian's hand, and explained it quickly. Sister, you know my mom. I like to pick it up and ignore her. Look, this is Ying. She always has a way to take herself out of things. Chapter 33 is stimulated. Of course, she did not think about Yi Jian, but she had to fall down on Ying with such a thing. Fortunately, what she wanted was simple, but it was no longer necessary to destroy this whole life. This time, Sun Dongqing also understood the faintness. She was at home and her family was listening to her. But outside, she is not listening to her husband, just listening to her daughter. When the eyeball turned, he even said, "What? This is this. Oh, my face, I lost it, I lost it. I thought I couldn't let the prostitute go. How do I know? Misunderstood my relatives. Hey, I'm so quick to see my face. No face to see anyone." She understood it so quickly and let Ying feel a long sigh of relief in her heart, just holding Yi Jian's hand and apologizing constantly. Sister, don't be angry. I didn't accept it. I didn't expect it. Let my mom misunderstand. I apologize to her for you. Can you forgive us? Sister, you are so kind. Will forgive us, right? Right. Looking at Ying, who was rushing to tears, the leaf that was bent at the corner of his mouth pulled back his arm and smiled slightly. He said slowly, "Hey, come again. Every time it is forced. I forgive you, as if I don't forgive you. I am a wicked, wicked person. Ying, don't take my kindness as a weapon that you can hurt me. Isn't it that I seduced the teacher? In the face of President Chun, would you dare to talk to your mother again? Do you dare? Dead girl. She is pushing herself, force herself to confirm that she has not seduced the teacher. How could it be? How could I say this?" Ying shook his head. Tears were screaming, and his face was red and red. It seemed that he was really worried about Yi Jian. This is impossible. How could you seduce the teacher? Absolutely not. Also against Sun Dongqing said, "Mom, you have to make a big fuss. I will never forgive you. Sister will not do that kind of thing. You are less nonsense." President Chen looked at this scene and his face was already sinking. When a family comes to bully a child without a father or a mother, it is really awkward. "Come, Yi Jian, you come to me." Chan, the principal, waved and took off the pen on his chest. "Give me a line of words. I want to know if your word is really bad. To the letter of love. I also need to write on behalf of Yi Ying." The name of Yi Ying's face is a bit stiff. How can I still write a dead letter? However, what to write? Pushed Yi Jian, a secret sorrow. She said, "Sister, you should write well. Don't be afraid. You are innocent, I know. All my mother said, I was mad at me. I am not afraid. I am afraid that after writing it, you will not be able to get down." Yi Jian is a cool smile, watching the other side's stiff face, and my heart is a while. After taking the pen and spreading the white words, the action seems to be a line of words. Drop the pen and hand the written word to the headmaster Chun. Yi Jian smiled and said, "Let's take a look. I still need to ask Ying to write a love letter for me?" To be honest, her words, I really can't see it. The face of the stiff Ying was even more white, and secretly clenched the gang. "Yi Deputy Mayor, you have to look at it yourself. You have a lot of knowledge, and you must have a look at your heart." President Chun directly took the word written by the leaf and handed it over. "Ying, it really needs more directions. Yi Jian students can learn." Chapter 34 Self-Destructive Image. The Deputy Mayor Yi, who did not want to talk more about self-sustaining status, took a look and only felt that he was really faceless today and the lining was thrown away. This is not good looking. Is this the word that comes out of the chicken? Are you eyes? Yi Jifan is hating that this thin piece of zhang in his hand is directly drawn to Sun Dongqing's face. He stands up coldly and says to Chen's headmaster, "Chen Chan, I still have official duties to deal with here, and the school's business is still, please worry more." The paper in his hand was stuffed into his wife's hand, and he gnashed his teeth and said, "My mother is accompanying you to make a shame. I am still tired of my daughter. Yes, I am really embarrassed to see people today. Oh, I am." When I opened the paper, Sun Dongqing was stunned and could not even speak. At this time, Ying saw that his mother had taken all the responsibilities, and her heart was already quite calm. To see Sun Dongqing seems to have been hit hard. She worried again. "Mom, don't blame yourself, sister." Meeting. The line of sight falls under the paper chapter, and Yi Ying's eyes are instantly enlarged. How is it possible? How could this be a shorthand for ye? The paper chapter gently fell from her hand, and I saw the words of the line of clear-cut rookies, clear and windy words, and left on the white paper. The words are like their own, seemingly beautiful and long, but in fact the dark front is slightly visible, subtle and transparent. Yi Jian reached out and grabbed it gently, just catching the paper that was going to fall, and smiled at the electric shock like Yingguer. I still need you to write a love letter for me? Ying, you are really self-destructing now. Image, stay here and explain to the principal. At that moment, Ying was hated to be able to faint himself or to be laughed at by someone who looked down on him. Yi Jian, who returned to the classroom to study at night, accepted the attention of the whole class. Once again, she saw that this piece of Zhang was a strange but familiar face. Yi Ying's smile on the corner of his mouth has not disappeared. Everything will eventually pass, and she no longer has to be afraid, no longer have to worry, the most difficult first step she finally passed. Sitting in his position, the same table as not someone else, is Zhang Bin. Thank you, Zhang Bin. Thank you for standing up and telling her affair in just words. In the last life, she owed him a thank you. In this life, he must tell him personally. Yi Jian looked up, black sputum with a clear smile, slow and solemnly said, "Thank you very much." Zhang Bin smirked, and his eyes clearly reflected that Yi Jian's picture was like a rose, and he also showed his face. He said, "Your change is really big. It is much better than before." Very sincere, very simple praise. Yi Jian's eyes bent and laughed. The water inside the sputum seems to be the spring water under the sun, dazzling. Thank you. Because he helped, so that the image of Yi Ying is no longer clear and clean, writing a love letter to the teacher will always be the stain of her learning career. What kind of politeness? I can't understand that she usually bullies you. Hey, the teacher is coming. The boy who spoke was sitting right, not afraid to talk down again. Yi Jian bowed his head and opened the English book, which soon became a student's career. The night was getting deeper, and the school that had turned off the lights was silent. Occasionally, there were a few wild cats who screamed and made some screaming voices. After the night, the president, who informed the handling of Mr. Ku, did not sleep. He did not leave in the office. He looked at the unvoiced landline occasionally and looked down at the watch. In the mind of waiting for the phone, he could not help but appear in the evening of this evening. Write 8,006, and finally only 4,000 words. How much I have deleted. Chapter 35, The Identity of Chan, President. President Chun, who is absolutely obeying the troops and staying in the middle school in the town, is definitely the first time, because of a student who is lost. The classmates of the second and second class Yi Jian, while giving him shock, let him see a dazzling star rising. She did not hide her ability. She used a way for school students to remember her, standing at the forefront. Such an extraordinary classmate, because of the people under the fence, had to suppress his own skills and carefully survive in the cracks, but still did not seek to live in peace. It really hurts for her. When she was forced into a desperate situation, she did not endure anymore. She did not hide her ability. It was made in a way that the teachers and students of the whole school would remember her. I have to say that he is really grateful to Mr. Yi, the mayor of the family, or else the pearls are dusty, and it is very likely that they will be silent. The quiet landline ringing suddenly sounded, interrupting the thoughts of President Chun. The headmaster Chun who picked up the microphone lost the literati temperament in the day and made a steel-like chill. I am Chen Dongfeng. The phone loomingly sounded like a steel-like chill. 5 minutes later. Good. Chan, hang up the phone. Pick up the black jacket on the office chair, turn off the office lights, and at least 1 meter tall, he is integrated into the thick black. He went directly to the back of the office building, which is the school's freezer, which was built by the troops. Everyone knows that in order to ensure the quality of the meals for the students in the school, the town has specially built a freezer to store fresh meat, vegetables, and fruits, but no one knows that there is a tank transfer station under the freezer. The logistics needs to be guaranteed, and the troops never put all the eggs in one basket. How many years ago? President Chun has been here for a long time. He has been guarding the cold ice store for many years. No one knows that this middle school principal with a literary temperament and too faint confession is a world-class sniper before he retires. The soldiers who came here did not know, but the deputy company commander who accompanied them was clear. Here, not only is there a world-class sniper, but another one is already 70 years old. It is the first-class sergeant who will meet and salute. Jumping from the co-pilot position, the deputy company commander ran to the front of the long-awaited Jian and stood up to salute. It was absolutely unambiguous. I have to bother you again. Recently, the oil depot is tense, and the reserve tank will be replenished. Extended. When the war broke out, resources will be tight. President Chen briefed a few words. In 1994, Rwanda, 95 years of Yugoslavia and Bosnia, the three wars were affected internationally. In the past few years, the Chinese side has increased its military strength and guarded against it. It is afraid that some people will be troubled to provoke China's national prestige. Fujian Town is a small town that must pass through the relay of north-south weapons. The supply of reserve oil depots need to be kept up and must not be delayed. The oil depot is in the basement, and it is dark underneath, without a trace of light. In order to prevent the danger caused by the fire in the circuit, even the electric light in the storage tank is not installed. The warrior who jumped down the oil was using the lights on the helmet, and the action quickly used the indoor loading and unloading truck to send the fuel tanks one by one. About 20 minutes later, the truck started again and slowly left the school. The sound of the car's engine gradually drifted away, and Jian gently closed his eyes until he could not hear the sound. The blessings of the mushroom cools are received. Thank you, love you. Popular Science, 1st Division Sergeant. That is, the 7-term non-commissioned officer can become a 7-time non-commissioned officer in the army as a baby, is the real soldier king. Most of them are 2 white spots. They are engaged in highly technical occupations, and the top of each job skill is lacking. Chapter 36 is famous. Her sleep, whether it was in her life or now, is the same lightness, and a little bit of sound will wake up. But fortunately, I woke up to confirm that I was not in danger and could fall asleep quickly. However, the freezer coming tonight is a bit strange. When I came, I was full of goods. When I left, I was still full of goods. It was like not leaving the goods and leaving. Slightly turned over, Jian closed his eyes and his mouth slightly raised, and he fell asleep again. At less than 5:30 in the morning, Jian has already finished washing. He wears a uniform and runs to the playground. The playground of the town middle school is as big as 2 football fields. It is almost 12 kilometers around the 14 laps. The experience of the previous life tells her that exercise must be persevering, with sufficient physical strength, strong physical fitness, and self-protection without having to rely on others in danger. After 14 laps and half a run, the school wakes up and the bell is ringing. Some students on the playground have already started running in the morning. And Jian, who returned to the dormitory, just happened to meet Xie Sifeng, who was going to wash her face. She estimated that she hadn't woken up yet, and habitually told her to yawn. Hey, haven't got hot water for us. Just finished. I realized that Xie Sifeng's face suddenly froze, and the eyes flashed with obvious fear and rushed out of the dormitory. Good morning. Tan Wei whispered his mouth and greeted him with a low voice. He also hurriedly left. In the past, each one was arrogant, and this time it was the same as the mouse. Jian smiled and shook his head, hit the hot water to wipe the sweat, and then went to the cafeteria to solve the breakfast with the textbook. Look, this girl, do you know? What happened to her? It looks pretty and the skin is good. I told you last night, the girl with super good memory, Mom. It's scary to think about it now. After a few girls passed by, they secretly spoke, and they were afraid that Jian would hear it. The voice was lower than the lesser words in class. Oh, it's her. It's beautiful. I haven't heard of it before. It's over. It's not just girls, but the same boys are also discussing. The time for a breakfast makes the second and second classes that were not alarmed yesterday know what happened in the principal's office. When they returned to the classroom one by two, they saw the girl Jian, who was discussed in the upper and lower grades, and the mood was quite complicated. Good memory? Can you remember 1 month? Can you remember every word that everyone said at the time? Why are you so scared when you listen? In the class, a boy who likes to bully Jian, who is still eating buns in his mouth, is sitting on the desk of Jian, and his face is not in the same channel. Jian, we said a few last night. What? The leaf syllabus that is reviewing the language is lifted from the textbook, and the finger points to the desk. It says, "I don't like your behavior. Please go down." "Oh, Ying didn't come? You are bold." The boy smiled and deliberately twisted his body and shook his desk. He provoked. "What do you like if you don't like it? How do you want to? Ah, it hurts and hurts. Let go, let go." Provocative words instantly turned to beg for mercy, and Jian stood up and directly grasped the index finger that the boy pointed over, and then forced to go back outside. That pain on the spot is to let the boy hold his wrist while called. Chapter 37 is not a bone break. Jian has seen the most veterans in security companies and even retired special forces. "I have seen how hard they practiced, how to fight, how to make people die, and how to preemptively. Excellent. They can even see them on TV." From the age of 21 to 23, this is the happiest time of her life, and at the same time, she is the most learned. Those who had been suffering, she did not know until today, it is actually a gift from God. "It hurts?" "It doesn't hurt. I haven't used it very much." Yi smiled a little, and the bright eyes were so soft, like black slate. "Please, don't go down, let me stand. Please come up." I stood up and asked, "And you said it hurts." "Liao Jian, you are so embarrassed." Listening to her Qing you seems to be the sound of the mountain spring, her people, her smile, her voice. It suddenly makes people like the mountains and rivers, listening to the spring water. "This is Yi Jian. Is it really Leaf?" The Leaf Jane they know is too docile, too warm. You said her, she just smiled and listened. You yelled at her, she listened quietly, like a puppet without her own soul. Everything only knows to obey them, no one's own opinion. At this time, Liao Jian's wow was a painful appetite for the classmates in the class, and realized in an instant that the Leaf Jane they knew disappeared. Under the bullying of the students, under the pressure of Yi Ying, the docile Yi Jian disappeared. "That, Yi Jian, you are light, and it's hard to break the bones." The other boys were stunned and looked at Liao Jian's only one. Fingers in different angles. One of them only feels their own fingers hurt. Yi Jianshao looked at them a few times, all of which were deep in memory. As long as they saw the classmates who could remember their names, they also liked to bully her boys. 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus this hand. Yes, just 5 all. Bone breaks. It hurts him, but it doesn't hurt me. What's wrong with me? Yi Jian was a little harder, and he heard Liao Jian's voice crying a few decibels, and he still wanted to persuade him. The 4 boys went back a few steps. Liao Jian's classmates have been screaming and screaming. Broken. Let go, let go. Do you want me to ask you to go on again?" Yi Jian knows his strength, and then she can't really cut off her classmates' fingers. "Don't dare to bully me later?" "Mom, who dares?" Usually look at bullying. The facts are indeed good bullying, but once it breaks out, people can't afford it. No, I swear. Bye? It hurts." Liao Jian, who felt that his fingers were broken, continued to apologize, and he was released when his fingers were numb. Liao Jianyu, whose fingers were liberated, set his hand and looked at his eyes with a bit of enthusiasm. "Yi Jian, you and you. I rely." Yi Jane, who was faintly greeted by his gaze, blinked slightly, and his eyes were more embarrassing than the other. This made Liao Jianxin, who repeatedly said, "Good," 3 times, suddenly broke down, and finally he was very unwilling to sit back to his position. Yi Jianyang raised his eyebrows, and he was not willing to sneer at him. Chapter 38, Is he really a man? His dad is in the town a little way, you be careful. Zhang Bin, who came in from behind the classroom, sat down in his position and whispered, "It is said that the city is a bit related. My dad specifically told me to provoke him at school." Zhang Bin's father is the policeman in the town's police station. Some of the relations in the town are known. Wenyan, Yi Jian smiled indifferently. "I am just retaliating. He has a relationship. What can I do?" That is also the case. After thinking about it, Zhang Bin quickly put his fears aside and was interested to ask, "Before you are handsome, who do you learn from?" There is a father who is a policeman. Zhang Bin how much can get out of the door when the ear is smoked. Yi Jian took out the textbooks that needed to be tested this morning and put them on the table. They turned to the problem page and bowed their heads. They smiled and said, "No learning, just watching." After reading it, you can write it down and learn by yourself. She replied in such an understatement, and after letting Zhang Bin squat for a while, her heart was scared. Look at it, and you can learn. Can you be a little more subtle? I was hit again. There were neat footsteps coming from outside the classroom. The two immediately stood up, and they sat more than all the students. The most advanced is Mr. Ku, and behind her are 3 soldiers wearing formal military uniforms and chills and mighty weapons. It is not a strange thing to have military personnel in the school. There are always a few times each year to go to the school to explain some basic precautions for students. But the soldiers who came back, all of a sudden, let the students screen their breath. The girls are even squinting, and their eyes are staring at the young majors who walked to the podium under the guidance of Teacher Ku. Really handsome. Jian did not expect to see Xia Jinyuan again in his class. His eyes glided slightly on him, and he lowered his eyebrows gently. Sorry, I will take up the early self-study time of my classmates without prior notice. Xia Jinyuan took the military cap and gently placed it on the podium. The solemn national emblem happened to face the 62 students under the podium. Occupy the students for 10 minutes. I hope that when I speak, the students are all I can listen quietly. He took off his military cap and revealed his clear forehead. Junior's handsome face was already letting several girls see the whole person staying. His voice contains the military's prestige, and the low convergence reveals a slight coolness. The line of sight was silently swept from the left side of the classroom to the right. When I was through Jian, there was no slight stop. It didn't seem to be recognized. His meditation is to let the students return to the elementary school in 2 instants. Not only do they stand up straight, but they also hold their hands behind their backs. Very good. One of the eyes, the Xia Jinyuan, who was shocked by his classmates, was slightly tight, no longer carrying out the cold light. With his hands on the platform, his handsome body leaned forward slightly, slowly, and magnetically again. Today we are talking about how to be vigilant, find hidden behind us, and inquire about the movement of the troops, stealing troops. With his opening, Jian no longer bowed, but listened carefully and silently recorded any words he said. After listening to Zhang Bin for a while, Zhang Bin gently touched the back of Jane's back and whispered, "It's a scary look. I bet he must have killed someone." Explain the name of the man. You must let me explain. I just put on the explanation of the tall. Today, the emperor era, respected the emperor of the contemporary incumbent. Yuan, deep, far-reaching, profound and profound. Together they are a very deep, capable man. The truth is actually this. This is the name I feel free to come up. Chapter 39. Little girl. Some countries have a huge intelligence system. They not only operate in their own countries, but also in other countries. I hope that each of our classmates will be vigilant, prevent and stay away from spies for the sake of our country's security and prosperity, and for our peace and happiness. When Xia Jinyuan, who stood on the podium, spoke, the corner of his mouth was full of smiles, but his eyes were deep and fierce. Even if he smiles slightly, you will never think that this is a gentle man, and he will see at a glance that he is a very embarrassing man. At the same time, he is also a very powerful man. Elegant and powerful, handsome and elegant. When laughing, the black scorpion is slightly smashed like a sea. When it is serious, like the ancient sword, the movement and the silence are full of unparalleled temperament. No one is more suitable for wearing military uniforms than him. The golden epaulets are arrogant and sturdy, and the dark green military fittings fit together, and the gestures are all military and military. Perhaps it is because now he is facing a group of students. When Jian saw that he would arrest criminals on that day, the cold suffocation that came out of the eyebrows would be convinced, and he would talk quietly and decide to kill. The cold momentum is all hidden. Even if you kill someone, it is also a bad person. Looking at him, Jian answered Zhang Bin lightly. They are soldiers, and defending the country is their duty. The people who protect the country with guns, those who kill, are also those people who have died. The Xia team had a shocking blood, just like the blood gas that was released from the retired special forces that the security company saw in the past. Zhang Bin said that he killed people, and Jian absolutely believed. The two communicated whispering below, although there was not much movement, but they all fell into the eyes of Xia Jinjin. The line of sight swept slightly without a trace, and there was a pause of about half a second on Yi Jian's face. The dark twilight was slightly darkened. It turned out that this little girl was a student of the second class. Although you are only a student, it is the main target of rebellion against foreign spies. Here, Xia Jinyuan has a light smile, and he stopped at a certain direction, and he held the podium against the two. The soldier's left hand made an action quickly. Yi Jian's gaze is an instant tightening, following the direction of his line of sight, and then thinking about using the light to see who is the target person they locked. However, I just wanted to see it. Xia Jinyuan on the stage made a name for himself. The fifth group of female students in the third place. Can you answer the questions I have just said that I will use several methods to lure students? The fifth group is the third last place. Is this not Yi Jian? As soon as she was named, more than 60 lines of sight in the class were all seen in the same way. They were some students who didn't quite understand the whole class and gave her the name. Yi Jian immediately realized that he was blocking his sight and looking at the past, so as not to scream. Under the watchful eyes of the whole class, she stood up with a smile and voiced her voice. The students who are looking for help, research invitations, and piece rate payments, most of them are in these seemingly reasonable scenes. Unveiled and tempted students to be fooled. Yes, the answer is correct. Please sit down. The little girl really listened carefully. Xia Jinyuan bent slightly and bent her lips. Also, she was afraid that she had read her own gestures. It was really spiritual and extremely vigilant. Chantal, the mushrooms are cool, and the recommended tickets are so vigorous, and when the score is, I don't want to shake hands, and the 5 points are properly posted. Chapter 40, I am not a bad person. However, this is a gesture in the special forces. How does she know? In 10 minutes, he was very precise. He didn't need to raise his hand to look at the watch. It ended in 10 minutes. If students have any questions or find suspicious people, they can contact our troops and local police personnel in time. Excuse me, goodbye. He picked up the military cap on the podium and habitually patted the cap to wear it. The big side of the military cap covered his clear forehead, only to see a pair of eagle-like fierce and deep darkness. When these eyes swept across the undergraduate students again, there was a very short stay on Yi Jian's face. Other students did not notice it, but Yi Jian knew it. Slightly smiled, faintly greeted his sight. The petal-like lips swayed slightly. Hello, summer team. The daring gimmick also greeted. The smile of Jian seems to be a little deeper. Xia Jinjin is standing next to him, and the teacher, who is somewhat languid, bows his head. He said, interrupted, in courtesy, and with the eyes of all the students, he took the two sides of the station. The soldier left. Although their appearance was only 10 minutes, the influence of Xia Jinjin was really big enough. As soon as he left, the sigh of, was spread endlessly. Naturally, there are many girls, and the mind can't converge back for a while. Until Mr. Ke held a blackboard brush on the podium and warned a few times, the girls who had not yet converged their minds secretly spit out their tongues and honestly picked up the books. The first class of mathematics tests. You have listened well. Whoever drags our class back, copy the test paper to me 100 times, and go to the classroom for a week. When I was going to study in the middle of my self-study, Mr. Ku, who had never talked again, screamed angrily when he left. The line of sight was directly swept through the students who returned to the exam and stayed on the face of Yi Jian. Second, it seems that this sentence is only for Yi Jian. Turning over the book's leaves, the roots ignored the sight of the sweep. Let her see. How to stare. She did not mind. The radio broadcast of the school's music was interrupted, and the third-time announcer was slightly sweet and brought some hometown-speaking Mandarin. Please ask the classmates of the second class, Yi Jian, to come to the principal's office, and ask the classmates of the second class, Yi Jian, to come to the principal office. Just walking to the door of the classroom, Mr. Ke's footsteps were a meal, and the gloomy face had a hint of scruples, and instead a cold face quickly flew away. Yi Jian walked quickly to the principal's office. After knocking on the door, he saw Xia Jinyuan sitting in the conference chair, but Chen was not there. I am looking for you. Xia Jinyuan lifted his head and looked at the squeaky eyes of his eyes. The thin lips could not help but bend slightly. Seeing that she was still standing at the door, didn't come in, She waved her hand and smiled gracefully. Come in and tell you a few things. A look of alertness, thinking he would do. Jian saw that he was just like a child and looked down at his 14-year-old body. It was really a little small, and it was short in the class. Closing the door, waiting for him to speak, she grinned and smiled. The thing just happened. I am sorry. I want to see the past subconsciously. The microground paused and said, but now I still know what you mean. Who is the person? But I will not say it. Chapter 41. Relax, ho. The secret knows too many people, but it is not good. Jian took off his military cap and could see the shallow smile in Qing Yering. How do you read the gesture? Who taught you? The smiling face of the smile seemed to be elegant and gentle, but the nerves of Jian began to tighten. He has a smile, but his eyes are extremely sharp, like a sharp blade that can split the human soul into two halves, and will always show you the cold light. Jian did not sit directly in his designated position, but sat sideways, and was the closest visitor chair to the door. He smiled a little and replied, no one is taught, just to see your movements. Oh, so powerful. Just see it, and you know what it means. Jian raised his eyebrows and raised his eyebrows. The dull twilight is a little bit of agitation again. The surface is still light and empty. You change a lot, but the roots are old. Uncle is trying to protect you. The 70-year-old first-class sergeant stood in front of the head of the group. The vigorous voice was word for word. He told the head of the team with a sigh of relief. There is absolutely no problem with Jane. The maintenance of the first-class sergeant, the appreciation of the world-class sniper, there will be surprises for this little girl in front of me. Grandpa? The leaves swayed their fingers, and the indifferent cockroaches had a sharp start, staring at him coldly. There is a relationship with Grandpa. You don't just doubt me. The temper is not only big, but also a little bit worse. Jian smiled at her, and after a little indulging for a moment, she easily said, you can relax, don't tighten yourself. We only have deep respect for the roots, and will never offend him. I will let you come, not I doubt you, just remind you. Liao Jian, you can treat him as usual. This is the purpose that Jian asked her to come over, reminding her that she would be in trouble in the case of a smattering. Although it was a little girl, but calm enough to convince him that she is not a gimmick to hide. Jian did not expect that he would directly remind himself that his face was a little dignified, and the black-eyed cockroach quietly looked at him and asked, is he related to the people who caught the mountain in the last time? At present, there is a certain relationship between the investigations. However, this is not something you care about. Jian did not care about anything. He reminded me that it would not matter if he reminded him. What you care about now should be your own learning. When I transferred Liao Jian's academic file, I accidentally turned to your transcript. The smile on the lips gradually deepened, and the sight of her eyes was full of embarrassment. Jian, I have to work hard to be right. His own horrible results are not only known to him, but almost everything the whole school knows. Once again, I heard that Jian was also indifferent, and he replied, not answering it. The strength is not taken out, those are not what. In the face of Jian, like a noble son, Yi Xiao, who didn't blink his eyes, didn't change his body. If there is nothing, then I will go back to the classroom first. I will have to test in advance. I have to prepare in advance. The little girl's temper is not small. He just tried a little and immediately set up a hard shell. Even his last Huiro policy did not break the coldness in her eyes. After watching her leave, Jian relaxed the straight back, and the whole person was sitting lazily, drawing a delicate and side line from the forehead to the neck. Chapter 42. Who dares to look down on her? There is a first-class sergeant's care, a world-class sniper's appreciation, as long as she does not raise her own, with the ability to spell a brilliant future. The door is out of the cold. How many parents are dreaming of this? However, the deputy mayor of Yi did not know. The ringtone of the first class has already sounded. Accompanied by President Chun, Jian took the soldiers to the jeep and left the town middle school to rush to the troops. At this time, Jian has started the first question of mathematics test. It's just a small test of the teacher's understanding of the students' learning in January. The invigilator is the math teacher of this class, a female math teacher with a black eyeglass frame and a particularly strict and rigorous. She went straight after Yi Jian dropped the pen, and teacher Ku reminded her that she would pay more attention to Yi Jian. The class teacher reminded me, isn't it possible that students are likely to cheat? When the expression came seriously, I saw Yi Jian holding the pen. It was just a pause and wrote the answer on the test paper. In a short distance, she wrote at least 5 questions. And other students, still calculating on the draft paper. A girl who hated iron and couldn't make steel and endured anger, came a few steps and came over. She didn't stand up immediately, but stood by Yi Jian and stared at the test paper seriously. Only a few seconds later, she saw her serious eyes tweeting and looked at Yi Jian with amazement and saw that she still did not use the draft paper to write the correct answer. Is this mental arithmetic? Yi Jian looked up and looked at Yang, who was standing beside her. She understood something, and she smiled and continued to bury her pen. It is a good thing to be mentally minded, but you should pay attention to it, so as not to lose points. Teacher Yang bent slightly and whispered that the smile was clear. When done, it is best to check again. Again. At this point, Yi Jian has been fully completed, and Yang, who is familiar with the answer in her heart, has already given her a perfect score. Putting her papers off, she called Yi Jian to talk outside the classroom. Xie Sifeng sees this. His face is a scornful smile. How about changing? Not the same as a fool who can't do anything? What are you proud of? Humph. Classmates are accustomed to Yi Jian's early submission, almost all of an idea. The first to last, or Yi Jian, can't be wrong. Both math classes are used in the exam, and Yi Jian, who talks with Mr. Yang, has already rested in the bedroom. Waiting until the afternoon physical education class was cancelled, Yang, who was holding the morning mathematics test paper, came in the uneasy eyes of the classmates and read the name of a person, so he was asked to take the test paper. Old rules, full scores with the same journal results. Although Mr. Yang is rigorous, but a teacher who takes great care of students' self-esteem. Zhang Wenjin 100%. And Jiasin 100%. The first to report the mathematics top students in the class. When the name of Yi Jian was reported, it was like an error. No one was taking it seriously. Because Yi Jian was the last test paper, she was left directly at the podium by Yang when she went up. Teacher Yang pushed the eyes on the bridge of the nose and looked at the students who looked down seriously. Shunxing said, "This time, the key is to praise Yi Jian 100%. I watched her with my own eyes and controlled the time within 30 minutes. Write all the test papers. If you don't trust me on your face, you can't do anything you can't do. Don't naively think that Yi Jian can't do it. She has been working quietly where you can't see it. Side to side, on the leaf. Let your math book and notebook to the teacher." Chapter 43 is not a watchful example. Every teacher will think that hardworking students must be very hard, take notes in class, go home to do exercises. All of them are to grasp the essentials taught by the teacher to develop a study plan. Therefore, Teacher Yang is also taken for granted. However, in addition to the fact that Yi Jian can take out the mathematics book, the notebook cannot be taken out. Yi Jian, who has never liked to lie, and will not lie on such a small matter, shook his head. In the dark and unclear gaze of the class, he smiled calmly and said, "Mr. Yang is embarrassed. I have no habit of taking notes." She admitted so honestly that the classmates in the class did not hold back, and they laughed one by one. This time, it was not a mockery. Sometimes, getting along with people is so subtle. Because Yi Jian fell in the face of all the classmates, and fell into the teacher's face, but suddenly let many students who love and hate the teacher, I have a crush on her. Teacher Yang looked serious, but she was a teacher with a very broad mind. She heard the words and smiled. She showed a slight smile to a few invisible smiles. It's an honest one. It makes me have no way to educate those who don't do the same. The students who took notes. There is a trace of fun, and the whole class is surprisingly more harmonious than any previous class. After the class was over, some students began to try to talk to Yi Jian. In the past, if you were like this, how good it is. You have 2 years of classmates. You know that you are like this. This is a classmate. Usually there is no grievances, and a few words can break the sense of distance. A few girls are standing around Yi Jian, and you say it, I say it. Yi Jian, but cherish this returning student life. She once hurt her. She remembered it. But these have not done anything to themselves. but also to be friendly. When I wake up like a big dream. I think a lot. She was sitting in the middle and smiled and answered the questions in their hearts. The change was much more surprising, but what about it? She is Yi Jian. Yi Jian is her. Are you surprised that your business has something to do with her? The math class represents in Jian, a female student with a straightforward personality, and the first classmate who extended a friendship hand to Yi Jian. Hearing words, quite a smile on the face of the British spirit. I feel a normal dream when I wake up. I congratulate you, Yi Jian. With the joy, you don't have to worry about it every day. I will be bullied today, and I won't bet to lose a week in the morning. Yi Jian raised his eyebrows, blinked his eyes in a playful manner, and said the past things in her talk and laugh. When it comes out, it becomes a transfer of friendship. When Jian heard it, it was already laughing. You know, haha, I lost 2 weeks in the last semester. In the big winter, Yi Jian, I have breakfast for them for 2 weeks. Sitting next to Xie Xifeng looked like Yi Jian, who was like a star-shaped moon. The taste in his heart was just like the overwhelming of the 5-flavored bottle. Put the mathematics textbook in your hand on the table, and gnash your teeth, and move toward Yi Jian. You are less proud here. What is the great score? Who knows how much you copied? Hey, you can get back full score. Looking at her face that was trying to hold up for Yi Ying, Yi Jian only felt funny, stood up, and smiled at her. There is nothing great, just, it is better than you. No accident. The contract will be successful tomorrow. Sprinkle a flower and celebrate. Chapter 44, which is your onion? Xie Xifeng, you are really unreasonable. And Jian frowned and opened her mouth. She has never been accustomed to these girls who usually bully Yi Jian. She said that she found herself a few times, and she is happy. Go to the tube. It was in the gas head that Xie Xifeng squinted, raising his hand and slamming down his own in Jian. It's not your business. Let it go. The strength was a little big, and Jian, who was not wary, was pushed by her, and the whole person ran into the back. Seeing that it was going to hit the desk, a pair of slim hands were able to hold her up and down. You go back to the seat. I will handle it myself. Yi Jian helped her, and the smile with a smile was completely cold, standing in front of the angry Xie Xifeng, cold voice. It seems that last night the lesson is really not enough. When is the school your own home? Xie Xifeng has a father who is a foreman. He has a lot of money at home. He usually looks down on people. He never takes care of things, but he is comfortable in his heart. Seeing that Yi Jian stood up, he subconsciously stepped back. When she was about to retreat, she raised her hand directly with the teeth of the tooth. And how did she push Jian, and how she pushed back? Oh. The table and chair were driven by the hands of Xie Xifeng, who was not stable. Even so, in the face of the classmates, they fell down. Xie Xifeng himself wrestled, staring at Yi Jian with her eyes wide open. She even dared to push herself in front of the students. Yi Jian. Xie Xifeng, who only felt a big face, screamed, and she stood up and became mad as she ran into Yi Jian. Who is Yi Jian? That is the person who has been in the security company for a few years, and the collision method like her is undoubtedly more humiliating. She is crazy, but Yi Jian will not go crazy with her. On the side of the body, by the way, and Jian, standing behind him, laughed and looked at the crazy Xie Xifeng and planted the whole person to the front. I can't bear to watch it again. Closed his eyes slightly, and after hearing a louder plop sound, he slowly opened it, and the black scorpion had a cold light passing by. In the next music class, Xie Xifeng, who lost his face and lost it twice, was crying on the desk and crying until class. It was very handsome just now. I really didn't expect you to push it back. And Jian, who walked out of the classroom with the class, took Yi Jian's shoulders like a buddy. He smiled and said, to tell you the truth, if you don't push back, I will stand up and push back. Very hearty personality. It is no wonder that Yi Ying has been pleasing to the eye. Yi Xiao, who grinned, said, there is no reason to let her. When the shot is taken, of course, it is necessary to shoot. So, when you get out of your hand, you put your younger sister into the hospital? A cold boy's voice came in, with anger and misery. She is still living in the hospital. You have a beautiful day. The voice is a bit strange, people, and a bit strange. Yi Jian looked at his hands in his trouser pockets. His eyes were cold. and he was wearing a boy who was different from all the students. He blinked slightly, and his heart was long and he remembered who he was. The champion of the first 3 classes was highly praised. It was the middle school of the airborne town last semester. It is said that someone saw that he had a special car on the first day of school. I don't know if I have money, but he looks at Ying and still knows. A message represents a love, a message 2 represents true love, and a stay is 3. What is it? Looking forward to the hot message of the mushroom girl. Chapter 45 is indecent. Gao Yuyang, who came from the provincial capital, is different from the boys in the town. The eyebrows are extremely handsome and with a trace of pride. I like to wear a variety of jeans, with a t-shirt, or a sports jacket. There is a kind of arrogance that other boys do not have. The look is also cold. Seeing the teacher is a little bit, it is a greeting. Dumb. He frowned, frowning impatiently. Facing the side of the leaf, his eyes flashed a bit of disgust. Don't start, cold. I am looking at Ying now. You are with me. Jian raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth like a smile. If it wasn't for the school to ban students from falling in love, I almost thought that you are now living as her boyfriend. You are not afraid to be called to talk. Don't say it. Rao is bold, and Jian is also scared by Jian's daring, mom, early love, boyfriend. How dare she say it? Jian is a slight smile towards her soothing, whispered. Nothing. You can listen. What is my relationship with Ying? I don't know what to do with you. Gao Yinyang's mouth is already tight, and the disgust in his eyes is deep and unconcealed. During the period of change, the tone is slightly higher. Some sandy feeling. He also realized this and immediately lowered his voice. She has been crying. You are a sister. Shouldn't you go to see your sister? Hi, classmates. Please, I don't want to see her. What is the relationship with you? Even if there is anything, it will not be what you are saying. Jian smiled and snorted back. This high classmate, she really doesn't catch a cold. However, Ying has a lot of pursuers in the school, and Gao Yangyang is one of them. Most of them are not accustomed to the change of Jian. Gao Yinyang's handsome face was stunned by the moment. He reached out and directly stopped Jian's footsteps. Give me a stop. Take me one step further, believe it or not. I am now indecent. Once again, Jian's twilight suddenly became cold, and he was looked down on him. The black and cold Ling Ling looked at him. The high school students from the provincial capital, you should know what is indecent. And Jiasen's classmates felt that their legs were soft and their hands were soft. Seeing the boy's gloomy expression to the top of the cloud, she pulled up her courage to be the of the sky, and the body was against the wall. Quickly moved away. Scared me. And Jiasen, who was scared, patted her chest with a white face and looked straight at Jian. The girl who was a big brother was a boyfriend for a while. I loved it for a while, and when I was a little intimidating, I was careful that the liver was mad. Only the middle school students privately said that most of them are good, certain results are good. Even if there is such a little thought, it is definitely hidden. What is Jian? Even the indecent assault can say it. Jian patted her shoulders, and the shallow smile seemed to smash the soft wind of the treetops. The ink-like eyes of the paintings were all in a pleasant mood. It's not indecent. Gao Yangyang is still good in nature. Boy. The girl who was relieved of anger was once again given a big cough by Jian's, shocking the world. Jian, you don't talk. Let me breathe. Without a slow breath, she would be scared to death. I understand everything. What are you afraid of? Jian's eyes are clear and shallow, like a watery smile. The difference between a boy and a man, you understand. And Jiasen directly turned his eyes. I understand in my heart. I don't want to say it in my mouth. He said. He also laughed. The establishment of friendship is as simple as that. Chapter 46 4-Year Plan. On the 4th floor of the school building, President Chun and a white-haired old man walked out of the office and said, You can rest assured that the old man, I will take care of this child. You don't worry, everything is me. The white-haired old man wore a set of old-fashioned military uniforms of the 70s, even if he was hanging down, but the pace was still with the military. When a world-class sniper was accompanied by the first-class sergeant, Chang Jin, who had enjoyed the special allowance for the whole life, he was also respectful. I am embarrassed about her. I hope you can teach her more here. Uncle Root said with a slight sigh. This child has savvy, is a good seed. You mention her from Monday to Friday. Going home, I will mention something more, which will make her journey later easier. At least, the road to go than her mother will be much easier. President Chin's right foot on the lower floor was a very light meal. He also said, "It seems that I am thinking of going with you. It's just the child's grades. I have to look at it again. But I'm listening to them today. Teacher Yang said that mathematics has taken a perfect score. Perhaps it is because I am worried." Speaking of this, President Chin's face was slightly dimmed. Ye's deputy mayor's family is too inconspicuous. Do you consider giving his family an alarm? Enjoy the glory that my sister brought to them. But it's so harsh on Yi Jian. The bad guys have their own bad guys. I am old, and I don't want to worry about things outside. I just want to cultivate Yi Shu's hose. Yi Jian, who has already played badminton with her classmates, does not know that the roots of the old man have entered the city for their own purpose. At the same time as President Chin's long talk on the knees for 2 hours, she also developed a very strict training plan for her. After the evening study, Yi Xiao was called to talk to the principal's office. This made the teacher Ku, who was passing the message, already had a hard time seeing Yi Jian, and he was a little scared. Was not shouted to the principal's office, in case she wore a little shoes in front of President Chin? Holding this paper, although there are only 2, but let Yi Jian feel like a heavy paper, the eyes are straight on the top of the big characters. After a while, she looked up and smiled. "Principal, you really? Too much to see me." The 4-year plan was only made for her alone, and this kind of grace has already been as heavy as a mountain. The eyelids are already slightly red, and even the voice is a little hoarse. "You value me so much, I really." "Taro, thank you, you don't have to say it. I am like your grandfather. You are a lonely man without a future generation. You learn well, it will not let us know." President Chin smiled and patted her on the shoulder. She also taught the elders and elders to teach. People live forever and stand on their own feet. Whether it is a man or a daughter, you have to be worthy of your own conscience, and you can afford it. You are a good boy. Those unhappy things will pass. Walk down the road. If you are happy, you will laugh. If you are sad, look up and look at the world. Look at the world and see the world. The field is also responsible for his own life. Do you know? Tears have been dripping down, and her eyes are still very tough, reflecting the diamond-like brilliance. Well, I will remember your words with your grandfather, and you will not be able to bear the 2 of you. Look forward to. Chapter 47 is not up to expectations. She is worthy of the sky, and she can't afford it. She hasn't had such a big awareness. She only hopes that she can stand up to the teachings of the 2 elders and live up to their expectations. Tonight, go back to the dormitory and be quiet. After going to the school tomorrow night, go directly to the back door of the school. I will pick you up. Knowing that the front is difficult, there is no fear. This kind of leaf slip is appreciated by President Chen. If you want to go far, stand tall. You can only rely on yourself. This child has a mirror. President Chen appreciated Yi Jian's self-improvement and maintained a calm mentality in the countercurrent. It can be seen from her handling of Yi Ying. She is clear about the importance of things. On Tuesday night, Yi Jian started the initial training. "Yi Jian, I am a sniper. I can teach you all the accumulated experience in my sniper career. You still have the opportunity to choose, is to retreat, to enter. I will give you a minute to consider time." In the training room with only a dim light, the headmaster Chen standing in the dark is like a leopard in the night. Although the sound has revealed the vicissitudes of the years, you can never ignore the restraint in him. Murderous look. Sniper. Under the dim light, Yi Jian was very lightly trembled. The original amiable headmaster turned out to be a sniper. No wonder. It is no wonder that he is full of murderousness, which makes people feel scared from the bottom of their hearts. Grinning the corners, pressing down the heart of the tremors, calming the light in the dim light shadows like the ancient wells, calmly said, "No choice. I only advance, never back. Good. From now on, you have no retreat." Chan, the headmaster of the school, took the first hand and started the first training session in a low, serious voice. "Sniper, in the eyes of the enemy is of death, but in the eyes of their comrades, they are heroes, the most outstanding comrades. Be alone in the enemy camp. Use their guns. Win the first battle for the battle victory." Yi Jian, You have to be mentally prepared. The snipers I train will never stay in a peaceful country. I will go deep into the frontline battlefield of any country and complete the task that the country has given you. Since it is necessary to cultivate this gimmick, the training program he intends to produce is so harsh that a soldier will numb the scalp. Jian, who listened carefully, has already adjusted his breathing. Under the cold eyes of President Chun, he tightened his mouth and straightened his back. He listened attentively. In the recruit camp in the town, the eager Chin's head began the first step of the 4-year plan. A sniper has a strong body and a steely will, in addition to precision. He is a sniper. Then, in addition to the use of various sniper rifles, he has to train the physical and will of Jian. Professional sniper training, in addition to carrying out the sniper concept and mastering the weapon system, you have a lot to learn. In the training process, unless you really fall, give me the teeth to stick to the end. Listening carefully to Jian's key point, under the calm surface, her blood is already boiling. Everything obeys your arrangement and never backs down. Get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and jog for 8 kilometers, then gradually stack up. Train for 2 hours at night, and prepare to return to school at 10:30. At this moment, President Chun is no longer a principal with literary temperament, but a cold-stricken sniper. There is still 1.5 years left in junior high school. I hope that you can hold it well. It is signing, not on the shelves. No need to be nervous. A lot of messages. I have to work hard to climb the new book list. Go. Keep the mushroom cool and don't be silent again. Have a meal. Chapter 48 Hell Training. Do you understand? The last sentence is as ruthless as metal, and the command is stern. There was almost no pause in Jian, and he stood up and replied, I understand. Under the infernal training of world-class snipers, this day became the most difficult beginning of Jian's life. After 10 minutes of warm-up, she stood still and stood still. This is just standing, and I have to answer the number of numbers on the training field. At the same time as the answer, the body is absolutely not allowed to move. Just a little bit. An ant will be placed on her neck. 34, 27, 870, 994. All the digital cards are intelligently controlled. In only 3 seconds, there will be 4 to 5, and at most 7. From 1 place to 100, and Jian needs to answer correctly in this short time to the blink of an eye. This is the training and observation of the leaf simplification of the surrounding environment, but also the willpower and attention of the leaf syllabus. The sniper rifle's firing time is usually 0.022 seconds. After 0.022 seconds, either your bullets will penetrate the enemy's eyebrows, or the enemy's bullets will take your soul. If you want to survive, basic training is the first step. In the end, I thought that Jian was still a child. President Chun did not start the real guy for the first time. Like the ants crawling in from the neck, it was all pediatrics. It is the ordinary soldiers who will also encounter when they are in concealed combat. Already standing for an hour, Jian's attention has not been dispersed because of the passage of time, but has become more concentrated. At the moment when she concentrated on the word card, she had clearly and accurately reported the exact number from beginning to end. Left 187, right 591. Finished. Not only is her concentration highly concentrated, but her responsiveness is at an excellent level. The headmaster, who did not know when to take a folder, wrote and painted on the paper, recording the training performance of Jian on the first day. The basic training is synchronized with the sniper training. After 2 months of intensive basic training, he will let Jian directly touch the real gun, and it is a real gun with bullets. From Tuesday to Friday, Jian is an ordinary student during the day. In the evening, it is a sniper in training, constantly learning and constantly strengthening himself. In just a few days, the change from the inside to the outside is obvious. The cleanliness of the Qing dynasty fades away the delicateness between the eyebrows. It is no longer a flower with a lingering brilliance. I can get a raging sun and rain. That kind of change is not to say that you can see it at a glance. It is the spring rain that is quiet and silent. When you see it, everyone is used to such a leaf. Jian, who had not returned to the village in the week, ran down the mountain, from fast to slow, and then step by step, always walking to the roots. It's better than last week, and it's 3 minutes faster. It's good. The old man smoked the hookah and put the stopwatch in his hand in his arms. He looked at the hard-working Ho, and the old voice was more and more kind. Don't push ahead, let's take it slowly. The leaves are wiped with sweat, and the black scorpion is like the black slate after washing, because it is more smashing than the stars. I am not in a hurry, grandfather. There is you. There is Mr. Chun. I am not in a hurry. Just need to be careful. Learn well and learn well. Chapter 49 is a good teacher. You can understand, just follow the schoolmaster Chun in school. The ability is great. Grandpa is old, can teach you not much. Root Master put the hookah into his waist, smiled Yi Jian, who is sweating. Go. Take you to a good place, you will like it. Yi Jian quickly put the towel on his neck, lifted the wooden bucket with water, and kept up with the footsteps. The laughter was clearer than the birds in the bamboo forest. Where is the grandfather? You have not eaten breakfast yet. Let's go back to cooking bowl noodles. No, there is a natural food there. The bucket is put down and come back at night. The old man is walking with a smile. The 70-year-old man is walking in the mountains. The footsteps are steady, and the young guys must admit defeat. The back mountain is a large bamboo forest, and the morning mist is shrouded like a fairyland on earth. The old man stopped in a village, and every household would have a cave for storing sweet potatoes. He told the leaf, "Come on thee and open the kiln door." Since Yi Jian has a memory, there is this cave in the house, but she did not think of it. There is no hole in the cave after the cave. Be careful, don't be afraid, follow Grandpa. Walking in the darkness like the passage to the depths of the ground, Yi Jian touched the dry stone wall with his hands, and the shock in his heart was no less than the moment when he was just born again. I also understand how the soldiers who appeared at home from time to time came over. It turned out that they all went through the long mountain passage and went directly into the village without disturbing any villagers. The ramp was quite long. After nearly half an hour of walking, Yi Jian was faintly seeing the hole with light. Half an hour, a few kilometers long. The villagers who have such a large amount of work have not found out. Close your eyes, don't let the light stab. Standing in the hole, the old man standing in the back of the light and reminding Yi Jian, drink your eyes after 3 minutes. When you adjust to the eyes and then open your eyes, the leaves are easy to see the troops hidden in the depths of the mountains, which is close at hand. After coming out of the cave and going down the mountain, it was half an hour later, and I went to the road covered with Baiqing Oil Road. The 4-character slogan, "The Force Forbidden Zone," was displayed next to the red text on the white background. At a distance of 400 meters, there is an iron tip protection net. The net is followed by an iron stab door. There are 4 soldiers standing inside and outside the station. Looking at the depths of the trees in the mountains, I saw the sentry posts hidden in the depths of the trees. Here, all are heavily guarded, and under the leadership of the grandfather of the roots, it is so simple to come in. The soldiers who took the guns came over and worshipped the military rites in the uncle of the roots, routinely checking the identity. In front of the car came the sound of a car, a very ordinary car from far and near, and then steadily parked in front of the post. The left and right doors were opened at the same time. At the same time as the automan handed over his own documents, the young soldiers who jumped from the co-pilot position stepped calmly and strode out of the post to go straight to Yi Jian. The old man is coming. The young soldier in the uniform of military uniforms smiled and smiled. He greeted the old man in the army. I was afraid that I had to renege on the last appointment. The school urgently called. I need to go back. A glimpse, only wait for the next time. The old man is already laughing at Lang Lang. The military is obeying the order for the duty, and when the summer team comes back, it will not be late. Chapter 50. Dangerous men need to stay away. Yi Jian was when he came over. The black squats were slightly low and stood aside without a word. Xia Jinyuan, who spoke to the roots, secretly saw Yi Jian's eyes, and the eyebrows were wrinkled without traces. Little girl, how do you see him? I like to shrink it. Could it be that she really scared her at school that day? Okay, sure. Xingyue's handsome Yin smiled with a faint smile to answer the old man, and the dark black moo. Yit, yit, dut, dut, thut, 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 dot, chan, 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 Chan. 2 sentences, can you see? Uncle Root is not surprised why he knows Yi Jian and arrested 3 suspects last time. In the old man's smile, Xia Jinyuan laughed at his own words, and his eyes were cold, and the thin lips were slightly bent. The one under the military cap is more elegant and handsome in the morning sun. Even when laughing, there is a bit of lazy taste. Yi Jian, about school, I still have a few words to marry you. Please, go ho. When I went to my mouth, I swallowed it because of the old saying. Instead, I lifted my foot and went to the place where Xia Jinjin pointed. She doesn't like to have too much contact with such a man who is dangerous at first sight. I can't see him a bit, but for those who can't see through, she is used to keeping a certain distance. I am sorry for the temptation at school that day, but I hope you can understand our position. He whispered that the low-pitched voice is elegant and luxurious, like a string of fretting. You don't have to be afraid that I will treat you. Like, monitoring, that doesn't exist at all. Scared? It seems that this major is misunderstood. Yi Jian looked up and looked at him with clear eyes and fearlessness. He said, the summer team misunderstands. I am not afraid, just don't want to have too many contacts with you. If there is nothing else, then I will go first. Not waiting for him to answer, Yi Jian turned and left. Xia Jinyuan did not think much. The slender and powerful hand was already stuck on the weak shoulder of Yi Jian, preventing her from leaving without saying, Shantao, you have a big temper. How is it completely different from what the old man said? He said with helplessness at the corner of his mouth. The old man has already looked at us. Are you sure you want to listen to me like this? At this time, Yi Jian's heart has only one idea, to turn this major over. In the heart, for the time being, this is something that cannot be done. Later, she can give it a try. If there is anything, please say the summer team once. Thank you. At the same time, he turned his shoulders skillfully, and the whole person was like a fish, separated from the control of Xia Jinyuan. Training for nearly half a month, coupled with the talent of Yi Jian, the harvest is not too big. Li Sua's action made Xia Jinyuan's eyebrows pick. After a slow smile, the dark black scorpion looked at her quietly. Junia's face was cold. Listen to Yi Jian, we have confirmed Liao. There are problems with building parents, and Liao Jian's classmates are equally like this. Please ask us to pay attention to his movements at school. I went out this time. I would have been going to look for you first, but I didn't expect to meet at the door of the troops. As soon as Xia Jinyuan said that he was doing business, the black scorpion was a dark and cold. Just help us to pay attention to whether he is still at school. There are other secret actions. Once you find a problem, you can go directly to the principal of Chun. Chapter 51 goes into the army. Yi Jian was not stupid enough to ask him why he chose himself. Since he chose her, there are naturally reasons for the troops. After listening to it quietly, nodded lightly. Well, I will pay attention. I paused and said, nothing, I will go first. Goodbye. Goodbye is combined with the action of turning around. It is just to go. Never drag the water. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and was in the middle of the big cap of the military cap. The slightest smile on the corner of his mouth, such as the breeze that seemed to drown, disappeared quickly. This little girl, is it like a flood of beasts? Jump on the car that is already driven, and from the rearview mirror, see the back of the old and the young gradually drift away from yourself until it disappears. The sound of the car finally disappeared between the trees. When Yi Jian entered the military camp, he turned back and looked at the road in the mountains behind him. He saw just the lush trees, the birds flying under the blue sky, and white clouds, falling Jinghong shadow. As soon as they enter the army, they will stop to pay tribute to the old man, and they will respect each other. Yi Jian is cleverly following the pace of the roots of the old man, not to look at it, not to ask a question. Just like many frequent visits to the army, there is no curiosity. 5 companies, the soldiers who arrange for the study tomorrow will come over. You will let the squad leader prepare the list. I will test them. The old man standing in front of the soldiers, his expression is extremely serious. Every word there are unquestionable orders. Suddenly, a series of continuous, hitting gunshots came from the front. The low-headed leaves slammed up, and as the gunshots rushed, The heart trembled with the gunshots, and what seemed to be suddenly waking up in the depths of the body was to break through the band and slammed into it. It's a gunshot. The soldiers are shooting targets. The old man who told the soldier to go first looked at Jian and smiled. Wait for the next time to take you to the shooting range. Take you to another place today. The destination is also in the direction of the shooting range. It has been to a camp room where soldiers are stationed. It is a firearms room with limited access and regular soldiers only twice a week. Familiar, understand, accurate, professional. The four-character slogan hangs directly in front of the gun room, and all the soldiers who enter and leave can see it as long as they look up. At the moment of coming in, the dawn of Yi Jianwu's nephew was like a small flame, igniting. Normal people see this row of black and black, with a cold and sleek steel gun. Fear must have been quietly rising from the heart. You can only know that there is a kind of blood in your body that is boiling. That is a strong desire. It is urgent. I want to touch their desires. Turning around and looking at the roots behind him, Qingyue's voice has a little excitement. Grandpa, can you touch them? There is a shout from the depths of my heart. I keep calling for myself to go over, to reach out and pick up the rows of black and cold guns. She wants to hold it, and when she wants to hear the bullets, what kind of shock will it be? Chapter 52 Shut down guns. No guns, no guns. Finally, I know that what I want to break through the body ban is what I want. I want to be stronger, more perfect. Ha ha ha. Are you not afraid of this girl? The old man laughed happily at the front of the gun. His eyes were bright, his wrinkles were deep, and his face was full of smiles. This is all a gun. A bullet can be used, and it can be used. It is not a toy gun that you have seen. Jian shook his head and smiled at the corner of his mouth. Not afraid. President Qin taught me to cultivate a relationship with the gun. You can really drive it. Let it be your helper and become a comrade in danger. Helper. He said it well. Before you cultivate your feelings with the gun, you must first understand it. The little girl's eyes were filled with excitement, but the fear of not seeing the roots in the eyes was laughing in my heart. He walked in front of the row of steel guns, picking up an assault rifle and quickly disassembling it. He was powerful. N70AB2, Russian Kalashnikov AK-101 assault rifle NATO 5. 6mm bullets. It was designed by the famous Soviet gunsmith Kalashnikov, commonly known as a submachine gun. The roots of the old man dismantled the gun quickly, but also used a special tool. In less than 5 minutes, an assault rifle was broken into a pile of parts. How many parts did I have removed altogether? Pointing at the scattered gun parts on the table, the old man suddenly asked, "Report a number." From the moment he picked up the gun, he was already in training. Jian pointed to the parts placed on the table, and the clear black sputum contained a shallow smile, and he said, "This is the last part you put down. This part is the 47th removed part. This is the part that you removed when you stepped 74. Grandpa, you have removed 80 parts. I am right. Not right, but very precise." After teaching for half a month, Jian has already developed into a training state at any time. Whether it is the principle of Chun or the old man, their favorite is to suddenly ask questions. The old man laughed again and again and again and again. Yes, good. Observing the micro, while being better at understanding. The 47th part is the reincarnation lock. The effect is that when the bullet is fired, the bayonet catches its thin part, so that the gun will not be reset, so that continuous shooting is completed. 74 steps are called gun buckles. The role is, with the roots picking up one by one, let the leaf Jane, who knows the structure of the gun, become familiar. Throughout the day, the old man kept tearing down the guns, and Jian kept repeating how many parts each gun had, and what role it had. Assault rifles, shotguns, semi-automatic pistols, manual rifles, revolver pistols, etc. She not only touched a series of guns, but also dismantled them personally, which is a deeper understanding of them. Revolver pistol, retort, central spring, rebound block, force bar, according to the door body. Holding the textbook toward the classroom, Jian's mouth gently swayed. In my heart review the knowledge I learned yesterday and this morning over and over again. She has already returned to school to start a new week. She has not yet divorced her mind from the guns, and is still deeply immersed in it. The road to the strong will be hard work, and Yi Jian wants to be strong. All this is absolutely impossible to miss, step by step, and walk down the ground. Qingyun may not be able to write a wind and snow, cannot write a lingering, cannot write love first, cannot write you thick I thick. But in my pen, my words, I may see that I am independent, strong, waiting, mutual, common, and willing. This is exactly what I want to write. Chapter 53 is not tolerated. And Jian, who was chased from behind, had already screamed Yi Jian several times, but there was no response. The face could not help but show a trace of worry. When she was about to catch up, Yi Jian looked back and looked at it. It was just that the worry that appeared on her face was clear. What? You are not very good. No. I yelled you for 3 or 4 times without a response. I was angry. Yi Jian's face was still bright, and there was no trace of eyebrows. On Jia Xian, who was laughing and talking, quietly I was relieved. Sorry, I didn't hear the text in the back. Yi Jian, who looked at her expression in her eyes, quietly raised the book in her hand and smiled and said, After the labor holiday, I have to take the midterm exam. I have to hurry and review. There is no time in the evening. There is no time on Saturday and Sunday. It is only time to review the knowledge of all the textbooks in this semester. Yes, Yi Jian reviewed the lessons of the entire semester, not just the ones that have already been learned. And Jian was worried about her heart and smiled and said, Okay, I just want to review. After the evening study, do we do 10 questions in the classroom and go back to the dormitory? She raised her papers and looked at her face. I looked at Yi Jian with pleading. Well, let me finish this volume of papers. My mom bought it. Is this just the worry? Yi Jian took the 2 sets of papers in her hand and flipped them over and looked at her. It's a very simple question. Do you still need to worry? Listen, Ying, you listen. Some people, that's why they don't know how to be tall and thick. C.S. Sifeng's voice was coming from behind, ridiculed. I really think that I am awesome? And Jiasen's footsteps, pulling Yi Jian's sleeves, whispered, Please take a half-month leave. And I'm not afraid if I can keep up. She is self-righteous. It's a 2-week leave. Profit. With my understanding of her, it is definitely not a break for half a month. Yi Jian did not look back. He smiled and said, At noon, Mr. Ku will go out of school and put the math teacher in the 3rd class together. You guess where are the 2 teachers going? When Jiasen's head turned, she thought of the idea and was surprised. No. Of course. So, and classmates, work hard. Yi Jian, who raised his eyebrows, ignored the sight of the back, and Yi Ying was always smart. How could she let her lose her last advantage in school? At this time, Yi Ying was retracting his eyes coldly. At the same time, his chin was slightly lifted, and his chin was slightly lifted. He said to C.S. Sifeng, What do you care about? What is the person who is proud and complacent? What will happen? Yes, the person who is proud and complacent will have something to wait for her. Yi Jian, who walked to the door of the classroom, turned back and smiled at her, and smirked at the corner of his mouth. Yi Ying, your pride, I will definitely crush it by hand. The 4 eyes are relatively incomparable. Yi Ying, who had been calm for half a month before returning to school, secretly bit his teeth. Even if the fire was booming, it was tolerated. After a series of suppression, Yi Ying finally saw clearly that from then on, Yi Jian could not listen to her words again. And myself, it is impossible to take any more, dare to test better than me. Just drive you out of my house, and so on to threaten Yi Jian. She wants to keep the results of the original moisture. She must work hard. Get good grades with your own real skills. Chapter 54 Heart Disease. There are still half an hour of self-study in the evening, and the classmates in the class are basically in line. The 3 or 5 groups are together, and there are endless topics. Yi Jian and Jiasen entered the classroom, and several students who came together to discuss the papers immediately said, Is the last geometric problem done? It is very difficult, completely impossible. Don't ask me, didn't do it. And Jiasen, a school bag, put a domineering answer. I won't do it, I don't do it. It's that simple. No, you didn't make it. Yi Jian can do it, look for her. And Jiasen took out the test paper and said that he hadn't walked to the seat leaf yet. There is still half an hour to study in the evening. Let me talk about how to do this. Her voice has always been big, and even the students who are in the middle of the fight have heard it. All stop to look at Yi Jian. Some students are already laughing. Yi Jian, come, teach one. You can be much more generous than Ying. Hey, every time I ask Ying, she has to leave the shelf. Not to say that she is still thinking. She said that there is no time. Yi Jian is different. Just ask her. Even if she has something, she will answer patiently first. Yi Ying, who had adjusted his emotions outside, just heard this sentence, and his face was almost not stretched. The classmate who said this saw her, his eyes floating, and he smiled awkwardly, but did not explain anything. This is the case, it is not a mess. Yi Ying, who was half a month off, could only bear it. He sat down with his lips and accepted the greetings from the students before and after. In the eyes of the haze, there was some smile. Thank you for your concern. I didn't want to ask for a half-month for a small incident. She smiled and said, her delicate face with a shallow smile, as it was at the beginning, no stranger. When Xie Sifeng heard it, he immediately said, what is a small matter? My mom said that you went to the city to check out the heart and have a problem. Also said that you are ill-treated, you can only raise it. The emotions can't be too excited. What do you say? No. What? Is there a problem with the heart? Seriously can't even run? The classmates who heard it were all squatted, and some could not help but touch their own heart. When they looked at Yi Yingshi, they were all full of pity. And Jian did not believe it. He listed the formula on the paper and whispered, really? Is there a problem with the heart until now? There is a mother who is a doctor in a town hospital. She knows a little bit of medical knowledge. What about true and false? It has nothing to do with us. You are wrong here. You have to use this formula to find the shadow area first. Yi Jian is a faint smile, and she is not concerned about her affairs. Is there a problem with the heart? Hey, emotions can't be too excited. That is to say that who wants to mention love letter in front of her is likely to make her heart attack? Being suffering from heart disease is indeed a good shield. This kind of lie, there is no one to confirm the lie. I am afraid that it is Yi Zhifan's handwriting. The classmates in the class all cared about one sentence. 1 and 2 sent their own care. Yi Jian, after discussing the test papers here, they also went to Ying to greet them. Yi Jian is no exception. When she came over, she saw Xie Sifeng stopped with an hen's hen. The voice was sharp and said, what do you want? Not only is she nervous, but other students come from Yi Jian and have some ideas. After all, Ying was like that to her before. Sifeng, don't be nervous, this is my sister. Yi Ying, who was cold in his eyes, stood up with a smile on his lips. Judo said, I am not afraid. What are you afraid of? Chapter 55. Are you afraid? Don't worry, take your time. Look, or Dad has a way. In this way, who dares to say anything? Even if the dead girl is telling the students, who dares to face her in front of her? Who can afford a heart attack? The provocation in Yi Ying's eyes is too obvious, and it is obvious that Yi Jian can see it in the past. Her mouth twitched slightly, and there was a slight floating of cold light in the black shackles. It was always in front of Yi Ying. Yi Ying's heart, which touched her cold eyes, was slightly tightened, and suddenly she saw her raise her hand. She was suddenly tightened and shouted and said, what do you want? What are you doing so nervous? Relax. When the students thought that Yi Jian was doing something, she raised her hand and just patted Yi Ying's shoulder gently. The voice was clear and said, be careful, don't be angry. Huh, I didn't want to fight Yi Ying. I know that Yi Ying, who was being played, is hard-hearted. He smiles and smiles. Thank you for your concern. I will take good care of myself. Yi Jian grinned, and it was already a brow, and you were born with tenderness. How do you fight with her? How is the father and mother? Can't stand you looking for a dead end. Under the eyes of the public, Yi Jian leaned over and leaned closer to the tight ears of the leaves and smiled coolly. Let's take it slowly. Don't be so nervous. Half of this in junior high school. Her voice is so light that it is inaudible, but it gives Yi Yingjun a fear of being stared at by the beast. The hand that is still on my shoulder, like a heavy weight, pressed her to breathe a little hard. Looking at Yi Ying, who was scared to the body, Yi Jian's smile at the corner of his mouth was deeper, and the dawn was even more embarrassing. Indifferent to withdraw the hand, the embarrassed smile to the students. To class, they are scattered. So don't be scared. I hope you don't really scare heart disease. The classmates know that the two sisters secretly met, and they could talk and laugh, and they didn't think much about it. They returned to their positions in the ringing bells. After coming in, Mr. Ke slid gently over Yi Ying's face and walked to the podium. His face was particularly dignified and said, "Students, our class Yi Ying's classmates are for physical reasons. With the teacher's personal proficiency, Yi Ying has a heart attack and is completely seated." On the next day, even the classmates in the next class knew it, but when it came to the class, only Gao Yang was concerned. The rest of the pursuers were concerned about the second class of students who knew each other. Handsome, tall, indifferent, he walked into the second class classroom. It was amazing to let the noisy class appear 3 seconds of silence. Going to Yi Ying, the eyebrows are wrinkled, Shun Sheng said. "When the May Day holiday, I will take you to the province to check it. The face looks very rosy. How can there be congenital heart disease?" Such honesty made Yi Jian almost laugh. Interested in looking at the face of a panicked Yi Ying, see her cold mouth, and said, "My business has nothing to do with you. Give me away. My little uncle is the president of the provincial hospital. There are still 8 days from the May Day holiday. If you think about it, please reply to me." Refused not to say, but also pointed to the nose to let him go. Always arrogant and high-spirited is tolerant. Low say something, turn around and leave. Provincial hospital dean. Yi Ying's pupil shrinks instantly, and his family has such a strong relationship. I regret that I have just had a heavy tone. Yi Jane looked at her little face, laughing for a while, annoying for a while, and she felt funny. Indifferent to withdraw the line of sight, once again buried the book in the sea. Also looking forward to the arrival of tonight. Activity time. Form of activity. Grab the floor draw in the book review area. Lottery gift. Before the end of the event, step on the 2000 floor to give a gift of 2000. Emphasize. The reply to this post is not a book review. It must be a comment in the book review area. The comment floor is subject to the computer book review area, image. I hope that everyone will participate and actively leave a message. The chances of being a lucky reader are still very high. Chapter 56. The development of excellent snipers. The season before May 1st was still a bit cool, especially when it rained. It was cool. Yi Jian has been standing in the rain for half an hour. Among them, there is a wolf dog tied by a chain, roaring from her distance of 10 centimeters and screaming into her heart. Sniper lurking can sometimes be hours, sometimes it will be a few days. You never know when you will encounter any danger. Accepting fear, getting used to fear, and defeating fear is a must-have psychological quality of an excellent sniper. In the heavy rain, Chen's steel-like chilly sound came from the rain, and he used his life's efforts to cultivate Yi Jian. 24 hours a day, standing, lurking, you will face the storm, thunder, blizzard, hot sun. Learn to ignore the impact of nature on you. The environment interferes with you. Every bullet of yours will not be wasted. The rain grew bigger and bigger, but his words seemed to hit the heart of Yi Jian in the rain. To see the rainbow after the storm, first you can enjoy the baptism of the storm. Yi Jian stood motionless, and the wolf dog used her as an intruder to struggle wildly and fiercely, and the chains were screaming, as if they could break off the bite in the next second. Not afraid and no way to go back. Even if she is a little shaken, she will be stabbed to the blood by the steel needle at the foot. In the words of President Chun, you have retired, and your friends are your comrades. Remember, pick up the sniper rifle. You have no way out. You must finish the task beautifully. Clear the target person. Don't want to bleed yourself. Don't want your comrades to sacrifice. Then make yourself stronger. An hour of heavy rain stood, and when it was over, Yi Jian felt that his feet were not his own. Headmaster Chun, who came with a towel, slowly squatted down, looking at the kindness and sorrowful look of Yi Jian, who was unable to fall in the rain because of his legs. In the words of the word, Shantao, the road is your choice. With blood and tears gone, you can meet your peak moments. The towel was gently placed on the head of Yi Jian, and then he taught, you will be more clear than the flowers in the greenhouse, and will grow up little by the sun. If you are not protected by parents, believe me, child, you will live more wonderfully than anyone. During the day, President Chun has heard that it is a long silence, and there is training tonight. Is telling Yi Jian, you are different. What you get is your own hands. That is the true skill that really belongs to you. No one can replace it. The leaves that have been slowed down are looking up, and the eyes that have been washed by the rain are as bright as a mirror, so clear that they can reflect the beauty and ugliness of all things. Raise your hand and wipe the rain from your face. Under the attention of the old man, he raised his smile. I will keep going, not for others, just for myself. You can rest assured that the road I chose for Yi Jian will never go halfway, and will not let the difficulties over me. She will hold the sword and open the difficulties, break the thorns, and walk out of a beautiful road. President Chen laughed and said 3 sounds, good, and stood up. Good boy, you are fearless, your chest is open, and Yi Ying will not be your opponent. No, you made a mistake. Yi Jian, who stood up, smiled softly. She is my opponent, and it is also an opponent who spurs me to advance. I am looking forward to her pride when I am crushed by my own hands. What kind of expression? The computer system has to be reinstalled. I am using the mobile phone code word. Would you like it? Chapter 57, Moving Out of School. After listening to the thoughts, President Chen nodded and smiled. In this case, it is even more difficult. You go to the hot water to change clothes. I went to the front to have something. The training tonight is over. It took an hour of rain. After all, when I was still in the body, I was so anxious that I was hurt. After the leaf was washed out, a hot bath came out, and he saw the headmaster Chun in the training room with a short-sleeved man in a short sleeve, a black trousers that were ironed to straight, and a middle-aged man who was about 40 years old. Say what? Come on, Shan Tao, and introduce an uncle to you. President Chun is waving to Yi Jian, who is already wearing a school uniform. How do you ask your opinion? The middle-aged man knew that he was a marching man. He smiled and looked at Yi Jian. After a slight decapitation, he said to Chen's head, I have also observed this time. This child is indeed a hard-working one. Yi Jian hurried past and politely shouted, Uncle. He heard him smile and said, President Chun said that it is not convenient for you to live in the dormitory now. Going back at 11 o'clock every night will affect the students in the dormitory. Can you think about moving out? Move out and live? Yi Jian is somewhat awkward. She really thought about moving out and living, especially after seeing Yi Ying today. She thought more. I haven't figured out a charter yet, but Chan has already arranged for himself. There is a feeling of care for the elders everywhere. It's really good, very good. I have thought about moving out and living, but I still want to. The words were not finished, and Yi Jian looked up at Chan and looked at the Uncle Yang, and the joy was already revealed. When President Chen saw it, she knew that she had already guessed it. Haha laughed and patted the middle-aged man's hand. Yang Yingchong, the child will need to take care of you for the next year and a half. You are very polite, and it is rare to use it in our troops. This is the case. As long as the child is willing, we are absolutely assured. Yang Yingchong was waved again and again, and he did not dare to say thank you to President Chen. One person lives in a room, has a separate bathroom, balcony. She is still a student, so tomorrow I will add a bookcase to her, 1 table lamp. How do you like this? You will arrange it, you will arrange it. Seeing all aspects of his consideration, President Chen is more assured that Yi Jian lives alone in the recruits' camp. It is not only safe, but also not noticeable. Yi Jian did not know how many times he was read, and Yang Yingchong was bent down deeply. Thank you, Uncle Yang, I will not give you trouble. The waist is still not fully bent. Yang Yingchong's powerful hand is already sticking out to stop, and the voice is low. You are too polite to remember this, child. Remember, we are invincible as a soldier. This waist plate gives me a pretty straight. More than one person told Yi Jian that whenever he had to straighten his back, he would never bend over easily. After returning to school, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening, and Yi Jian gently pushed down the bedroom door. The bruised eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. In order to facilitate the dormitory teacher to check the dormitory, all the students' bedroom doors are not allowed to be locked inside. But tonight, oh, it is upside down. After finishing the training and returning to the bedroom, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening, and there was never an exception every night. Today, the computer system is broken. When my husband returns, I will get it. It's already 11:40. It seems that I have to spur myself to make an accurate update time. Tomorrow's closing of the building, the 2016-66 floor of the Mushroom Cool, 2,000 and 1,000 coins respectively. Chapter 58 did not put her in her eyes. Jian did not knock on the door. Black eyes looked at the closed bedroom door, and a cold smile spread from the corner of the mouth to the depths of Huanren. Very good. I started to have small moves when I came back. Did not knock on the door, simply turned to go to Injesen's bedroom. What, locked the door? She dare. In the bed, Injesen's face was flashing, biting his teeth. Not something. Come back to you. Jian was not so angry, but raised his hand and put his head on his head, laughing lowly. There is just an excuse to move the bedroom. No, it is an excuse to move away from the school. Since there is a convenient accommodation for training outside, Jian listened to what Mrs. Chun said after moving out of class tomorrow and used the late self-study that was saved in the sniper class. When Injesen heard it, he immediately became interested. Moving out? Really? Is it that I can often come out to find you? And classmate, wait for me to move out and say. Jian snorted and closed his eyes and whispered. Not too early. Start running early tomorrow. Cut, lie to me. And Jiesen saw that she had no excitement to move out. She snorted twice and turned over and fell asleep quickly. In the bedroom, Ying is still waiting for Jian to shoot the door outside. I know that I have been waiting until I sleep, and the door is quiet. When I opened the door the next day, I saw Jian and Jiesen both talking and laughing and holding a wash basin. The hair came wet from the bathroom and passed by. It was not even a look. After several weeks in the middle of the night, I went back to the bedroom at 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. What would she do? Staring at the increasingly slender and slim, even the figure seems to grow taller. Ying's beauty is slightly weakened, with a dull cold light passing through the eyes. You asked me where Jian went in the evening? She didn't go back to the dormitory after class. Where can she go? Liao Jianxian looked at Xie Sifeng, who took the initiative to look for himself. His eyes turned slightly, and he had a few acne faces. The last smirk showed a very strong social smile. This is simple. You pay, I contribute. How? When Xie Sifeng heard a play, he immediately said, How much is it? Everyone is a classmate. You don't know how to open a lion. Reassured, $10 is a small meaning to you. Just right. I also want to know that she went back to the bedroom in the evening, and in the end is where she went. Liao Jian was at Een and Een eyes. His face showed a color of resentment. The stinky girl, who lost her face in the class that day, has been waiting for her to settle accounts. Leave school at night. This is easy. At this time, Jian was already in the teacher's office, telling Mr. Ku that he had to move out of school, and by the way, he said that he was locked up outside the bedroom last night. Mr. Ku, who wanted to say a few words, immediately shut up and snorted. He glanced at Jian with a stern look. Well, you signed a word on this promise. What happened? Schools and teachers have nothing to do with it. Moving out to live? A girl who is not disciplined as long as she is exposed to some unscrupulous elements in the society wants to learn badly. It is too easy. After a brief glance, Jian signed his name without hesitation and kept a polite smile. He said, Mr. Ku, you can rest assured that I will take care of myself and will not trouble the school or the teacher. For this teacher, as long as she is still a teacher, she will definitely respect. Take up the activities of the building, and then cover thousands of dollars, such as 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 to send 1,000 books. Cover 1888, 1666 to send 500 books. Try to cover the 10,000th floor. Chapter 59, Flying Eagle Flying. The etiquette is impeccable, and the results are getting better and better. This makes it impossible for Ku, who wants to teach her from time to time, to have no chance. In the afternoon, Jian really packed his luggage, the quilt. A person twisted a very large woven bag and left the school without returning. And Jiesen was holding a textbook for her. She was stupid and followed closely. She went to the school gate, and she couldn't believe it. She said, Really out? You really moved out. She always thought it was a joke. Of course it is true. Didn't I tell you last night? Jian moved his luggage to the usual three-wheeled passenger car in the town. He said to Jiesen, who had not responded yet, You are going in. It's not good to be named. And Jiesen quickly put the bag with the textbook on the car and replied after a face. You have fun with this hand, beautiful. Just the face of Ying. I don't know how much distortion. Can you not distort? She is not in the bedroom. Ying has less excuses to say bad things in front of the classmates. I didn't put her in my eyes now. I don't want to deal with her. I just want to study hard and go to the provincial high school. I care about her and waste my time. Since she can't kill her directly, solve her, and drive her out of school to let her have nothing, why waste my energy? After Jian finished, he jumped into the car and waved at Angie Jackson and took his luggage to a brand new place. When I was at school, people came and went. Jian left without much attention. Only Liao Jian, who was carrying a lollipop in his mouth, looked at the left tricycle and smiled coldly. Going to pick up his own motorcycle, he took a social youthful road with cyan tattoos on his back. Brother, introduce you to a punctual chick, my classmate. Your classmates can go to somewhere. There are 2 chicks in your province. The chest is going all the way. You will go to Lele. Fij is a famous rogue in the town. The relationship with Liao Jian, his father, is also good, often with Liao Jian playful. As soon as the motorcycle started, a string of black smoke left behind and disappeared into the school gate. Jian, who has no accommodation constraints, has made rapid progress, and that progress has made President Chen amazed. The first time I touched the gun, I made Jian more obsessed with sniping. Is obsessed with bullets, unstoppable speeding, hit the target. It is the fascination of the joy of defeating oneself again and again. Throughout the May Day holiday, Jian was following the practice of Chun and the old man in the deep forests of the old forest. It was the pain of biting his teeth again and again. The target distance is 470 meters, hitting the eyebrow. Retrieving the sniper rifle, Jian took the gun from the tall tree, holding the trunk, stepping on the branch, descending to a certain height, and then jumping from the tree. And next, her face was painted with green paint, wearing a helmet that was not quite matched, and the small face of the palm was more and more small and delicate. President Chen smashed the drafter's target and stepped over the bushes. He handed the empty bag that was shot on the grassy eyebrows and handed it to Jian. Goodly, it is also a witness to your growth. I will let more bullets witness my growth. She whispered, whispering. Her hands were tightly holding some hot bullets, and there was already a soldier in the delicate eyebrows. The chilly nature. Chapter 60 to witness together. The progress of Jian is not overemphasized by the speed of the gods. The more she teaches, the faster she absorbs. The principal and the uncle of Chen don't know how much back in private, and at the same time, they are more confident in Jian. Open the folding table and chairs in the field and signal her to sit down. In the afternoon, the headmaster Chen began to attack the teaching of theoretical knowledge. There is so much that a sniper has learned. From learning to lurking to constructing a shooting position, from the ability to accurately interpret the map to the aerial photos of the battlefield, it is even hidden and entered and removed from the position. Need to learn. 1.5 years of junior high school is enough for Jian to absorb these benefits for life. Just shoot only one shot. Remember, never have a second shot. Don't give the enemy a chance to find the direction of the bullet. Just hit a shot and disappear, and you will win when you attack the battlefield. The first shot of life and death, you need to look at the wind, weather, visibility. In the case of a long shooting distance, the wind speed and the bullet's gravity will change the orbit of the bullet. The difference is 1,000 miles, 1,000 miles. A shot no, then the target will be aware of your presence while it is alarming. The second shot is likely to be an enemy. Accurately measure the range, wind speed, bullet track, and then rely on your feelings to complete. Jian listened to the knowledge of President Chen, and the slender hand gently stroked the sniper rifle borrowed from the army. The oily face was cold. Such a woman has already begun to have the coldness of a sniper soldier. In the evening, it was the guns that the old man took her into the army, identified the guns, ammunition, and quickly assembled the guns. At the same time, they needed to fight with the soldiers in the army. In addition to being in Sanda, Jian is young and has a poor strength to overcome them. Like identifying guns and quickly assembling a gun from a pile of scattered parts, the time she needs is already with the top soldiers. It doesn't matter. The M16A3 assault rifle is the same shape as the M16A4, but the difference is that the biggest feature of the gun is the substantial change in the innate deficiencies of the mechanical sights on the Amaret M16 series. So, Jianyang raised his already assembled M16A3 assault rifle and smiled at the soldiers who played with him. So, I won. You are not the M16A3, but the M16A4 semi-automatic shooting rifle. Raise his hand, aim, and mount the M16A3 semi-automatic shooting assault rifle with the magazine to shoot the first bullet. The gun rang with a bang, and the bullet hit the bull's eye in the red circle. The lost soldier smashed the assault rifle in his hand and watched the student's leaf movements and handsomely stood up to shoot the first bullet. The post-shooting force generated by the bullet shot did not affect her professional shooting posture, and the standard was impeccable. He put down the gun in his hand, which is really convincing, not satisfied, not. The applause sounded, and it was a smile to Yi Jiandao. Give the wind, but unfortunately, you are still less than 18 years old. Otherwise, we can see the real chapter on the military. I am opportunistic this time, and it is still too far away from you. Yi Jian's speculation is based on her own memory, and the top soldier in front of her eyes, all blindfolded, can assemble the gun accurately and quickly. He is also the top soldier brought out by the old man. Every night, Yi Jian came to the army, and the roots of the old man let these top soldiers fight the leaves of Jian, while letting Yi Jian learn the tenacity of them. Chapter 61. See you on the battlefield 4 years later. In the evening, running with the soldiers, gathering, standing training, morning exercise at 5:30 in the morning, Sonda. Here, Yi Jian is like a real soldier, integrated into the army. From the military posture military to review, Yi Jian is like a parade, so that the veterans of several years feel that they should work hard again. If the station is sitting like a bell, it can be seen from her body. What is the most standard military posture and the most qualified standing position? It's just a military uniform. After the morning training, the young soldier smiled and looked at Yi Jian, who was as big as his sister, pointing to the school uniform on her body. This school uniform is not worthy of you. It's a bit weird to say that the words and manners are the same as those of the military. Is it not weird to put the school uniform out of the military uniform? The sweat is still squatting, and Yi Jian wiped it directly with his sleeves. Lang smiled and said, after the age of 18, you are guaranteed to wear military uniform. The goal is to go to the military in the military. National Science University. It still takes 4 years. After 4 years, we are all retired. After the soldiers laughed, they felt a little sad. The ironclad troops and the soldiers of the waters. After 4 years, the recruits here changed 4 rounds. It is. Yi Jian looked at them. His dark eyes were shining like diamonds in the sun, gently shaking his head, slowly saying, no, in my heart, you are like a sun that never falls, never retired. 10 years later, in my memory, you are still a military uniform, a good man in the sky. In the sun, her face is beautiful, her voice is clear, her smile is like the spring water in the mountains, and broke into the hearts of good men. We are all looking forward to seeing, 4 years later, you are wearing military uniforms. Come, hit a palm, hit a palm. The leader is a squad leader. All of them are scouts of scattered origin. Soldiers, the dark face is acting cold in the execution of the task, but at rest, it is absolutely the same as the neighboring brothers to take care of Yi Jian. In a loud applause, Yi Jian ended his May Day holiday in the army. After the summer vacation, she will come again, and then together with this lovely, respectable warrior, we'll spend another unforgettable military camp life together. Back to the town is already nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon. President Chen smiled and took out a piece of 50 and said to Yi, go Shantao, buy a pound of pork belly and come back tonight with the uncle. I am happy in my heart, and I am more happy than finding a treasure. Yi Jian took over the money and said, red meat, braised grass fish, all you love with your grandfather. You are good at this gimmick, go ahead. Uncle Root also laughed happily. He rarely came to the town. He was really happy today and promised to come to the town. The vegetable market in the town is not big, and there are only a few stalls at 4 or 5 in the afternoon. When picking vegetables, Yi Jian heard the food stall hawkers discuss the election of the mayor. One of them said that the deputy mayor of the family, even his own prostitute, could drive out of the house. It is certainly not a good official. Yi Jian is already bend your mouth. If this matter affects his career, I think Yi Ying's mother and daughter's days are not so good. Fujian town, which was more than 5 p.m., has gradually cooled down. Even the passing vehicles are much less. Occasionally, motorcycles are sick and diesel smoke is dropped. Chapter 62. Respectable People. At the forefront of the town street is a newly opened Chunyang Grand Hotel. Several girls wearing camisole and miniskirts are greeting several guests who jumped from the van. Jian, who passed by the road, was squinting and holding the food he bought. He walked quickly to Chen's home. A bowl of braised pork, a braised grass carp, a bowl of fragrant dried bacon, a tomato soup, and a bowl of green vegetables. The head of the happy Chun and the old man sighed with a small mouth and sipped rice wine. When the meal is finished, the two are already a little drunk. Jian was packing everything, carrying a school bag and taking a flashlight and going to the recruit camp. The recruits' camp is about 10 miles away from the home of President Chen. After passing through the Chunyang Grand Hotel, several motorcycles flew from the front and the leaves of the flashlight were subconsciously extinguished. A motorcycle stopped at the door of the hotel. The strong motorcycle lights were not extinguished immediately, and the glare of the light was reflected on the glass door of the hotel. The night wind was accompanied by a pungent smell of motorcycle diesel. With a hint of smell, Yi simply wrinkled his nose and left in a few steps. During the day, a few girls wearing camisole graciously came out to greet, and the people on the motorcycle came down one by one. "Get out!" A man angered, blocking the footsteps of one of the girls, and turned himself off the car. "Take the meal to my room and let Liao Yud come over." Yi Jian's footsteps were lightly lifted, and when he lifted his foot, he walked more stable and faster. The blood in the air has not faded, and Yi Jian has not gone all the way, but copied the near road to the recruits' camp. After passing through a pond in the village, I heard a rapid gasping sound coming from under the pond, and then there was a sound of voila, like someone who got up from the pond. The smell of muddy scented with a strong scent, which made Yi Jian's footsteps stay, while the body slowly squatted on the wet ground. The sound of water disappeared, and the sound of breathing was even more urgent. Yi Jian's mouth is tighter, and this person is injured. Is it the villager in the town? No, it should be unlikely. If it is a villager in the town, he can call. She has always been cautious. She did not move, just like being into the night. Even breathing is tight. In the darkness, some people stood up and walked toward the camp on the hill in one step, and the smell of blood became heavier. After seeing the black shadow, Yi Jian almost did not hesitate to jump from the ground, and the flashlight ran to the black shadow of the shackles in the bag. "I will help you in the past. Come and lean on the weight of me. I can help you." The rushed Yi Jian grabbed the man's right arm and put it on his shoulder. The other hand held the man's strong waist tightly. "Yang Yingchang, I know, don't talk. Go back and deal with the wound." After staying in the army for so long, the breath emitted by the black shadow is familiar to him. It is also a fierce battle against life and death. The man who was extremely injured and had too much blood loss insisted on perseverance until now. When Yi Jian rushed out, the pistol in his hand had already been bulleted. It has always been believed that those who struggle on the front line use the body as a bridge in the flood and bravely take the lead in disasters, are the most respectable people. The retrograde figure is the most touching. Everyone has a military dream in their hearts, but how hard are they to wear them in military uniforms? Chapter 63. Rescue. When the little girl knew Yang Yingchang, the man quietly put away the pistol. When he spoke, the voice was already weak and inaudible. "Little girl, you ran to tell Yang Yingchang," and the target character was alarmed. "You will be there soon. Don't talk. Leave some strength and see Yang Yingchang say it again." Yi Jian's face was cold, and the weight of the nearly 1'8" soldier leaned on her pace. "It is also stable." Yang Yingchang was answering the phone and listening to the cold noise from the phone. His expression was unprecedentedly dignified. "Well, I will send troops to search immediately. I will report immediately." The target person is the #1 overseas event in South Province. "Please be careful." The low-pitched male voice came from the phone and contained a majestic murder. After 10 minutes, I will arrive at Fujian town. Yi Jian appeared in the camp post, and the two soldiers who appeared in the whistle saw this change. One called Yang Yingchang, and the other man carrying the injured man ran to the camp. Inside, Yang Yingchong just ran out with the military doctor and immediately put the man gently on the stretcher. It is a gunshot wound. The position is on the left shoulder, and there is too much blood loss and coma. The wound has the possibility of infection and needs to be treated with anti-inflammatory immediately. Yi Jian saw Yang Yingchong and immediately told the details he knew. Spring. There is a problem with the Yang Hotel, and there are 5 foreign men. One of the foreigners has a Hongkou accent and has a wound. Hongkou City accent. This is not. Yang Yingchong's gaze is a deep look at Yi Jian, and he said, Shantao, you may need to work hard tonight. You go back to the dormitory first, and the military doctor will handle the wound of the soldier. Yi Jian slightly condensed, whispered, Yang Shu, you only have one military doctor here? One is afraid of not enough. I know a little gunshot treatment. Let me go. When this girl talked, her demeanor and words always made people inexplicably convinced. Yang Yingchong almost nodded and thought about it. Well, you can start. In the medical school for more than a year, the professional knowledge is better than the medical students. Yi Jian and Yin will be really just to get started. But it is really only a matter of getting started. The 14-year-old Yi Jian has never been exposed to gunshot wounds, but he has learned some theoretical knowledge in the army. Anti-inflammatory drip, wound cleanup, remove the bullet to clean the wound again. As long as the military doctor needs anything, she can immediately hand it in, and even use the sterile cotton cloth to wipe the sweat from the military doctor and the bullet. When Xia Jinyuan came in, he saw a slender figure standing on the side of the operating table. Like a sentinel in the guard, he heard his footsteps. He turned his back to her with a scalpel and turned his eyes. Look over. It's me, Xia Jinyuan. His low-pitched opening took off his combat helmet and revealed a handsome and deep face. Wearing the army combat uniforms, without the uniforms and the military uniforms, with a dark night, he walked in, so that the entire infirmary is full of Jingu iron horse-like killing. Yi Jian gently sighed. It turned out to be him. The medic was in the process of incomplete debridement on the injured area of the injured person's shoulder, and the head did not lift the leaf to the road. Left body, one-time pulse debridement flusher preparation. Only with a look of his eyes, he immediately handed the left-handed camera to the military doctor and prepared a one-time pulse-type debridement flusher. After the warhead was removed, the wound was immediately washed to prevent anaerobic infection. As for Xia Jinyuan's presence and absence, it did not affect Yi Jian. Chapter 64 can come to the leaf. After Xia Jinyuan glanced at it, he immediately withdrew and said to the outside Yang Yingchong, the situation is temporarily stable. Talk about the situation here. Jian Shantao met suspicious target characters at Chunyang Hotel on the intersection of Jinjie Street, and he was angry with Hongkou City. He was injured. Yang Yingchong quickly relayed his own news. More details need to wait for the wounded to wake up. Just got it. Looking back, the deep eyes glanced at the infirmary with the surgical light on, and the thin lips pressed against the sinking. When did she learn to deal with gunshot wounds? The action was quite skillful, but it was like dealing with gunshots. The Xia team is talking about Jane's head. This is a slap in the face, and the memory is good. This time is in the army. It is estimated that I learned some things in the team. Yang Yingchong is still afraid that the temperament is cold, and the summer team, with a strong mountain like a mountain, is not happy. He immediately said, the military doctor said that she has no problem. All the medical devices know her before she goes to the operating table. Xia Jinyuan looked at Yang Yingchong, who was nervous, and his thin lips were slightly hooked. It is indeed a very gimmick. The time on the watch is already pointing to 8:37. Put on the combat helmet and fasten the safety buckle. On Yang Ying's long road. Tonight, the camp area will be more guarded. Don't let her run out. I don't run out. Do you know what those people look like? Yi Jian, who came out of the infirmary, took off his mask and smiled faintly as he walked into the night. Of course, if you know what it is, I really don't have to run out. Why is this gimmick? Since the last time I tried to test her in school, what about him like a little hedgehog? Xia Jinjin and Fu turned and smiled at the girl like a little hedgehog. The corner of his lips curved out with a beautiful curvature. Small girl, can you tell me? Height, appearance, characteristics, we all need to know. Still have to follow a little bit to become a little girl. Love face, he is a big man to follow her to go. It is also grace. Yi Jian, who did not target him, did not pay attention to his demeanor. Instead, he said to Yang Ying, "Yang Shu, please wait a moment. I will come in 5 minutes." After all, I ran to the dormitory where I slept. Turn on the lights, spread the paper, pick up the pencil, and Yi Jian closes his eyes slightly, recalling the scene at the hotel entrance around 8 o'clock. Speeding motorcycles, glaring headlights, charming waiters, gloomy men, and the off of the accent. The memories in my mind are fixed on the faces of 5 people, and the pencils are drawn at the beginning of their homework. Face shape, facial features, even the hairstyle, Yi Jian also painted out. She painted very fast. There was no stagnation in the pen, and she did not say that she needed to erase the signs of redrawing. In 2 minutes, she had already drawn one. A pair of slender hands quietly took the drawn sketch for her, and the owner of the hand just took it up and sketched it carefully, without disturbing Yi Jian. Xia Jinyuan's deep black C squat slightly, and looked at the desk under the lamp carefully and focused on painting. He did not care about the little girl who appeared, and there was a very light smile in his eyes. This little girl is really good, and the thick eyelashes are like a crow feather. When you don't talk, you are beautiful and have a smart temperament. Open your mouth. The look in your eyes is a bit cold, not quite like a 14-year-old girl. Chapter 65 is surprisingly constant. The level of painting also surprised him. In the night, he only took a look at it. He even remembered the other person's face and then clearly painted it. It was awesome. This portrait is a man who is accented by Hongkou City. He has a wound. It should be the waist. When he is on the motorcycle, he consciously squats down the right side of the waist. Yi Jian handed this side sketch to his hand. There are 3 more, just wait for me. Yi Jianlian, who entered the focus, was cold and cold. When the pencil was drawn, there was a faint cold light flashing away. I checked the wounded pistol, QSC-92 semi-automatic pistol, a total of 15 bullets, only 1 shot. If this bullet is hit by a man with a rainbow accent, the other party should still be in the hotel now, and will not leave for the time being. The QSC-92 semi-automatic pistol is a DAP-92 9mm hard steel core bullet. The missile has a low shooting intensity and is strong enough to penetrate a 1.3mm thick helmet steel plate at a distance of 50 meters. It can still penetrate 50mm thick pine boards, while other pistols cannot penetrate the steel plate. Based on this, if the other party is really in the gun, what he has to do now is to stop the bleeding, and then transfer. Xia Jinyuan's sharp vision has been back and forth on Yi Jian's face for a few laps. Later, he raised his eyebrows and smiled. It seems that I have learned a lot in the army. I know this. There are 2 portraits, which are completed in 4 minutes. Okay. On her calm and cold eyes, Xia Jinyuan decided to change her inquiring tone, so that she would let this little girl have opinions on herself. After living for 20 years, Xia Xiao, who has always seen his face, never thought that in a small village, he had to look at the face of a little girl. The cold tone was soft and down, but I made Yi Jian somewhat uncomfortable. When I looked at him, I took it back indifferently. The other 4 are side faces. I will try to see if they can get them together. Positive. Since it is the target person, don't you have their information? Don't even have a photo? Her pencil didn't stop. She was painting on the paper, and the targeted questions were asked one by one. Although I don't know how you arranged it, but the target person was shocked and his comrades were injured. This is the mistakes of the decision makers above. The rest of the paintings continue to be painted, and Xia Jinshan is still silent. If not, his gas field is so powerful that people can't ignore it, and when he has already left. You are right, it is my mistake. I want Jiang Taigong to fish, and finally, I won't have another time. He said coldly, and gradually turned his voice down completely. He took it by the side portrait. After drawing a sketch of the frontal image, Xia Jinyuan once again looked at Yi Jian with amazement. Every time you meet, you can give me a surprise. Rolling up the homework paper, Jun Yanli showed her cold and looked at her. She said, "It may not be too peaceful tonight. Stay in the camp. Don't walk around." Yi Jian put down the pencil and looked at him with a fixed gaze. He said with a sigh of relief, "How did you get into the restaurant? Liao Jian's father has already gone. Reassure, we will arrange it. There will be no more cases of comrades injured." Xia Jinyuan's leaves are slightly dagger, chill, and determined to make promises. With her eyes again, she did not walk out of the camp, and then turned and left the dormitory. Chapter 66, Unexpected Hug. The back of the desert is as long as bamboo, straight and loose, and the pace is not only unparalleled elegance, but also a sword-like fierceness. This is Jian, an elegant but dangerous soldier. The lips slammed slightly, and they stood up and chased them out. Team, I promised to go to my classmates tonight. Jian, who chased out, turned and disappeared at the corner of the stairs. The figure that passed by was screaming, I am going out now. My classmates must wait for me at home. The footsteps of the downstairs did not stop, and Jian had to chase down the building again. She must go tonight, and Jian's mother is a doctor. If the target person's gunshot wound needs to stop bleeding and rescue, he will definitely find in Jian's mother Zhou. If he told the sentinel in the camp not to let her go, he certainly could not go out. The problem is that I am now rushing to find Zhou. Still have time? It's been 16 minutes since she found the target person. In one step, Jian, who passed the third and fourth steps, quickly rushed from the third-floor dormitory to the first floor. Her speed was fast enough, but it was not as fast as Jian. I only heard his footsteps disappeared. First floor. Jian is not deaf, because he heard that he needs to arrange a man to her in the past, in order to save time, did not stop to respond. Arrange a sentinel to Jian to her classmates. The two words in the family have not been said yet. I heard the footsteps of the squatting, behind the rain and the urgency of the rain. This is fast enough, not afraid of falling. Yourself. Jian, whose face was cold, did not command it. He turned and took a step. He stood on the first floor of the stairs and looked up. He saw a slender figure and went to him like a milk swallow. Jian, who was in a hurry, expected that he would suddenly appear. She took a step forward and she responded very quickly. She took the first step of the pace and the right hand held the escalator. Calculated by herself, I can stop and not hit it. However, as seen by Jian, she is definitely like a breast swallow. With both hands open, the footsteps have subconsciously stepped onto the steps, very stable, and the leaves are tightly held in their arms. The sentinel who came over saw another scene. The woman's was chased out, and the same disappointing man's heart felt. Turning around, she hugged the woman who was chased out. It is completely romantic. Soon, Jian realized how awkward his movements were, and retracted his hand indifferently, laughing at Jian, who seemed to be scared. Looking back, you just said, it is easy to worry that there will be an accident. The little girl is really thin, and the waist is so thin that he can ring with one hand. Jian looked at the man who had calmed down and stepped forward. He longed out a breath and didn't let himself grind his teeth. Looking at him, coldly said, I have stood firm. It is your own judgment mistakes. In front of this gimmick, Jian always has a subtle sense of not being able to speak. The thin lips showed a hint of helpless smile, turned around, and when I looked at the sentinel, the handsome face was cold, as if I had never smiled. The sentinel's look was subtle. Jian glanced at him coldly and said, What do you think? You hurry to the classmate's house and pay attention. The sentinel who disappeared from the picture of the mind was saluting, and he replied with sorrow, Yes. Dear North, we don't know if it's the update of yesterday. I'm repeating it, and I'm saying it's missing. You can try to move the book out of the bookshelf and add it again. The problem may be solved. Also, North then, when you score, don't shake your hands. Qingyun likes the stars of 5 stars, because they are 5-pointed stars, and many beautiful 5-pointed stars. What about the 5-pointed star on our flag? Chapter 67 Shao, he has a sharp point. After commanding the sentinel, he looked at the side and stood still on the steps. The ant's small face looked cold and indifferent, and some awkward daggers, deep eyes converge, and quickly walked away from the dormitory. In the Chunyang Hotel, Liao Yud, who was found from the table, cut the clothes with scissors, and his face changed directly. Come, go to the hospital for a doctor. Great thing. The black gun hole, the flesh is bloody, and it is seen that the blood of small stalks has leaked out in the wound of the child's little finger. A man stalked into the room with a hot stainless steel pot. He slammed the door and locked his face. Liao Yud said, Dagu, look at you. In the stainless steel pot, the scissors and tweezers that were poisoned with boiling water were placed, and some people took out the hemostatic gauze, bandages, anti-inflammatory drugs, and anesthesia needles from the bag. Liao Yud listened. His face was a bit whiter, panic. No, no, Feege is hurting the place. I can't use this fur. It will kill the flying brother. Turning his head, facing the man with too much pale paper, whispered and hurriedly said, Flying brother, you can't move this. I am going to the doctor in the hospital. She has dealt a gunshot wound. The man who is called Feege is pale and looks fierce. Hearing his words, his eyes were overcast, and he made a look at the people around him. Then he nodded his consent. There is no night activity in the town that has been dark in the night, and sleeps early, and has been turned off, and only a few scattered lights are on. After the leaves of the town hospital were sent to the guards to leave their sentinels, they went to the doctor's office. Just walked to the entrance of the corridor. I heard Liao Jian's father Liao Yud was in a hurry. Dr. Zhou, hurry up. Drinking and drinking, climbing a tree. I want to fall down and be hurt by the branches. Hey, how can I spread these things? Yi Jian noticed the next 4 weeks, and no one left quietly. When I saw Liao Yud walk to the dark street with Dr. Zhou, she chased it out from behind and learned the voice of Jian. Mom, where are you going so late? I will accompany you. When I heard it, I really thought it was Jian talking. Pan Jian, who caught up, accidentally bumped into Liao Yud, who was walking in the back. Something seemed to fall in her hand. She ran over and rolled up Dr. Zhou's arm. This child, isn't it for you to rest at home? Dr. Zhou, who was in a hurry, didn't really hear it. Plus, Jian was really at home, and he didn't think much. Liao Yud's eyes turned, and he was already laughing. Haha said, Jia Xian has not slept so late. Liao Jian is still doing mathematics. Uncle knows that your math is good, just to pass teaching, Liao Jianxing. Chung, no problem. The reason why I chase it out is not to worry about Zhou Ai. Yi Jian is naturally happy to agree. Dr. Zhou also wanted to blame a few words, and he was pulled down by the daughter. That is why he felt that there was a problem with the daughter around him. Auntie, I am Jian's classmate Yi Jian. Yi Jian was keenly aware that her body was stiff, and after taking her a few quick steps, she whispered, A little thing, when you are Jian, just fine. There is no way to explain clearly in a few words, and then catch up with it. Yi Jian only has time to interrupt a few sentences. Chapter 68, The First Leaf of the War. Dr. Zhou still didn't understand what was going on, but in the bottom of his heart, it was a faint uneasiness. Liao Yud behind him stopped, and both hands touched his pocket, seemingly looking for something. After touching it, his face changed. He whispered something to the man who came over and turned back to the town hospital. Let's go, Aunt. Yi Jian's mouth curled up with a faint smile, and the black sly looked at the front, only to see the calm, no trace of weakness. When I am Jian, I want to accompany you to go out. Go. The Chunyang Hotel is not far from the town health center. You can see the Chunyang Hotel and the town street from a big bend. It turned out that the hotel with the lights on was suddenly extinguished. Yi Jian clearly noticed that the man's footsteps that had been walking behind him were anxious, but they quickly stabilized. Not only was the Chunyang Hotel power outage, but the entire town was stopped. Chunyang Hotel is a 2-story single-family building. The back of the house is a field. The front of the house is a road, and the left and right sides are empty. If you want to sneak in, turn off the lights and grab a slab in the middle of it. Put the lights of the whole town out. This will not cause doubt. Go fast. The strange man pressed his voice and urged him. The power outage in the whole town made the man's heart faint. Dr. Zhou did not speak, clenched Yi Jian's hand, and almost trotting with his medicine box. She wanted to find an opportunity for Yi Jian to run away. However, I heard that Yi Jian was a song, and it was easy to walk like a summer evening. It's always been the time to come to the Chunyang Hotel, and the sound of the night birds is looming. That was the late response from Xia Jinyuan, telling Yi Jian that it was deployed around. If it wasn't for Yang Yingchang who told him that the special contact method for the troops was Yi Jian, his response would be even later. The leaf with a smile on his face converges in a moment and reaches out to grab the shoulder on the right side of Dr. Zhou. After fishing the belt of the medicine box, the whole person turns around and picks up the medicine box in his hand, going over to the head of a strange man. This change is too fast, and Dr. Zhou is almost screaming out loud. She hasn't reacted yet. She has been pulled by Yi Jian in the dark. Zyakar once again smashed out from Yi Jian's mouth. This is the secret sign that the contact alarm is cleared in the army. This girl, Jinshu and Lao Chun, do not have white teaching. Yang Yingchong has always had a smile on his chilly face, admiring. The solution is unambiguous. Xia Jinyuan, who was hiding in the dark, gently released his fist. He was dull in the black scorpion. He sighed down and said, "She came with the doctor in the town. This girl is a derogatory person. Yang Yingchong, I will give it to you outside. Yi Jian, this bold gimmick. She is really dare. I don't want to think that I am still a student." In the night bird he responded to. Only a few black images were seen as a nighttime lightweight plucking overnight. There were 2 doors near the hotel, and the other one went to Yi Jian and dragged her away. The man disappeared into the night. A black shadow is close to Yi Jian, and the distance between each other's heat can be felt. He whispered, "Yi Jian, you are really disobedient, born with anti-bone?" It's the voice of Xia Jinjin. He's also half a sigh of relief. The introverted breathing sounds from the top of Yi Jian's head. Will the gesture be played? The handle is extended to me. Chapter 69. Don't underestimate Yi Jian. God did not know how close the ghost. Yi Jian's cold hair is naturally erected. She, very unaccustomed to this close contact. A pair of cognac big hands were already stretched out, and Yi Jian licked his mouth to ignore the distance. The long fingers touched his slender fingers slightly and gestured. "Do you understand?" He withdrew his hand and asked gently. Breathing is already near her ear. His breath is very light, and he can still smell the mint. Yi Jian, who is not accustomed to breathing, slightly moved, leaning away from the masculine scent that she thought was aggressive. Pulling up Dr. Zhou, who was squatting with herself, whispered, "Auntie, I am going to knock on the door. I will need it later. You can only trouble you. Well, you should be careful." Dr. Zhou just faintly felt that there were more people around him. There was no way to see clearly in the darkness, but the heart was finally settled a lot. Yi Jian raised his hand and, "Papa," knocked on the next volume. "Who asked my mother to see a doctor? Where is the person? How can the door be locked? No one is leaving." After that, he raised his voice again. "Mom, I'm gone. There is Uncle. This is drinking and drinking. Let us play." There was no footsteps in the lobby where there was no movement. First, the glass door was opened, and a man appeared when the door was pulled up. "What's the matter? Is there a patient?" Dr. Zhou, an alcohol smell, said, "How do you see the power outage? Candles, flashlights." When she spoke, Yi Jian was already walking inside the hotel. The black light is on fire, waiting for the uncle to buy a candle and come back. It seems that it is too dark to see clearly. The foot seems to be picking up something. The whole person is going to squat with a man like a door god. The man who was not wary of a little girl was suddenly thrown out of the door by Yi Jian. In his curse, the soldiers hidden on both sides sneaked in from the main entrance in the apology of Yi Jian. Behind the house, 2 more soldiers turned to the second floor like a flying raft. Xia Jinyuan did not go in immediately, and his eyes hidden in the darkness locked in Yi Jian, listening to her apology and hearing her footsteps into the hotel. Just as the man turned and took Dr. Zhou into the moment, Xia Jinyuan was like a cheetah, and the action rushed out fiercely, squatting in the man's back neck with one hand. "Auntie, don't panic." Yi Jian gently comforted Dr. Zhou, who had a cold fingertip, holding her hand, calming his voice and calmly toward the darkness. "Why don't you light a lamp? Where is the patient?" Later, Xia Jinyuan, who came in, heard a man's voice coming. "What is it? Wait a minute." This voice. He jerked up, and the darkness of the darkness was deep and surprised to see in the darkness. This voice is clearly the voice of a man who is dizzy by himself. He was surprised. Dr. Zhou is the same. The footsteps were uploaded from the building. Someone directly said, "Fei Ge, let the doctor come up." And the little girl, "There is the Ge, or do you look at it? This girl has to go with her mother. Go up together and talk to us very well." Liao Yud's voice came from Yi Jian's mouth. In the dark, it was really unwarranted to make people chill. Xia Jinyuan, who understands it, is already crying and laughing. No wonder this courage is so big. It's really a daring man. Where is the little girl who learned the trick? Push a good friend of Qing Yun, a good friend's text. Let's travel together. fight together, soak together, why have a man together, and have seen a good friend of the small film Jian. Show Sa Chi Xiaoqiu nonstop. Warm wife, afraid of it, is her text. Writing is profound, absolutely beautiful. Jian, Qi Jiazi, the top man of the upper class of Y City. In the early summer of Zhou, her father committed suicide after being imprisoned in January, and her fiancé Lu Nanxing retired when she was nowhere to go. Miss Zhou, I can solve all the difficulties you have now, but you need to be my wife for a year. It is good. You can't enter the show in a year, you can't get caught up in divorce. Obviously, he said that he should not enter the show. Why did he use all possible ways to treat her well and let her gradually lose heart? But when she lost her heart, what was it that stabbed her in her heart? When she sent the divorce agreement and turned away, she did not hesitate. Chapter 70 is a happy cooperation. With Yi Jian said, Xia Jinyuan in the darkness does not have to hide his footsteps. He acts as Liao Yud and stepped out of the footsteps and rushed upstairs. The man waiting for them to come up did not doubt anything, but took a lighter and prepared to take a photo to the person who went upstairs. He said, Doctor, pick up your things, be careful. The light of the lighter was less than half a second, and Xia Jinyuan, who wore combat gloves with both hands, shot lightning, annihilating the light, but also quickly licking each other's mouth. Stepping forward, the left hand stalked like a snake from the back of the other's head. After a dull voice, the stairs would be quiet. The light flashed again, and the waiting leaf was easy to see a cold face of Xia Jinyuan playing a forward gesture. When the fire was extinguished, she took Dr. Zhou's hand and said, Auntie, there is a final step. The last step was to rush into the room where Fei Gu was hiding and control the suspect. The second floor of Chunyang Hotel is accommodation. There are only 5 rooms in total. In the headset, Xia Jinyuan received a report from the second-floor warrior. Several waiters have already controlled, and the target person's room is locked in the second room on the second floor. This time, Yi Jian was coming back to Xia Jinyuan, who was close to the wall. The slender fingers came out, and he was held by his powerful hand. A gesture was passed. The second floor, room number 2, 2 people. The received leaf sound became in Jessen. When she came up, she complained, I knew that I had a flashlight, so I didn't light a candle. Standing in room 2, the voice is even more dissatisfied. There is uncle. Where are you going? Give you a flashlight, you have a lot of things. The sound of Liao Yid sounded, and then the footsteps of the trot gradually went away. The soldiers who were hidden in the dark were all stunned. Xia Jinyuan, who was pouting and cold-faced, was in her for a while. In the mouth of the man's mouth, he didn't hold back, he grinned. It's really like it. Dr. Zhou also wants to laugh, but at this time she can't smile at all. She raises her hand and knocks on the door. Would you like to see a doctor? The door doesn't open. It is the accent of the town. Of course, look at it. Don't look at what you are going to do. This time, Yi Jianzhuang is the voice of a man who was just solved by Xia Jinyuan. Inside, the flying brother lying in bed finally opened his mouth. Pick up the candle and let the doctor come in. In the dark room, there was finally a faint candlelight, lightly illuminating the corner, and the face of Fija's face was pale and weak. He said to the man who was protecting him 24 hours a day, You go to the doctor. The daughter looks tight, and let the label bring the doctor in. He gritted his teeth and said that his eyes were fierce. At the moment when the door opened, the quick-responding Yi Jian pulled the doctor to the side and gave the front position to the soldiers who were ready for the assault. Standing on the front side, Xia Jinyuan, whose eyes are as sharp as a sword, lifted his right leg and slammed into the open door. After a loud bang, the whole door was thrown to the room by him. The speed of this foot is fast and fierce, so that the leaf on the wall feels a strong leg and wind and some faint pain. The man who opened the door was also hit by him. The whole person fell to the ground. Before he got up, the soldiers who were hiding around him quickly rushed into the room with guns. The black muzzle pointed directly at the underground man and drank. From, Do not move. Brushing the message every day, code words, a happy day? Thank you for your support. Continue to leave the message and rush to the list of newcomers. Chapter 71, The Gap with You. In the no movement of the big drink, the back of the cold sweat-drenched Zhou, leaning against the wall, slowly sitting on the cold ground. The wind, from the room without the door, floated out. This is a sigh of relief. The expression of Yi Jian is slightly condensed. How can the room with closed windows blow out the night wind? Like she thought of something, she suddenly screamed, "Xia Jinyuan!" Below, the man has already rushed out to the first floor like an arrow from the string. Her movements are too fast, so fast that Xia Jinan has no chance to speak. After pressing the headset, he listened to the report of the comrades deployed behind the house and chased Yi Jian, while he screamed, "Control the target person," and escorted away overnight. Yang Yingchong, notify the Power Supply Bureau, resume power. He ordered that less than 10 seconds, after a brief flash of light, the entire Fujian town power supply returned to normal. Xia Jinyuan, who chased the hotel lobby, slowly stopped under the bright light and quietly looked at the slender back of the hotel. After a while, he slowly walked over like a walk and smiled. "Isn't it really good? Just how you feel that you are lost. Hey, the little girl is a little girl, and it's amazing. It's still a child. This little face, like the June day, says that the change has changed." He chased the first floor. Yi Simple has heard who is the footsteps. After a moment of silence, she sighed softly and lifted her eyes. The black and bright eyes fixedly looked at him. "I saw the gap between me and you. How old are I? How old are you?" Xia Jinyuan, who was shackled by her, suddenly laughed and looked at her serious face. The laughter could only be recovered. She coughed and comforted. "You are already amazing. That vocal skill, I am stunned with my comrades. How old am I? Say it scared you." Looking at the Xia Jinyuan, who became a brother of the intimate soldier, Yi Jian squinted his lips, and after the eyes flashed, the bright little face slowly raised a smile. It is not a problem of age, but a relationship with the environment. No matter what she has learned, she has not been systematically educated, she is still a step after another. So she will panic when she finds that the target person has jumped out of the window. Who is Xia Jinyuan? Does he have no arrangements? There is a relationship between the environment. Xia Jinyuan picked up the eyebrows. After thinking for a while, he nodded in a pertinent manner. He smiled and looked at the little girl who would review his shortcomings and answered her seriously. There is a relationship with the environment. However, in the end, it depends on personal efforts. You now have a first-class sergeant and a world-class sniper. Your environment is already superior to many people in the world. They create the environment, and you have to work harder. As said, the voice suddenly became extraordinarily serious. You have to put a lot of effort into you. You have to cherish it. Another point, I must remind you that if you want to become a soldier, you must first understand what it means to be obedient. This is to settle the account after the fall. Yi Jian's footsteps quietly stepped out to the outside. Only to move one step was the hand of Xia Jinyuan's big hand clasped his arm. "Wanna slip?" The sound of laughter made Yi Jian feel a little more stunned. His back was straight, and he turned and looked at him. He apologized. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. But I don't think I will be back next time." Chapter 72, If You Are My Soldier. The attitude of admitting mistakes is very good, but it is useless in front of him. You are so anxious to run down, but also worried that the target person will escape. The original intention can understand. Xia Jinyuan evoked a corner of his mouth. Looking at the girl with a pair of stars like a pair of eyes, the light smile has a playful taste. The attitude of acknowledging mistakes is also very good. Is this afraid that I will marry you? What am I afraid of? I am not your soldier. The cold-stricken Yi Jian was holding the same smile and smiled and said, "Moreover, I did go to find my classmate, but it happened to happen. Aunt Zhou is gone. How about running down? He has already laid down the net. It is absolutely impossible for Fei Gu to jump out of the window to escape, but he is too responsive." Her answer was to let Xia Jinyuan's eyebrows rise, and then there was a little more sorrow in the dull chill. Looking at her, the smile slightly converged a little and said, "If you are my soldier, Yi Jian, your end will be very miserable. There is a law in the military law that stipulates that a defiant soldier will be warned, severely warned, remembered according to the severity of the situation. When it comes to military law, his expression is inevitably becoming fierce." After that, Xia Jinyuan, who has been paying attention to Yi Jian's expression, smiled slowly. "So, Yi Jian, Who wants to be a qualified soldier? Obeying orders is the first thing you need to learn. He laughed more handsomely, and his temperament was more elegant in his smile. A man wearing a military uniform can also conceal a man who is not expensive. The environment in which he grows is in an ordinary environment. One side of the water raises one person, and the environment is so important. Thank you for your advice, I understand. Jian gently beheaded, and his advice to him was recorded in his heart. Military people obey orders as vocations. President Chen and Grandpa have all said it personally. However, she has focused on improving her own ability, but she has lost this most basic and necessary consciousness. There were footsteps coming, and the soldiers upstairs came over. Report, the second floor was cleaned up. The scene informed the police to block. His smile converges. Junius' eyebrows are cold and revealing. Turning, and the back of the dial is already with the military's embarrassment. Collection, receiving the team. His clear and awkward voice reveals supreme deterrence, crossing his shoulders. Jian sees the soldier in front of the station with a stern expression, and he can be seen with earnestness and meticulous attitude. His command of Xia Jinyuan is absolutely obedient. Jian's mouth was slightly tightened, and the soldiers obeyed the command as a vocation. She probably understood. Looking at his back like a mountain, the leaf is slightly confined to the black scorpion. Such a man is not only convinced by the soldiers in terms of ability, he will be able to convince his soldiers from all aspects. After all the arrangements were completed, Xia Jinyuan let Jian and Dr. Zhou walk out of the hotel. Tonight, I was shocked by two people. I am very sorry that we have not done a job here. I am very sorry. He was sent to the side of the road. His voice was sincere, and his voice was full of apologies. All the target people, they have all been cleaned up. In order to prevent extra budgets, we will block the news when we come in. We will not bring trouble to the two in the future. Chapter 73 is not so simple, man. Dr. Zhou was older, and she quickly said, "You can rest assured that this kind of thing will only be bad in your heart and will never be promoted. You are a doctor and have a high professional ethics. We naturally believe in Dr. Zhou." Xia Jinyuan said with a graceful attitude that in the face of the people, his attitude is not as cold as steel, but like a breeze. Don't send two. I feel sorry again. Arrange a soldier to leave Dr. Zhou to leave. After she walked away, Xia Jinyuan raised her hand and suddenly flicked on Jian's forehead. I haven't had time to praise you, and I'm doing well, little girl. Really bomb. Unguarded, the leaf that was being smashed was licking his painful forehead, and there was a wave of sorrow in the indifferent black scorpion. What is this? It will be praised, and it will be fined for a while. Xia Jinyuan is already laughing. This is a man who is very restrained. Even a pleasant smile is low and shallow, and the night is refreshing and laughing. You are only 14, not 40 years old. Relax yourself, eyes. Don't have too much indifference in it. 14 years old. It is the rainy season. I guess the 14-year-old of the summer team should not be the rainy season. There is no indifference in the eyes, but at least it seems to be unattainable. In the face of extremely difficult speculation, Jian simply used it. The way of the people is to rule the body. The 20-year-old major will live a 4-year-old season like a rainy season? Is it possible? Think of his 14 years old. Xia Jinyuan closed his mouth with interest. In front of this is really clever. He still said less, so as not to be blocked by her angina. The soldier who was waiting for the order was beckoning. Come and come. Send the classmate back to the recruit camp. 14 years old. It is no wonder that every day, the old man said it is difficult to get it. 20-year-old himself encountered the 14-year-old Jian, the same difficult to get the gimmick. Hey, suddenly I want to make a call back to greet the old man and apologize. After waiting for the suspect to return to the city, Xia Jinyuan actually made a phone call back to Beijing. In the heavily guarded military compound, a quaint, outer courtyard that was covered with ivy, the security guard picked up the phone. After greeting his sentence, he ran to the floor and slammed the door gently. The commander-in-chief, the major call, said that there is a need to report to you. At 10:30 in the evening, the commander of the summer, who had always had a good schedule, was listening to it. He jumped up from the bed and climbed up. This kid has never taken the initiative to make a phone call. Could it be that there was an accident in the team? What happened? He opened his mouth and listened to it in a cold voice. The old man is sorry. I suddenly feel that my 14-year-old is really awkward. Commander-in-Chief Xia has the urge to drop the phone, and he is worried about it. Bad boy, wait for lousy. Old man, give me a greeting to my father, and good night. Xia Jinyuan heard, bent his mouth and smiled, and hung up the phone. The summer commander was in good health, full of gas. Stinky boy, can't sleep in the middle of the night. It seems that I have to make a phone call and increase his workload. It is not serious every day. The commander of the summer, who was stunned in the mouth, listened to the busy voice of Dudu, saying that he was squatting, but his face was full of smiles. Chapter 74, Don't Bother Me. Xia Jinyuan was a difficult class since he was a child. When he was a child, he asked Dong to ask the West. After he grew up, he asked Dong to ask the West. If he asked, it would be a question that was difficult to answer. In the eyes of everyone in the Xiajia family, Xia Jinyuan is the little devil of the Xia family. However, this little devil is admitted to the military academy in one breath, and has made meritorious deeds several times. At the age of 20, he became a major and became the youngest major in the family. The son is so promising, the commander-in-chief of Xia can be regarded as the wilting before the sweep. At the time of the 14th of Xia Jinyuan, he has always been proud of it. This is also, even if it is shocked by an inexplicable phone call by Xia Jinyuan, there is no anger. Contact the Zhangjiang Committee of the Nangguang Military Region. Turned around, Commander-in-Chief Xia was put in the military uniform jacket in the room, and then went to the study. The troops in the deep mountains of Fujian town belong to the Nangguang Military Region. The night became deeper and deeper, and it turned out to be foggy in the middle of the night. Standing in front of the window, I don't know how long Yi Jian felt wet on the body, and then I was shocked by my own contemplation. I found that the distant horizon had been faintly covered with a gray line. It is already 5 o'clock in the morning. Yi Jian, who had not slept for a night, felt sleepy. He quickly washed his face in the military squad of the recruiting camp. After 2 minutes, the leaflets of the textbooks were already on time in the cafeteria. Here, Yi Jian only needs to help the cooking class to wash the dishes, clean up the hygiene, and have a breakfast and dinner for a week. I came here for half a month, and my hands and feet were gracious, diligent, and more capable of suffering from the Leaf Jane. The soldiers in the entire recruiting camp were all aware of her. Early. Get up so early? Fast, just out of the pot of mustard buns, thieves fragrant. There are eggs, hose. Wanna eat sa, go to the hole. The squad leader is a northeastern person. When I see Yi Jian come in, let me haha she eats more. The soldiers in the class all agreed that Yi Jian was a little thinner, much shorter, and eating more pasta would grow taller and gain weight. I don't know if it was enough for the whole half of the month to eat and eat well. Yi Jian really felt that he was growing taller. After greeting with them, he ate the breakfast while picking up the kitchen. Finish the kitchen, clean up, and wait until 6:30 to leave for school on time. She likes to trotting to go to school while exercising. It can also enhance physical fitness. On the bicycle, Gao Yangyang once again saw the figure running along the national road. After a cold hesitation, he had a little hesitation, and his lips were cold and tight, and he chased the bicycle. He rushed directly to the front of Yi Jian, and then a sudden break. His hands twisted the bicycle head handsomely, turned ahead, and even the person with the car was in front of Yi Jian. A series of movements were done quite quickly, without considering whether others would be scared, so suddenly in front of Yi Xiao in the trot. Yi Jian's reaction was awkward, and with the last night's reaction, the reaction in the subconscious was, lifted his foot and smashed toward the middle of the bicycle. Gao Yuyang did not think that she was welcoming her directly. She looked straight at the cold leading, Yi Jian lightning-like foot. Without hesitation, she directly came over. Hey! 2 sounds, and even the high-pitched slamming of the car with the car was not recovered. The cold and handsome face of Yan Bing looked at Yi Jian with a blank look. After half a ring, his voice was squeezed out of his teeth and asked, "What are you doing?" Chapter 75, Do Not Block the Road. What? Yi Jian's face was not apologetic. He looked back coldly and left his left leg. He smiled and said, "I still want to ask you what to do. If it wasn't for me, I would lie down in the ground. It is. For those who have anything to do with Yi Jian has a good impression on them. What's more, this high-sounding classmate. Oh, a little too self-righteous. Quite awkward. Gao Yan's high-spirited and angry, and when he slaps his own dust, his mouth faintly sighs. When I rolled up my sleeves, I saw the skin on my elbows and bloodshot. When he saw the wound and his face was angry, he looked up and said, "You are really." "Well, what am I really?" Yi Jian's faint voice interrupted. "I don't think I am." The tone of faint disgust is to make the face of Gao Yangyang even more ugly, and the eyes touched the leaves of Jian. When there was no swaying black scorpion, the heart was slightly cold, and there was no more to say. The lips were smashed into a straight line. He lifted the bicycle and seemed to be the Amzer. He asked, "Where did Yi Ying's holiday go?" "I went to your Shuku village and didn't find her." What is the most objectionable to Yi Jian? The most disgusting is his kind of person. As if he is willing to talk to you. You should be grateful for the zero and feel honored. He smiled coolly, and Yi Jian no longer looked at him more and walked straight. Unreasonable. Yi Jian, you give me a stop. Gao Yang, who wanted to ask something, saw her so ignoring herself. Her anger was on her face. Her left hand pushed the bicycle, and her right hand came out to grab the leaves. Jane's arm. Yi Jian's indifferent look was completely cold when he chased it again. Then he dared to reach out and grab himself. The black scorpion had a cold light and passed over. It seems that he had not enough to let him know long memory. Her patience was fascinating, and the frost on the face of the alum was slightly over the moment of turning. One hand had already buckled the high-handed right hand, and a force twisted, so that the school was a school-level boy. I screamed and lost my voice. My patience has always been limited, and again, and again, high praise. When you are a soft persimmon, you cannot make it. When the hand is enlarged, you can still see the arm muscles twisted to the outside. Gao Yangyang has already hurt the back and has a cold sweat, but there is nothing in the arrogance. Cold drink. Give me a hand. Yi Jian. Apologize. Coldly smacked the corner of his mouth. The leaf simply clasped his wrist, and the other hand buckled straight to his shoulder. Unloading your arm is nothing but a piece for me. Little things. Her expression is particularly indifferent, and even the waves are like a metal-like cold light, but the plain tone can hear that she is not joking. The heart is just a glimpse of Gao Yangyang immediately realized that every word she said is absolutely true, not a joke. I apologize. With this kind of consciousness, Gao Yangyang is angry again and can only apologize honestly. I am sorry I offended you. Please forgive me. Yi Jian gently smiled, slowly loosened and clamped his hands, raised his eyebrows, and the indifference of his expression swept away, and turned to the lazy way. It's still a confession, reminding you, Gao classmates, later you still have to ask me about Yi Ying in front of me. Otherwise, I really can't make anything that makes you unhappy. And I am not a one-way person with Yi Ying, and I don't want to have any relationship with her. When she finished, she carried her school bag. It seemed that nothing happened just now, and she ran off again and again. Gao Yuyang, who left his wrist faint and painful, stood in the same place, and then pushed the bicycle away after a long time. Chapter 76 goes out of the mountains. Although Fujian town surrounded by mountains is a bit poor, it is beautiful and picturesque. Every morning, I saw the mountains and waters along the national road trot, and the mood was always extraordinarily quiet. Even if it was a high praise, it did not affect the mood. When Yi Jian, who was wet with the mist, entered the classroom, he saw that Liao Jian, who had always been late, actually sat in the classroom early and did not play as usual, quiet to show a bit of gloom. He heard the footsteps of the students coming in. The gloomy eyes covered with faint light and looked up. When they found out that it was Yi Jian, the light was just like the Mars and disappeared instantly. I did another uplifting action. I saw it after I saw it in the leaf. Just a moment. Yi simply knew what he was doing. This is waiting for Yi Ying to come over. Dad is caught, afraid, uneasy, anxious. I am eager to find someone who can help myself. This is normal. What's more, after Yi Ying, there is a father who is the deputy mayor. It is quite normal to find her. It is him who is not normal. When did he and Yi Ying have a good relationship to find out what can be found? Yi Jian, here, good news tells you. In the hands of the classmates. Yi Jian is a faint retraction of sight, with a smile, and walked over. What good news? The morning is so excited. Early arrivals will always be a few books in the class, and the arts and sciences in the class will be there. The literary champion Zhang Na has not waited for Yi Jian to sit down, and she is already excited. The competition in the provincial experiment won. What class do you enroll? Mathematics? Language? Physics? Chemistry? Oh, there is English. This is an extra point competition. Students from the first and third grades of the province can participate. The teacher will come to our school next Saturday. We will register after the meeting. Zhou Liao, the top student of science, is also very interested. He has a lot of mathematics. Extraordinary fanaticism. This time is the mathematics competition. Zhang Na glanced at him and looked at Yi Jian. After a slight flash of gaze, he smiled and said, "That leaves you choose physics? Chemistry? Anyway, these two exams are good for your physics." Her words made the male students who had a heartfelt chemistry contest feel pressure. Yi Jian language is not bad. Today's Yi Jian, less than a month, let the top students in the class feel the pressure of competition. The top 3 in the competition all have extra points, which has great advantages for the entrance examination into the provincial experiment 1. Looking at this ideal of Zhang Xian, what is the face of the green face? The leaf Jane from the list of the competition report smiled. "Come to me." Bent down, in the column of the subject, a string of beautiful writing can be used as an advertisement in English on the registration form. When Zhang Na looked at it, she was shocked on the spot. English? Can this be done? We are the first English to learn. First report in English, there is a description here. A candidate can report multiple. All the exams are not finished once in the day, but in batches. Yi Jian smiled and put down the pen. The eyebrows are calm and confident. "You fight first, I will keep up." She smiled and said that the meaning of the words made the faces of several top students a little embarrassed. Zhou Liao frowned and looked at Zhang Na. Shun Sheng said, "The exam is all based on the skill. You can be sure that you can enter the top 3 without the leaf Jane?" Looking at Yi Jian, who gave up for his classmates, he said harshly, "You don't care about anything. Everything depends on the ability." Zhang Na on the other side is crying. Yi Jian has patted her shoulder and smiled and said, "I really don't. I want to report less English. Try it first. If you don't, come and test another." "Yes, that's right. Whether or not we have entered the top 3, at least we have all participated." Zhang Na, who had a little bit of a small 99, thought it would be relieved. Chapter 77. How is the teacher? Everything is by itself. Not bad. What are you afraid of? Yi Jian took his list of newspapers and returned to his seat. In the following subject line, except for the language, the other subjects were written. This kind of competition can be more participation, especially your goal is to enter the provincial experiment 1. 10 minutes from the early self-study, Liao Jian, who has been fidgeting, suddenly stood up, and the movements that rushed past were so large that the desks and chairs were loud. Ying appeared at the door of the classroom. If Liao Jian brought the tables and chairs to the sound, Yi Jian would not look up from the political textbooks. When the two met at the entrance of the classroom, they saw a fluster in Yi Ying's eyes. They snorted and said, "Go outside," and immediately turned away from the classroom, as if someone was seen. At this time, Yi Ying was easier to read than his face when he became the official wife of Yi Ying. Yi Jian has already slightly raised his mouth. He used to graduate from junior high school in his last life, but Yi Ying studied in the United States and became the pride of Fujian town. As a result, when I ran back to Fujian town, I had to leave and carefully and cautiously survived. In this life, the biggest turning point has passed. Then, and see who is the king in his day. Who is it? Where are the two of them sneaking up? When is a poor student and a good student can go one? Just happened to meet in Jiasin, sitting in Zhang Bin's position, pressing the scorpion. I still watch. It seems that Liao Jian's grasp of Yi Ying's wrist is very exciting. Yi Jian did not think that the two were a little sneaky, but this is not what she cares about. What do you do with them? Do you fill out the form? There is a competition in the middle of the experiment, in the provincial experiment. You are going to talk to Zhou Liao a few of them. www.mtlnovel.com. Yi Jian is not carrying his head. Read from the first page. Now is the 11th page. And Jiasin sat down for less than 2 minutes, and it was already a page. Watching her turn over a page at random, the line of sight just swept from above to the bottom, and occasionally paused and turned again. And Jian looked at her and looked suspicious. You are killing time www. Trampled.com is not the endorsement of her. The time to stop on a page is only a few minutes. Time is not like this, review it. Jian smiled at her and didn't explain anything. He just said, are you all finished? There are some difficulties in the back of the Constitution. If you don't know how to read it, it is recommended. Go back, maybe you will get it this time. And Jian is a top student in mathematics, and his interest in the liberal arts is general. Hearing words, he yawned and stood up and stood up. Do not back, don't back. Also, it is not a good thing that Yi Ying and Liao Jian are close. You should be careful. Yi Ying always directed against Yi Jian, and in the last few weeks, Yi Jian also made Liao Jian, who was narrow-minded, out of ugliness. Now that the two are on the side, it is good to pay attention to it. I know, don't worry. Yi Jian smiled in disapproval, ending the conversation in the self-study ringtone. In the city's detention center, Xia Jinyuan took the report handed over by the police. His sight fell on one of Liao Yud's confessions. After a long pause, Junyan said, how high is the truth? The truth is as high as 95% or more. According to the confession of several other people, it can be confirmed that Liao Yud is illegally armed. Another criminal suspect also said that Liao Yud said that he would return to the town hospital to get the pieces. There will be 6,000 words tonight. Chapter 78 Teacher Goodbye. Xia Jinjin raised the confession in his hand, and the thin lips were sharp and the sound of the lightness was already a bit heavy. This confession, I need to make a copy. If you lose your pistol, don't inform the local police station. Wait for me. Side message. Liao Yud mentioned above. He went to the town hospital to find Zhou doctors when the pistol was still there, but when he returned to the Chunyang Hotel, the pistol accidentally fell. There is another point. When Jian ran over, he hit him. That night, it was Yi Jian who used her skills to play various roles. That is to say, she hit Liao Yud at the time. This little girl. It seems that he still has to go back to find her. The Municipal Public Security Bureau agreed to Xia Jinyuan's request here, but he needs to reply as soon as possible within 24 hours. After all, the loss of a pistol with 15 rounds of bullets is a big deal. After coming out of the Public Security Bureau, Xia Jinyuan directly returned to Fujian town with a jeep in the army. At the intersection of a red light, I didn't intend to look at it. He smiled coldly, and he smiled. And then he turned his head and parked the car on the opposite side of the road. Less than 10 minutes after getting off the bus, he pulled a bag out of the building and returned to Fujian town. At this point, Yi Jianjing stood in the teacher's office. His eyes were slightly cold, and he looked at his class teacher faintly. After she said a bunch of nonsense, she smiled and said, Mr. Ku, you can rest assured, I am old, small, but still know how to do it. Since I have reported it, I will pass my confidence. You are my teacher. Shouldn't you have more confidence in me? After submitting the competition table in the provincial experiment, Ku teacher was directly scornful. In the face of her calm answer, Mr. Ku, who was vomiting blood in his heart, said coldly, Physics, chemistry, mathematics, English, do you become a genius? Full report. It's a shame in school, don't look at your face. Throw it outside. As for you, Ku, Yi Jian is like a fishbone stuck in her throat. She can't vomit on it, can't swallow it, face it every day, and feel uncomfortable every day? A shame is also my own. What does it have to do with you? Yi Jian said and laughed. The face of Ming is more calm than the teacher, and his eyes are smiling at his teacher. The attitude of not being humble is not the feelings of other class teachers. I thought that as long as one enters the top 3, the rest of the competition is purely a fun. This time I was deliberately killed by Teacher Ku, and the slight smile on the face, the mind simply made up his mind. To test, I will take a quick test. She is really in love with the face. Teacher Ku put the registration form in the drawer and slammed his face. You have never listened to the teacher's advice. Yalong is arrogant and throws his face outside. What else can I say? Listening to her saying this, they all laughed. Mr. Ku, there must be such a student in my class who dares to go forward. I will burn incense every day. My heart is happy. That is, students are motivated. This is a good thing. We must be supported by the teacher. If the test is really good, don't you fight for the light. Do you fight for the school? The colleagues' trilingual and linguistic words made Ka teacher unable to say anything. She changed to any student. She was happy. Only, can't be Yi Jian. I don't know that Yi Jian is a more and more frustrating temper. The more difficult you are, the more she will be embarrassed to show you. Chapter 79. The dangerous guy is coming. Yi Jian was not affected by her. She was carrying a school bag and walked out of the school gate leisurely. I was trying to sprint for half an hour as usual to return to the recruit camp. I heard a few sounds of the car ring. One rush and two pushes. This is also the greeting of the troops when they drive, and others don't know. But she listens again and immediately looks around. Get on the bus. Xia Jinyuan poked his head out of the window, and Yi Jian, who had stopped moving to the stop, smiled and slammed his hand. What are you doing? Send you back. Even the car soldiers know that little girl. You will not learn the contact methods of the various arms in the army. Yi Yani subconsciously wants to reject this elegant and dangerous man. He smiles like he smiles, as if everything is smiling. She sighs softly and looks naturally. Pulling the co-driver's door open, he sneaked into the car lightly, and when he smiled at him, the eyebrows were all out of the way. This looks like it makes Xia Jinyuan laugh. I don't know, or I don't know. I still pretend not to know. Little girl, it is calm. I don't believe she doesn't know why she is coming. I don't know. The summer team specially came to me and estimated that there are important things. Yi Jian bent his lips, and the smile was like a morning breeze, full of aura. If the summer team doesn't say, then I really do not know. The thin lip is only a faint smile. This time the laughter is deeper, and Junius Yenrong is as lazy as he is lazy. Yi Jian, your attitude is very bad. This is a matter of knowing. I think there are some things that you can know as long as you know what you are doing. I don't have to guess. Yi Jian smiled lightly. Under the cold military command, he was also calm and self-sufficient. The enemy does not move, I don't move. Isn't this the law of the soldiers? It was only one night. This little girl couldn't help but grow too fast, and he knew that he had the law of the soldiers. Xia Jinyuan drove her and smiled at her. Where is the thing? This is dangerous. Besides, you are not enough to control it now, and you don't have a qualified identity to own it. Although your starting point is good, but something it is better to leave it to us for safekeeping. In the dorm room, didn't bring it. He said that this is the case. She does not need to pretend to be dumb, generously admitted. No movement. Keep it. Just wait for you to take it. He is right. There is no qualified identity, even if possession is also a loss. The roots of uncle and Chun have taught her carefully, not to be a person who knows the law. Moreover, the gun, she really did not look in the eyes. Go back to the dorm and take the pistol from the bottom of the shoe cabinet and return it in less than 3 minutes. The car was parked outside. It was originally Xia Jinyuan who was sitting in the car. This time, the principal of Chun did not know what to say. In the setting sun, the figure is quite pleasing, and the man with a handsome eyebrow is like a gentleman. The head of the man who is not knowing what he said is slightly decapitated and said, "Then we will come back tomorrow afternoon." Well, follow you. I don't have anything to worry about. After hearing the footsteps of the sprinter, the principal, Chun, turned and approached Yi Jian and Xiao Xiao. The Xia team took you to the city. Take a trip, or you, since you participated in the competition, go to the city library and buy a few test papers to do it. Chapter 80. Respect is virtue. Going to the city to buy a few test papers? Don't come back tonight. Come back tomorrow afternoon? This is a bit of a fuss. The most important thing is that she does not want to go with Xia Jinjin. She is totally rejected, and Xia Jinyuan, who has always been keen, will not be aware of it. However, there is no way to avoid going to the city. He has to take her to the Public Security Bureau to identify it. The eyebrows are gently provoked, and the smile on the face is a bit of a sigh of relief. I have been driving at the age of 11, and I have been here for 9 years. Therefore, I can rest assured that I can reassure me. The pleasant taste disappeared and replaced with a serious face. Chen Shu is relieved, and tomorrow afternoon, I will promise to send back Ye's classmates safely. Until the car opened for dozens of kilometers, Yi Jianxin had not slowed down. She is sitting in a cold face. Even if she doesn't give herself one, Xia Jinyuan is not angry, but she looks at her from time to time. When the car drove out of the national road in the deep mountains, after going to the high speed in the city, Xia Jinyuan slowly opened his mouth. It seems that I have offended you again. This little face is stretched like a bullet chain. I am not angry, just don't want to talk to you. Jian stunned his eyebrows and leaned against the seat pillow. His look was faint. When the pistol is given to you, why must I let me go to the city? And you didn't ask before. Do you agree with me? It turned out that because of this, Xia Jinyuan hooked his lips and apologized to her. I originally wanted to take you to the city. I didn't tell you in advance. I am really sorry. But, Xia team, I don't like to be the master of my own in the unknown situation. Yi Jane interrupted unceremoniously, turned his head, looked at him coldly. Very, very dislike. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan realized that he had stepped on the thunder of the hoe. The smile in Junyan was slightly congested. When I opened it again, the shallow voice definitely gave respect to Yi Jian. I am sorry that Yi Jian, I only consider standing on my own position and never consider your feelings. Yes, this little girl can't look at her with a look at her underage. She has to put her in the same position as herself. Pistol, you still need to go back to the Public Security Bureau with me. You can rest assured that it will not involve you. It is the Public Security Bureau to know where the pistol has gone and to have a record. The Municipal Public Security Bureau only gave me 24 hours, so I have to take you back in the night. Xia Jinyuan said seriously and said the whole thing very thoroughly. His apology and respect for him also made Yi Jian understand his position. Although his expression was still cold, he could at least talk to him. I also need to say sorry, it should be turned in time. Yi Jian is not a master of entanglement. On the contrary, she is an extremely transparent temper. When she was fluent, she actually glimpsed something when she heard that she was going to the city. The indifference she showed was just to let the other person know her persistence. What is her principle? The older generation has suffered from a loss that has not persisted, so that it will be defeated in a lifetime. In this life, we must let everyone who knows ourselves know that she has her persistence and principles, and no one wants to change. When the goal is achieved, no more will be said. Chapter 81 Fight, Yi Jian. It departed at about 6 o'clock in the evening and did not enter the city until 11 o'clock in the evening. Xia Jinyuan looked at the sky in the night sky of the city, and there were lightning flashes in the clouds at the end. This weather seems to be a big rainstorm. He did not wake up Yi Jian, who had been asleep for a few hours, and sneered into the gas station. When the car stopped, the leaves were simply awakened, and the eyes opened were clear, and there was no looseness. This is the alert has been developed. As long as the eyes open, the brain is already absolutely awake. Looking at the clouds on the horizon, the shadows of the light and shadow flashed, and the eyebrows of Yi Jianqing were slightly wrinkled. When it comes to heavy rain, how long will it take to the Public Security Bureau? 20 minutes later, the bathroom is in front, the convenience store is next to it. Xia Jinyuan, who turned off the fire, took out the wallet and handed it to Yi Jian. We need to lay down the stomach, and the Public Security Bureau is famous. In the past, there was definitely not even a light meal. It was indeed hungry. Yi Jian took the black money folder with his temperature and went to the convenience store. He bought 2 bottles of milk, 2 packets of wafer biscuits, and carried the bag outside. On the head, there was a man and a woman who talked and laughed and pushed the door in. Yi Jian was already aside, and the man who flirted with the woman did not avoid it. The shoulder directly hit Yi Jian. A very light smell of smoke came from the leaves, and the leaves were easy to see inside the man's flying sports jacket, revealing a small black handle. Ruger KP-94 pistol, a large pistol made of stainless steel and emitting 9 by 19 mm pistols. Only one handle can recognize what the gun is, because the gun is characterized by its large parts to the sleeve, the barrel, the grip, the sleeve seat, and the internal parts are made of stainless steel. I illegally took a gun, and Yi Jian couldn't help but take a look. As soon as I walked out of the convenience store, a lightning bolt was pulled out of the sky, and the thunder was slammed down. The power from nature instantly shook the hearts of the people. When the heavy rain is said, the pa-pa hits the ground, and there is a sound. In a blink of an eye, the entire city is already covered in the rain. When Yi Jian returned to the car, he whispered to Xia Jinyuan, who was on the train later, I just met a man and a woman in the convenience store. The man has a lug KP-94 gun. I remembered it. There is no pen paper. Draw for you to see. After a pause, he said. Men's is similar to Fiji. The difference is that if you want to be younger, the tone of your speech is not like that of the Chinese, but it seems to grow up abroad. This is Xia Jinyuan, who is preparing to start the car. He took a pin from his body and twisted it. The long arm easily picked up the plastic bag on the back seat and took a book out of the bag, which was directly turned to the final publication page. Pointing at a blank, sinking, "Draw it, show it to me." His cool voice is more chilly in the rain, and it is very sharp. Fei Gu has been connected outside the country, but it has not been broken yet. Short hair, scar on the left ear. Yi Jian took the pen and painted it on the blank paper. First, the character, then the 5 senses, then the height of the note, about height, what kind of clothes to wear, what kind of clothes the shoes, even the color of the socks are all good. In the convenience store, after a man with a strange tone, he bought 2 packs of cigarettes and walked out with a woman. He didn't stay in the car, but looked at the sudden heavy rain and flashed his face. A hint of haze. After a while, an imported BMW flew to the city center. 5th. Chapter 82, Rainy Nights. The portrait of the man has been drawn, and Xia Jinyuan only glanced at him. The look of Jian was as cold as a sword. He looked at the gas station where there was no vehicle at all. The thin lips pressed against Yi Jiandao. You need to come to the adventure, ye classmates, whether you want to be mentally prepared for a while. Driving, do not care for me, self-protection ability is still there. Yi Jian closed the book, did not go to see this as a book, put it aside, pick up the second book, this time. It is clear, a book about war and military personnel. He also looks at this entry-level military book. Just a flash of thought, then quickly, the women's facial features were painted. The car has already drove into the heavy rain. In order to catch up with the imported car, the speed of the car is increased in an instant. The impulse is so large that the whole person has planted it in front of the windshield, but the pen in her hand is stable. No pins are drawn. The portrait of the woman is good. Xia Jinyuan removed a communication device similar to the walkie-talkie from the roof of the car. He drove the car and pressed a special contact number. After switching on, let them contact the city traffic brigade. The city monitors all the electronic eye equipment in the city. In a sharp turn, Xia Jinyuan handed the red light communication device in his hand to Yi Jian. Short talk the word can be achieved. The flashing red light turned on the green light after a few seconds, and there was someone who had a good response. Yi Jian heard Xia Jinyuan returning a Q King, or something, and the voice inside him suddenly became extraordinarily dignified. J7 received. Dongfeng North Road, BMW U67689, found 2 suspects. The traffic brigade assisted, locked the target. The cold female voice replaced the voice of Xia Jinyuan. Let the people on the other side of the communication equipment immediately know that there are others in the Q King's car. Still a girl. Xia Jinyuan did not pay attention to her side. The car turned 2 corners and caught up with the imported BMW that was also flying in the rain. Heavy rains obstruct the line of sight, and at the same time increase the risk factor. If the speed is too fast, there is a possibility that the car will slip and roll over. At this time, Yi Jian can only trust the people who drive. The pistol is placed in the compartment of the car. Yi Jian is directly taken out from the inside. His eyes are sharp, and he is focused on driving. Xia Jinyuan said, "There is no vehicle on the road. We follow it tightly. The possibility of being discovered is great. It is good. How sure is it?" Apparently, he listened to the suggestion, but he was not sure if she was unsure. Yi Jian put the bullet on the raft, raised it and squinted at the front, hooked his lips, and smiled. The gun is old, but the accuracy is good. Grasp it. There is no 100%, and there are 99%. No, I need to be 100% sure. Xia Jinyuan was cold and sloppy, and the throttle was stepping on again. The increase in motor sound is the speed of the front thunder and the car. Fortunately, it is a military jeep. Although its appearance is the same as that of a regular car, its performance is superior. When the road leads to the next intersection, the imported BMW suddenly turns left and rushes to another road. The sound of J7 came from the communication instrument. The target vehicle is locked. Now it is driving into Princess Road. Please note that Q King is building a factory in the north of Princess Road. There is no monitoring equipment at the moment. This is the need to push the imported road to another lane, absolutely not to the north of Princess Road. Jian looked at the flashing road sign. His lips were tight and his eyes were dark and heavy. It's late. It has already entered the north of Princess Road, and the target person has noticed it. Chapter 83 Your Light. Have you found out that it is already secondary? The point is that you must control the suspects in the car. Regardless of whether he is a contact person outside the country, illegally holding a gun is also an arrest. To the north of Princess Road is a redevelopment and planning area in the urban area for 2 years, and it is also a divided industrial zone for electronics industry. Not only are many buildings under construction, but some residential communities are also under construction. The only thing that is fortunate is that it is sparsely populated and it is a rainy day in the middle of the night. The possibility of danger to the people will be reduced. There is no map on hand, and there are no plans for it. It is undoubtedly a certain influence on the roundup. Jian is not very familiar with urban traffic, and it relies on the assistance of the transportation brigade. Jian did not pay attention to the front, but focused on the road signs erected on both sides of the road. The speed of the vehicle and the heavy rain did not affect her. In the blink of an eye, she had quickly and accurately reported the road sign that I had just seen clearly. Princess Road North Avenue, Central Ring Road. The road signs standing in the heavy rain are already at least 500 meters away from them. In the almost seconds flash, Jian is not badly accurate. 5 kilometers, Yuan intersection. Right. Chuli Road is the broken road, and the 2 sides are the leveling base. As the J7's reporting sound came from the communication equipment, Jian, who bite the suspect vehicle, directly smashed the speed. 250 yards. The whole car is like an arrow from the string and rushed out in the rain with a strong bamboo brake. Jian, who still has no fear, clenches the communication equipment. The childish voice contains the calmness of the age of 14 and calmly said, "Please dictate all the traffic planning north of Princess Road." Jian looked at her with the corner of her eye. "This girl. I want to draw a map in my mind." If you change to someone else, Jian will definitely smile and will not be on your mind. But for Jian, even if she is only 14 years old, but her kind of water-like and clear temperament, people will think that there is nothing to be able to live with her. This gimmick has more coldness than the peers, no impulsiveness, only calmness, no paranoia, only indifferent. The water-like and mountain-like style is enough to attract attention. With the sound of J7 coming steady, the brain in Jian is like a computer running at a high speed. What she needs in her mind is also the map that Jian needs. Map. BMW car speed 256, distance 800 meters. The speed is increased to 280. 2 minutes can catch up, not only in the mind to appear in the map, but also in the brain after accurate calculations, reported a set of data. 5 minutes later at 280 yards, drive the other party into Chuli Road. What is the most common thing in my life? It is to escape. How to escape safely? You need to remember every street in every place. How easy is it to carry a computer with your own brain? Growing up to a place to memorize the streets, exits, and trails here is what she has to do. The habits of the past years have finally become the capital on which she depends. It has also become an ability comparable to today's extraordinary people. The voice that is still immature is so heavy and resounding, so confident and calm. Jian's choice is believe. Remember, Jian, I need you to be 100% sure. Jian once again reiterated that he began to increase the speed. Crazy rewards. Just turned over. The north is really crazy, enough to derogate. 3,000 floor, 2666 floor, 2888 floor has been out. Congratulations to the 3 North Americans for the book currency. Next is the 3666, 3888 for 1,000 floor. Come on. Chapter 84 is 100% grasped. After the modified military jeep, the speedometer on the meter code is up to 290 and it reaches 280 miles. As long as there is a little problem in front, the whole car will fall over and crash. Jian slightly bent his lips and said, 100% grasp, you believe, I have. Shallow sound is still calm, and even some casual laziness. She is really not afraid. In the face of death that is likely to come, it is a calm place. Xia Jinyuan hooked his lips, and the dark eyes were all about her appreciation. Little girl, it was really good. Root father, Chen Shu cultivated her so carefully, it is truly unique. Saitama has polished out the luster that a beautiful jade should have. There is no need to doubt whether this little girl can get out of the way. It is absolutely believed that he will have a great day. 256 yards, 260 yards, 270 yards. Yi Jian stared at the speed of change on the dashboard. When the heart defaulted to 60 seconds, in the calm eyes of Xia Jinjin, the car and the flying BMW car were close. Inside the BMW, the girl looked at her eyes and grabbed a jeep that was going to be parallel with them. The glamorous face was not afraid, but the man who was giggling on the car said, "Jason, they catch up. It seems that it will not be loose." "I can't help it." The man laughed. His cold face was full of madness. "In a small place, I have folded so many people. I don't give them a little bit of awkwardness. How can I get rid of the anger of this body?" The girl's delicate laughter is even bigger. The hand painted with red nail polish gently touches Jason's thin facial features, and there is a smoky cold like a snake in the eyes. Jason also quickly glanced at his left side, biting his teeth and screaming "Mother." In the case of no speed reduction, a sharp bend to the right, he rushed into Chu Yuan Road. The tire rubbed against the ground to make a sharp, harsh sound. The splash of water splashed and then squeezed into a mist under high pressure, which instantly blurred the sight of the rear vehicle. The speed of the two cars has reached the highest speed on the empty road. All of them are flying with their lives. Yi Jian loosened the safety buckle of the co-pilot position and bowed her waist to the back seat. She was a cold-looking soldier who was calmly walking to the battlefield. She was coldly reported to her. The car was put down, the rain drifted into the car, and the leaves and foreheads of Yi Jian were all wet in a second. Her cold eyes are already on the bullets, and the pistols stick out of the window. Almost at the same time, Xia Jinyuan increased the speed to 290 yards and rushed in from the right side of the BMW. This is the second collaboration between the two. With prior communication, established trust, the tacit understanding of the whole process is like a natural flow. Aligned with the other's rear wheel, Yi Jianwu's hustle and bustle contains cold water, the speed of the vehicle, the influence of wind, the influence of resistance. The string of numbers is like the symbol of jumping in her mind, flashed and then shot without hesitation. In the thunderstorm, the sound of the guns is also insignificant. After a slamming of the sound, the sparks are splashed, and the entire body of the vehicle that was smashed by the tires is turned over without control, and then a harsh metal friction sounds. Rotate to the site on the right side of Tsiyuan Road that has not yet started to collide. Tonight, there are updates. How can you interrupt it? Chapter 85 protects you. It is my responsibility. Jason and the glamorous girl in the car really didn't think that they were forced to stop in this way. After the car turned over, it was like a gyro spinning around to the side of the road. The high-performance car showed the value of the price at a time. The safety surrounding airbag popped up to surround the two, even if it was rotating. At the top of the day, at least the brain is not damaged. Moreover, the car is straight to the foundation of the soil base. In this heavy rain, the ground layer covered by loess becomes extra soft, which hinders the huge rotational force and also protects the inside of the car. People. The reason why Yi Jian had to climb to the back was that both of them agreed that when the right side of the car was hit, in the case of irreparability, the driver would quickly make a move that would benefit him. The steering will quickly hit the direction of his left hand. Come. It turns out that it is also true. Behind the rear of the car is the scene of Mars splashing, and inside the car, Yi Jian will reclose the car glass, and when the pistol is put away, the rain on the face will be wiped off smoothly, and the clear face will rise like a moon. Smile. Get it, 100%. There is no 100% thing. She will not go to gamble. Bet. It is necessary to judge according to the circumstances, such as this is entirely relying on strength to speak. Why bother to gamble? Xia Jinyuan, who had already stepped on the brakes, returned to the scene after the vehicle rushed out of the 200-meter due to inertia. Speaking of words, the shallow sound lines are raised, and the joy is said, make it beautiful. Beautiful to impeccable. The car stopped in the heavy rain. Xia Jinyuan did not immediately get off to check, but on the leaf. With your ability to accept, drive a car, it should not be difficult. If there is anything, she can leave by car. The cautiousness of the soldiers is accustomed to let Xia Jinyuan arrange the back road. In Yi Jian's slightly raised eyebrows, he has begun to explain how to start the car, how to drive the car, refuel, brake, one go, one stop. The steering wheel controls with you, left to left, right to right. Listening to his explanation, Yi Jian sighed softly in his heart, secretly. This is probably the most irresponsible car coach in the world, and it is the attitude of letting the students fend for themselves. You mean, you get off the bus, and I look inside the parking? Yi Jian was watching the window, while sitting patiently, and very well. But there is no plan to let him go down, like laughing and laughing. I don't think that this behavior is out of responsibility for my safety, Xia team. So we also fought 2 times together, cannot be said to be comrades in arms, the partner can still be called. In the following words, Yi Jian did not say anything more. I believe that with his IQ, what he wants to express, he must understand. Can you understand? The little girl's mouth is poisonous, but he has been taught. But above this kind of thing, Xia Jinyuan is a shallow smile that gathers the corner of his mouth. The cold tone is like facing his own soldier. Yi Jian, I am now ordering you, standing by. At the same time as the partner, you are still a student. Although I have seen your ability and your strength. But I am a soldier, and you are a student, a soldier who protects the country, and the meaning of home is you. Your family, your friend, you yourself. This is my unshirkable responsibility, and it is our principle of being a soldier. Write it fast. Continue to follow the evenly matched love model. I love you, but I don't need to rely on you. I love you, but I don't need to be trapped. I love you, but I don't need to be around you. I love you, can be bitter, can share the same pain. Can you reach out when you need me? Take you away, live up to you, and live your own. Chapter 86. Please allow me to walk. What is a soldier? The military is the mainstay of a country. They are born in peace, but they may die in war. When the horn blew, the battle songs played, and they guarded the country must be at the forefront. A soldier is the most deterrent and most lethal person in a country. He died for war and died without hesitation. Death for the people, although dead, the soul is still there. Yi Jian looked at his chilly eyes, but he used life to interpret what is the summer and the future of the soldiers. The light smile on her face is gradually converging, no longer careless, but with respect. Dagger, gently nodded, just said a word, good, is a promise, but also a guarantee. True. Xia Jinyuan reached out, and the military squad was fainting in a slight smile. Stay well, I will come back soon, and notify the ambulance. When he finished, he pushed the door open and looked down at the car and walked into the storm. The slender and tall figure is like a mountain, with the indomitable spirit of the soldiers, walking towards the side-turning BMW. Yi Jian quietly looked at the back like Chongshan, and gently sang a song in his mouth. You don't know me when the pigeons are flying. My name is not as famous as the stars. I won't pay attention to me. My story will be overwhelmed by the song. In the most dangerous time, there is always such a group of people rushing to the front, sheltering you from the wind. Xia Jinyuan, a major in the rain, is one of the group of people. After dialing the 120 emergency call, Yi Jian, who stayed in the car, felt that the time had passed quite slowly, and it was suffering. Gazing quietly outside, looking at Xia Jinyuan, who bent over to check the inside of the car with a flashlight, the rain had already wet his body, but did not affect his caution. After observing, he climbed to the side of the sky and turned to the sky door. After a while, Yi simply saw that he opened the door on this side. Seeing this, Yi Jian was already scared and jumped up. He knew that he would definitely open the door after careful inspection, but he still worried about it. No hesitation, he opened the door and rushed out in a storm. She just came over, standing behind the rear of the car, looking up. Even if the rain rushed into her eyes, she did not let her blink her eyes. The black eyes looked at the man standing on the top, and the stalwart was like a god. He whispered, the military and the people are like water. The military comrades, occasionally, as the people, we can also be your backing. No, at least, She stood here and looked at him. Once there is danger, don't hesitate to rush forward. Protecting us is your unshirkable responsibility. Then, please allow me to do my part to you. The girl's voice is not big. It is light as dripping, but with the power to wear stone. Let him hear every word she says, every word. The clear, unwavering eyes have quietly seen. In her eyes, he has seen the most beautiful scenery. The thin lips rose slightly. Xia Jinyuan laughed. The very stubborn partner, there is really no reason to reject you. The first one was dragged out by a fascinating, glamorous girl, and her hand was still in a delicate and compact hand, apparently a pistol made in the military factory. The gun was confiscated, the bullet was removed, and the person was dragged to the side. The leaf standing in front of the car was lightly illuminated by a flashlight, so that Xia Jinyuan, who had already entered the car, could easily drag another suspect. Seeing that the unconscious man is about to pull out, Jian suddenly has a creepy feeling coming from the back. Chapter 87 Rainy Night Fighting. Seeing that the unconscious man is about to pull out, Jian suddenly has a creepy feeling coming from the back. Inside the car, there was a deep and screaming voice of Xia Jinjin, "Get out!" Already felt the danger came to the leaf Jian, accompanied by his loud voice. The body bowed. Like a civet, the whole person jumped forward. The glamorous girl who thought that she had sneaked a little girl with no difficulty was seen here. The face flashed with a very clear surprise. She gently snorted and did not pause and lift her leg. In the thick yellow mud, the leaves are light and the two are turned over, and the two have been squatting on the ground. It seems like a cheetah attacking, and the eyes are coldly sweeping into the glamorous girl who sneaked in 2 consecutive times. The light from the flashlight shines directly on the woman's face, and the glare mode is turned on. In the blink of an eye, the cold-eyed leaves are leaping up, attacking in front, attacking the beauty of holding a very fine silver wire in the hand. Bright girl. In the car, Xia Jinyuan, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, saw Jian actually take the initiative to attack. The string in his heart was tightened again. I don't know if she can deal with the suspect. He still dragged another suspect in his hand. At the moment, he did not hesitate to let go, and his body bent outward to withdraw, in order to support Jian. Jason, who was originally in a coma, was dragging in this, and once again, he opened his eyes in a dizzy manner. They didn't suffer any injuries. They just stunned in the high-speed rotation. This time I woke up, the first reaction was his instinctive reaction, shot at the side of the door. Xia Jinyuan saw Jian, who was fighting outside, saw her fighting and fierce, and the tight strings relaxed gently. The man who wanted to shoot the gun directly punched, and the fist hit the other's nose. Let the other side see the blood. The car was turned sideways, and the fights of 2 adult men in the car made the whole body tremble, and then the sound of the whole car fell, and it turned back. The sense of shock was that Jian felt that the entire ground was trembled. Instead of looking back, she focused on the glamorous girl who had a tough silver wire on her hand. In the army, she has fought with the soldiers, but the fight with the criminals is the first time. No fear, only faint excitement. The militant factors in the body are all uneasy, and it is more struggling with Jian's punch. Standing in the rainy night, Jian, who has not come to the moon, is in the other's eyes. It is undoubtedly a little child who is a little skillful. The glamorous girl enchanted and dialed the fa, which was wet in front of her forehead. She smiled and said, "Small sister, you don't stay in school, follow a busy one. Sister is not your teacher. Oh, my sister, little sister, you are really unlucky," she said. She slightly tightened her eyes, and there was a cold flowing from the corner of her eye. The special material in the hand, the silver wire used to be the headband, is gently pulled between her hands, and Jian seems to hear the silver string sounding like a string. The corner of the mouth is slightly raised. The person is small, but the gas field is not small. The leaf is cool and laughs. Sister is old, and I happen to be the one who doesn't want to respect the old, so I met my sister. It's really unlucky. First more. Chapter 88 Hands on Leaf. Under such a heavy rain, in the yellow light of the street lamp, the girl in front of her eyes still has to smooth her messy hair from time to time. It can be seen that she is very focused on the image. Usually, This kind of person has a common problem. That is, only say that she is young, not old. Say that they are old, just like stepping on a mine, they will burst when you step on it. Sure enough, when the girl heard it, her look was distorted. The delicate makeup is washed away by the rain, and then it looks distorted. Oh, it's really not a very young woman. Little girl, looking for death. The girl took a long leg, and the silver wire in her hand was directly on the neck of Jian. She wanted to solve the old yellow hair gimmick with the shortest and fastest time. This is a girl who is accustomed to killing and has no sense of guilt. The indifference to human life can be seen in her distorted expression. But I don't know, the yellow-haired in her eyes is a hard thorn that can't be touched. Jian was slightly fixed, and his eyes lightly crossed the silver line of the girl's hand that could be wrapped around her neck. At the moment she rushed over, she kicked the woman's thigh. Then, with her big feet as the support point, the whole person is equivalent to stepping on the other's legs and vacating, using his right leg and knees, with a majestic momentum, slamming into the girl's chin. The light body, like the milk swallow, has been agile. As soon as he appeared, he would make a heavy blow to the other side. If Xia Jinyuan had to give birth to Jason, he really wanted to applaud. The glamorous girl was hit by Jian on the spot, hitting the chin and hurting like a crack in the bone. There was a Venus flash in front of her eyes. Mom, the old lady is not killing you today. The girl who knew her own enemy was holding her chin and taking a look. She watched Jian with vigilance and took off the tight denim jacket. Jian is a master who is not afraid of threats. He is not afraid of his life. He will not be afraid in this life. It's said that the lips are extremely shallow. I think there is no possibility that you can kill me. Don't believe, try it. The language is deliberately adding a hint of provocation in it, and the gaze of sight is locked in the hands of the other party, occasionally in the street lamp, flashing a cold light on the silver line. Her eyes were cold, and the awkwardness of the rainy water contained a kind of enthusiasm that did not match the age. The originally confident woman touched her sight, but let her heart tremble for no reason. If you can win, you don't have to give the other person the opportunity to rebuild confidence. When the words of the old uncle reverberate in his mind, he has already seen it clearly and remembers how the other party flexibly manipulates the leaf of the silver wire in his hand. It is like a cheetah who played for the first time, showing sharp claws and attacking again. Although it was a first battle, it was practiced with the top soldiers in the army. Perhaps it was contaminated with the shackles of the soldiers when they were fighting, and her clear watery scorpion was also a slap in the air. The best defense is offense. You can win if you are confident, and you have to win beautiful. Next, Xia Jinyuan, who ended the fight, directly stunned the suspect. After he tied it up with clothes, he looked at the gimmick with great interest, like a little cheetah, and beat his enemy to the wolf. Unbearable. The glamorous girl has been arrogant from the initial arrogance, and in the end is a slap in the face. The thin silver wire in her hand has always been her life-saving, murderous weapon, but this time it has become a chicken rib, and several times it is to hurt her own hands. Chapter 89, What Are My Fears? The girl's fist is a sanda and is integrated into the taekwondo routine of the Japanese island country. Therefore, she has more punches than her legs. Such a rare actual combat turned out to be that Jian was reluctant to end. Grandpa said that theory and actual combat are indispensable. Sometimes, a powerful actual battle is better than you can understand countless books of this theory. Xia Jinyuan also came out. She intentionally extended the fighting time in the end and applied the fighting techniques she learned to each other as much as possible. A clever gimmick always has a clever way. That classmate, don't make people a cat. Don't forget, we still have something to do. He smiled and wanted to let her have some actual combat, but the time was a bit tight, and I had to send it tomorrow. She went back to school. When the little girl is just a long body, so dripping, don't get sick. One played easily, one was still watching, and the face of the girl who had fallen into the wind was even more flustered. In the face of this child who is clearly a child, but has a very embarrassed little girl, when she even went out, she could not help but bring a trace of uncertainty. The long legs swept again, and it seemed to have been avoided. The face of Alum was very shallow, but it was revealed by Sun Han's smile. The girl came to the sentence. Sorry, your leg is a bit powerful. I must have run away quickly. The smile said slightly, but the words were full of blood, so I have to ruin it. Her smile faintly contains some taste, so that the heart cannot restrain the girl under the tremors and realize the danger of approaching. Under the panic, she still wants to take back the long legs swept out. I can give her the chance to escape. The black cockroach is a secluded Jian shot like lightning. In the sideways, the right hand is holding the opponent's ankle. In the scream of the girl, Jian's left hand was in the palm of her hand, sandwiched with rain, and slammed into her knees. A person who has experienced both life and death, returning to 14 years old, even if the body is younger, it is absolutely impossible to contain the heart of the Madonna. Perhaps it is a ridiculous compassion. In front of me, I am faced with a criminal who is indifferent to human life and who says that she wants to kill. How can her compassion be given to a criminal? In the screams of the girl's fierce screams, the indifferent leaves of Jian covered her hands, and then a back buckle on her back, directly picking up the denim clothes that the other side had thrown away, and came to a beautiful knot. Little girl, you learned this. It's really a lot. Come, tell me, what else are you not? Jian looked at the knots of the professional fan and praised it, also thinking, the talent is amazing. In less than a month, there have been phenomenal changes, such as reincarnation. Jian, who smiled and smiled, will still let go of the girl who is hurting, clap his hands and say, there is the same. She was deliberately slightly stunned, and the smile of the eyebrows was a bit more sturdy. I will not kill you. The smile on the thin lips slightly converged a little. Later, Jian had a heavy weight and sighed. If you can, no one wants to learn to kill. Little girl, you. But as long as I go to the path that the summer team has traveled, I think it is a matter of time to learn to kill. Compared to the heaviness in his tone, Jian is obviously much easier. How can it be only one more? This is not. The third is more. The enthusiastic North then, the applause sounded. What is the meaning of Chapter 90? The reason why it is easy is to look at the indifferent after the opening, and to know what is the goal of the calm. Lifted, Jian smiled and said, to protect the peace of a party and kill, even if the hands are red. What is the fear? President Chun and Master Luo always educate her, to protect the peace of the party, to protect the country's peace, to protect the country's majesty, even if they are both hands red, become the enemy's goal. What fear? Jian, who did not speak immediately, patted her shoulder gently, and the deep darkness stared at her quietly, word by word. Yi, remember you said tonight, waiting for you to have a legal gun when I am identity. I look forward to fighting you again. Just because he said that she did not have a legal status as a gun. In the sinister fight, she clearly had the opportunity to shoot the suspect directly, but she did not. From this, we can see that this is a girl who can restrain herself and have a bright heart. He worried that her murder was too heavy, but after listening to it, she suddenly let go. I let the police car, the ambulance stopped at the intersection. You get on the bus first. Here I will handle it. Jian had some uneasy feelings that the whole body was not only drenched, but also the yellow mud covered with leaves, and the darkness of the bottom was lightly moving. The Public Security Bureau will not go to the guest house and wash it. Jian raised his arm and looked down at his own body. He smiled and said, I saw President Chen for the first time. The first lesson was in the rain for almost an hour. The implication is that this is actually nothing. There is no Jingli girl's delicateness, no urban girl's delicate, but there is a proud and hard-working arrogant, a beautiful and transparent heart, and a pair of glitz stars. Such a girl, talking with her is also a pleasure. Sitting in the car, Jian looked at the summer and the present, standing in the rain and talking with the soldiers. The back of the stalwart like a god, inadvertently fell into the heart. Although I don't want to be in contact with such a dangerous and charming man, I must admit that this is a very good soldier. After arriving at the guest house, because of the guest house in the army, Jian directly received a set of physical short sleeves and shorts worn by the female soldiers at the front desk. Together with the room card, they handed them to Jian. Room 306. I am 307. What? Need to contact me at any time. The distance between the two was only a wall. The leaf slip into the shower stood under the hood and closed his eyes. Then there was a muddy yellow water at the foot. After washing for at least half an hour, Yi Jian walked out of the shower. Knocking on the door is a squeaky, look, very polite squeaking, and the sound of Xia Jinjin's clear voice. I am Xia Jinyuan. Even the leaves that didn't blow dry were opened, and there is no rest? Is there something? Give this to you. He raised his hand, and a pair of white sneakers fell into Yi Jian's eyes. Your shoes must not be worn tomorrow. Just go out and buy them. You can't fit them. Not only have shoes, but even socks are ready. I don't know if it's not right. Xia Jinyuan's gaze is naturally bowing, looking at Yi Jian's feet, but after a glance, his throat is slightly sliding, and he immediately raises his head and quickly puts his shoes on. Stuffed into the leaves of Jian. The little girl's feet are really beautiful. The skin is white and reveals the color of pink pearls. Stop, think about it. Chapter 91 is not allowed to tease her. The Xia Major, which has always been hidden, quickly hides a little shackles in his eyes. From his clear and elegant face, he can't see a trace of difference. Try back to the room, change it, and you can still get it now. The line of sight is slightly lower again, but I dare not fall directly on the bare feet of the leaves like a jade, but fall on her skinny long legs, and the thin lips are already tightened. Her skin color is very white, with a white enamel-like luster, which is delicate and tender, as if it can be pressed out with light force. But now it is a white jade with a slight flaw, a piece of blue-green silk that is already purple, which is extremely glaring on her right calf. After Xia Jinyuan looked at it, his eyes tightened, and he suddenly bent down. Move. In the retreat of Yi Jian, he spoke coldly. I check if there is any bone damage. This bruise is not only dark in color, but also large in area. I don't know how this little girl can endure it. He suddenly made such a move, but it really made Yi Jian awkward. Subconsciously stepped back. The result, but let his big hand grasp his ankle, and also ordered her not to move. Although this life is only 14 years old, but she is 28 years old in her life. I haven't even talked about love, and I've been screaming at the beginning of my first kiss. Her hand was not touched by a man. She was suddenly held by the big hand of Xia Major. Rao is seeing through life and death. She is already apathetic and honest. She has a beautiful face. Conceived. I used to take a bath with hot water, and the skin is white and delicate, such as the egg that peeled off the shell. The scent of the scent is bright, and there is a kind of flower opening bee. Song. Fortunately, the attention of Major Summer is on her injury, and she does not pay attention to anything else. Holding his ankle's hand, his fingers are slender, his palms are hot, and the skin he holds is like the temperature is exceptionally high, burning to the point that Yi Jian has the urge to escape. No. Yi Jian was determined to fix his mind, but he was again stunned by his next move. He turned out to be knee-shouldered, looking thoughtfully and seriously. I was kicked and injured my calf. The slender fingers of the jade are gently pressed on the wound, starting from the outside, and then to the middle. Yi Jian is already squatting all over the body. Xia Jinyuan is holding her ankle. The reaction to her body is to know clearly. He is awkwardly on one knee. He laughs. You little child, what is nervous? I just check it for you. Not to mention okay, once said. Yi Jian only felt that his face was burning more. There is absolutely no way to do it. Ignore it. The first time I was held by a man's ankle, she never had a feeling of embarrassment. At this time, I really wanted to escape. You go back. I don't mind holding you to the bed to check. Xia Jinyuan raised his face and smiled at her. There was something that could be misunderstood, and he came slowly from his thin lips. Yi Jian. In the face of her adult. Saying this, Xia Major, you are a slap. Understand. Xia Major does not understand. The 14-year-old is like a Lingtai reopening. 2 years is to complete the junior high school full jump level, 16 years old with excellent results. The Grand Slam physical performance scored into the best military school, since then mixed in the man's pile. The sows I have seen all year round are more than the women I have seen. Chapter 92, The Establishment of Appreciation. Xia Major does not understand. The 14-year-old is like a Lingtai reopening. 2 years is to complete the junior high school full jump level, 16 years old with excellent results. The Grand Slam physical performance scored into the best military school, since then mixed in the man's pile. The sows I have seen all year round are more than the women I have seen. He joked out. There was no trace of disrespect. It was simply easy to face Yi Jian. Yi Jian gently sighed in his heart. Dangerous man. Really want to stay away. If you don't pay attention, you have to be teased. Looking down, as you look down, you can see his clear forehead, and the thicker than the woman's eyelashes, as well as handsome and straight under the bridge of the nose, sometimes sexy, sometimes sharp lips. When talking, the exquisite Qin Guijun is a shallow smile, and leisurely will make people end up with the topic between him. When holding a gun, his eyes were sharp, like a sharp sword that opened the darkness, and he was afraid of being an enemy. But for his comrades, he feels safe and trusts him wholeheartedly. After looking at it for a while, he simply put his eyes off quietly. Dangerous men. Never look at it. After watching it for a long time, the more I feel that I am good, I can live. I will appreciate him more and more. You can't bear this kind of gimmick. Xia Jinyuan, who pressed his finger back and forth around the blue wound, has already straightened his lips. When he saw it, he knew that he was not very happy at the moment. A large piece of soft tissue contused, subcutaneous bleeding is expanding. Are you not hurting? Have you been patient until now? Whether it is the look or the language is expressing his cold dissatisfaction. The middle part is purple and black, edema. The thumb was pressed lightly, and immediately I heard the top of the head and uploaded it. Sound. Look up. Deep dark gaze gazing over, sinking. Go to the hospital to take a film. Beware of bone fracture. Bone fracture? Not that serious. No, I know it myself. Yi Jian politely refused. There is no bone crack, but it is a bit painful. Well, the eyes of Major Summer are so cold that they can scratch the skin and refuse completely. Don't want to sleep tonight. She always knows how to survive. She immediately softens, does not touch hard, and refuses in a different way. This is also true. Yi briefly insisted that there is nothing at all. Xia Jinyuan absolutely does not say anything. Take people to the hospital. When he got up, Junyan was still serious. He looked at the little girl who was so strong that it was so distressing. For a long time, he smiled and said, "Go back to the room and wait for me. Get the medicated oil for you." There is no parent who can shelter her from the wind and rain, and everything must be handled by herself, so it is so strong. Perhaps because of the thrilling fighting in the rainy night, Yi Jian, who had finished medicated oil, still has excitement in the cerebral cortex. As soon as she closes her eyes on the bed, she will appear in her mind. That silver wire is indeed a very good defense weapon, just don't know where to get one. Looking back, I gradually fell asleep. At 7:30 in the morning ran, and the two people who had used breakfast together drove to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The car that was dirty last night did not know when it was cleaned, and there was a hint of mint. Yes, belongs to the mint flavor of Xia Jinyuan. When you will pass, you only say that you are okay. You can do anything else. I don't need to say anything. I am waiting for you outside. Xia Jinyuan did not forget to remind him again, but there was no worry about what she would be afraid of, and her little girl was fat. Check the typo later. What kind of surprise is Chapter 93? Going right, sitting in the end, going back to the Public Security Bureau to ask something, Xia Jinyuan smiled and looked at the look of the leafy Jane. No psychological burden. It is indeed a psychological burden. She has not done anything bad. Why should she be afraid? Before entering the inquiry room, Yi Jian smiled at him, and a policewoman and a male policeman entered the inquiry room. Outside, Xia Jinyuan stood for about 3 minutes and went to the office of the director. The director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Liu, warmly hosted Xia Jinyuan, and the opening was a sentence. "Xia Xiao, please sit down." The tone is familiar. Obviously, it is also known for many years. I personally gave him a cup of tea, and the Liu Bureau sat down. The summer leader personally called me last night. It happened that I mentioned Xia Xiao in the bureau yesterday. The summer leader smiled and said that Xia Xiao has time to go. Electric him. The Municipal Public Security Bureau is under the control of the Provincial Public Security Bureau, while the Provincial Public Security Department is under the supervision of the Ministry of Public Security. Trouble to Director Liu. Xia Jinyuan took over the tea handed down by the secretary himself, and he was born with the honor. In the face of a city public security bureau, he was also calm. Shallow sip of the tea, in the smile of Director Liu, lifted up, smiled lightly. One thing still needs Lu to come forward. It is not to say please, nor to say trouble. A word need indicates his attitude and must be met. Director Lu heard the words, and the smile on his face suddenly became deeper. Xia Xiao is polite. There is something to do despite it. Ha ha ha. Xia Xiaolai has been here for half a year, but the first time I need to come forward. I know that Jingli is the most difficult to sell people, and the face is the Xia Xiao who is in the army. Since the summer, I have arrived here. Oh, I don't know how many people are looking forward to the day when Xia Xiao can open his mouth. I don't know how to move for half a year. Such a big chance is actually falling on his head. After Xia Jinyuan said, Director Lu has already laughed. It turned out to be this thing. There is no problem at all. I will take it later, and I will get back to Xia Xiao. That's good. I will be in trouble with Lu. Susher did not like to see the things happening with Xia Jinyuan, and he got up. I have to go see which girl, a middle school student, timid. I am going to give her strong and bold. When he got up, Director Lu naturally wanted to send it. However, seeing Xia Jinyuan's hand is a sign that does not allow others to refuse. Jun Yin is still elegant and smiles. I still know the road in the bureau. Lu Bureau is busy. I will see you later. He has never been a person who likes to be a guest. The Lu Bureau has only investigated it before he finds it. Otherwise, he will never go to the door with a little problem. In less than half an hour, Yi Jie, who answered the dripping, told the two policemen to come out from the inquiry room. Xia Jinyuan took over the bag that Lu had handed over, and after a few words, he turned to Yi Jian. Come along. However, in 5 minutes, Director Lu will get things done. I didn't let him send it just now. I just wanted him to handle it as soon as possible, so that I could just catch up with the little girl. It's both hard. I'm sorry. I didn't think that I'm going to have trouble with you. Yi Jian is a sincere person. Her apology can be from language or attitude. Feel her sincerity. This point is very similar to Xia Jinyuan. Yi Jian, who said goodbye to the police, had already seen the end of the corridor, and Xia Jinyuan, who was cold and proud, walked over and stepped forward. Chapter 94 will be considerate of the summer major. Xia Jinyuan laughed and looked at that came to him. The dark eyes were filled with soft and shallow smiles. Next, we went to the library and can leave for the town before 10 o'clock. Seeing that she can still say goodbye to the two policemen, I know that this daring girl is not afraid. There is no fear of the people entering the game, and there is no cold sweat when they come out. City library Yi Jian has never been to. In the past life, she only went to the city bus station, heard the words, then smiled and asked, "It should not be far. I want to buy more information." She wants to put the textbook of the 3rd grade and the examination papers of each subject are brought back. 10 minutes. Xia Jinyuan took a portfolio from Director Lu, walked slowly, and walked gracefully. The exclusive driver is present, and Yi can always tell. The exclusive driver. Yi Jian's heart is a secret. Let a major be his own exclusive driver. She is afraid of causing public outrage. When I arrived at the library, I went straight to the middle school student review area on the 3rd floor and selected 5 sets of comprehensive test papers with considerable difficulty in the 2nd and 2nd grades. The next step was to select the key knowledge of the 3rd grade review and various examination papers. Standing next to Xia Jinyuan, I still want to give some advice. When I see her long fingers crossed on a test paper and then pick up a few sets of comparisons, I know that my advice is completely unnecessary. When Yi Jian took the review question in the 1st grade, the same, Xia Jinyuan did not feel much surprised, but only slightly raised his eyebrows, and the interest in the black box was even stronger. I plan to review it all this year. I asked from Xia Jinyuan, who was carrying out all the materials and papers from the library. Is there a plan for reviewing the materials during the summer vacation? Yi Jian, who was on the train, turned his head and looked at the big squatting information on the back seat. The corner of the mouth was slightly bent. It was easy to say, "Well, try it yourself. If you can do it all in the first 3 years. Put into training." Xia Jinyuan, who started the car, had a pause. When she looked at her, there was a slight surprise in the darkness of the car. The first 3 years. You mean to plan to study in the first half of the year? Textbook. Although he also began to work hard in the 14th year, he was admitted to the military academy at the age of 16, but he was not completely self-study. I have this plan. At present, it is not a very difficult thing. In high school, I want to take a trip to the province, away from the town, and come back just for the summer and winter vacations. I need to hurry up and have a little time. Once again, she is again how can you live a good life? Yi Jian's arrangement for himself is almost harsh, and what is hard for her? In the face of the painstaking cultivation of Grandpa and Master Chun, how can she live up to it? Hard work, really nothing. Xia Jinyuan looked at her deeply, and the pearl will always shine, and the jade will eventually become a device. Her persistence, her patience is ultimately the stone foundation for success, will let her steady, step by step to the peak of life. Work hard, don't let the efforts of the two predecessors. You can stabilize step by step, which is the biggest reward for them. Xia Jinyuan, who has been steadily driving the car to the city, will live up to this effort. Not to disappoint the leaflets of the predecessors. Even when talking, the low voice is soft. Yi Jian gently nodded, and it was already picking up a set of test papers to look slowly. The typo is repaired later. The typo is repaired later. Chapter 95 is really a surprise. The black hair is a supple drop shoulder. The delicate side face is serious enough to let Xia Jinyuan not to speak again, eyes inadvertently slipping from her beautiful neck like a swan neck. This is a casual sight with a few seconds to stay after that. The sight was taken lightly. Yi Jian, who was already attracted by the test questions, did not pay attention. The long, white fingers of the white scorpion occasionally swiped lightly on the test paper, which was the last problem in the calculation. At about 10.20, Xia Jinyuan was a little busy. From time to time, the communicator on the car will slam 2 times, and someone will report the sound of the work. Yi Jian, who has finished a test paper, will simply sit in the back seat and sleep before going to the high speed, so as not to affect his work. The summer and the present in the work of the whole person is calm and low-lying, and the innate temperament is born in a line of words, with a natural leader style. Self-confidence, calmness, seriousness. From him, I really learned a lot of qualities that should be possessed as a soldier. Su only slept for 2 or 3 hours last night. Listening to his calm, low-pitched voice, Yi Jian felt like a lullaby, slowly closing his eyes. Even when he fell asleep, I don't know. When I woke up, the car had already come down from the high speed and entered the national road to the town. It was just 3 o'clock in the afternoon at Fujian town. Yi Jian did not return to the school. Instead, he returned directly to the recruit camp. In the afternoon, there were 2 languages. I thought that the teacher would not like to see her. Things are all raised, and there is this. Xia Jinyuan did not drive into the camp, but was parked under the camp. Open the trunk of the car and unscrew a bag with the Xinhua bookstore, which contains several military books that he bought yesterday. There are 4 books here, you can take a look at them, all of which are basic military knowledge. Yi Jian knew that several basic military books he saw in the car yesterday were given to him. There is no derogatory resignation, only after a little hesitation. He smiled and thanked him. After his car opened his eyes, he looked at the few books he had sent. Yi Jian sighed very lightly before going to the camp. After returning to the dormitory, put your test papers on the bookshelf, and when you are ready to sort out the 4 books given by Xia Jinyuan, open the bag and see the portfolio of the bag that he saw in the police station before. I have to be square and 4, sandwiched between books and books. Yi Jian. On the portfolio, her name was written vigorously and vigorously. The words were like people, and they all felt like a rush of face. The fingers just gently pinched down the portfolio, and Yi Jian's twin stars burst into a dazzling light. The color of the little face was like a peach blossom. It was bright and bright. This is silver silk, is the silver wire she thought of last night. I almost couldn't wait to open it. I put the silver wire in my hand on my hand, and then gently pulled it out one by one. The front and rear ends were wrapped around my left and right hands. The cool touch seemed to break into my heart. Head. Like last night. Let silver silk be flexible and entangled in your own hands, just like a living thing in your hand. How can you think? So, whispered, the silver wire broke open, tightly wrapped around the bed frame. Yi Jian, that double alum is in the recovery of the silver wire. Looking forward to the glory of the color. The wind is gradually becoming. The movement is like a peach. If you are quiet, if you are empty, you will be blue. He turned out to be. He actually gave it to himself. Take it out from the Public Security Bureau and give it to yourself. Chapter 96 Encounters. But the surprise was just an instant, and soon, the bright and beautiful eyes of the alum were gradually faded, and the blue eyebrows were gently picked up. Just give her this. Is it really okay? No, I still have to ask him. Otherwise, she is uneasy when she accepts it. Yang Yingchong is not there. Yi Jian is simply carrying a school bag to go to school to find Chun, the president. Chun should know. From the camp to the national road, Yi Jian is almost no step to slow down, has been running. In front of her, in a white van, a temperament is like a teacher wearing a decent middle-aged man who has no intention of seeing the running from the rearview mirror. He has been discovering that it has been opened for several kilometers. As a result, the girl who is like a student is still only about the same distance as the car. Then he said to the driver, I said, Lao Huang, how many yards did you open? The little girl behind can catch up with you. 60 yards. Fujian Township does not look backward, but the population is still quite a lot. You don't want to be slow. Huang driver smiled and explained that he can't see the figure that has been chasing after running. Naturally, I don't understand why middle-aged men are going to have fun. When the middle-aged man heard it, he was surprised by the two teachers sitting behind. You are going to look back. The little girl has been running for several kilometers behind the car. The distance is still the same as before. This endurance is very powerful. The two serious teachers behind me opened the glass and looked back. They were also surprised. Looks like it is a student, but now Fujian Town Middle School is still in class. Students, skipping classes? A female teacher in her 40s asked questions and said, Chow. Good. We stopped the car? If it is a student, it can be with us. You see how? Yi Jian did not expect to run all the way, but also a ride. After she got in the car, President Chow looked at the little girl who was only breathing slightly. She was also jokingly saying, Classmate, you jumped into the car so boldly. Aren't we afraid to take you away? When he asked, the two teachers sitting with Yi Jian were looking at her with a smile, and she was quite interested to wait for her to answer. You don't have the smell of chalk dust on your body, but you have black and red ink on your hand and red ink on your thumb. I guess you should be the principal. Yi Jian said with a smile, and said that President Chow had been stunned. Can this also see what position it is? Of course, when I got on the bus, the teacher smiled politely to you. I can see that she respects you. Why do middle-aged women around me are teachers? The answer has already been said. She has the smell of chalk dust on her body. President Chow is already laughing. Then I may also be the director of teaching. Before I finished, what did President Chow think of? The laughter was even bigger. The director of the teaching office has few humorous interests. I said this, classmate, your observation is good. Since I guess he is the principal, who is the identity of Song and Zhu, there is no need to guess. In fact, Yi Jian is not only guessing that he is the principal, faint, and can also guess which school is the principal. At this time, I came to Fujian Town Middle School and should be the principal of the province. President Chun has already received at the school gate. When Yi Jian came down from the car, he was surprised. How did Yi Haodo come over with Chow Chow? The two principals were already chilling, and Yi Jian bent down slightly toward the two teachers. It seemed that after Chin's busy schedule, he went to bother. Instead of going to the classroom, I went to the dormitory of Injusin and waited for the last class to go to class. To open the face mode, get ready for North. Chapter 97 is not worthy of being a teacher. It's a good thing to meet the students in your school. As soon as he entered the office, President Chow mentioned the leaf Jane he encountered in the car. It looked very interested. He admired Yi Jian, and Chun, the principal of Chun, also had a light on his face. He smiled and said, Yi Jian, she is Yi Jian, Lao Chow, your eyes are still as poisonous. Turning, the cup with tea in his hand is handed to President Chow. Taste, the new tea in the mountains. The two principals have known each other for many years, and they have lost a lot of guest sets and are more familiar with old colleagues. It's a good tea, no worse than the outside tea. President Chow took a sip and then laughed at the old colleague who wanted to transfer the topic. Come here, continue to talk about Yi Jian's classmates. In the past 2 years, my country has been in sports competition. The above has achieved a good record, but there are still regrets in the long track and sprint. I see Yi Jian is a good seed in this respect. and it is entirely possible to develop in this respect. The president of the athlete, Chow, has always been a potential student who likes to explore sports in various middle schools. It is better to cultivate not only to win glory for the school, but also to win glory for the country. The provincial one is the top high school in the province, and the sports specialty students have achieved good results in some large and small competitions. Several students have sprinted to the college sports and achieved amazing results. However, President Chun did not have much interest in these things. He took a sip of tea and smiled. This child is really good. Everyone can get a good word. But I have no intention of getting her on sports. Grades. Why is this? President Chow was surprised. This is not like your style, Lao Chun. Downstairs, in the office, the arrival of 2 teachers in the province is also very happy for the teachers in the office. In this way, it can be seen that the provincial one has paid much attention to this competition. From the first one in the province, I took the test of curly hair to the teacher in charge of the class in the 2nd and 3rd grades. Suddenly, the whole office was full of books and inks, and it really became a sea of learning. When Mr. Ku came in, he saw a class teacher, Mr. Liu, actively recommending a few top students in his class. His face was sharp and mean, and the nose was faintly cold and snorted. I changed another face and walked over with a smile. When Teacher Liu saw her coming in, she smiled and said, "Mr. Song, this is our 2nd class teacher Ku. I just said that Yi Ying, Yi Jian and 2 sisters are the students of Ku." When I mentioned Yi Ying, the smile on Ku's face was quite deep. When I heard the name of Yi Jian, the smile suddenly froze. "Mr. Liu is already busy. Can you mind if I say something to Teacher Song?" Teacher Ku, who is not smiling, is staring at Teacher Liu, who thinks she has added a problem to her. She smiles coolly. "We have a class. The student, or me?" Liu is afraid that I don't know much about it. The teachers in an office are used to the sound of her guns. Mr. Liu smiled disapprovingly, and he was busy distributing the test papers given by the province to the teachers of various subjects. Teacher Song of the provincial school was frowning and frowning. The impression of this teacher Ku was a lot worse. The cultivation of the teacher did not say much, but the attitude was cold. Beating your face will make you cool. Chapter 98 is slowly coming to account. In the dormitory, Yi Jian knows that Ku is trying to discredit himself. He said to Injesan, "I bought a few test papers, and I will do it tomorrow. I will take the next Thursday and Friday exams. Saturday and Sunday are the provincial ones. For 4 consecutive days, some are difficult." She also sighed. Let Injesan turn a blind eye. "Oh, got it. The whole class counts you the most stressless. Also leave. You don't know how much black teacher Ku's face is today? The whole class as I was terrified, and I was afraid of touching her mold." Zhang Na, who is in the same bedroom, said, "We don't dare to go over. Yi Jian, classmates. All the classmates are looking forward to coming back and destroying Mr. Ku's black face. Do you confirm that I can make it?" Yi Jian raised his eyebrows and smiled and looked at the girls who were nodding. "I didn't go to the classroom. I was afraid that you would accept the storm, so I will wait for you in the bedroom." How many students still know that Yi Jian and Ku's teacher-student relationship are not harmonious, and all of them are smiling? Sometimes, I really admire Yi Jian, so she can stand up to Mr. Ku's eyes and change to other students to scare the feet, or else they will shift. The voice of Yi Ying came from outside, and it was still full of confidence. Several female students in the dormitory had a long cut at the same time and said to Yi Jian, the recent high-spirited swaying of the classroom from time to time. The 2 men sat together in an imposing manner. As a result, Teacher Ku also said that let us learn from both of them. No Wei, who called these 2, has always been within the top 5 of the grade. Zhang Na, dissatisfied with the 2 screams, directly turned to the outside with a big white eye. "I know it is a love at first glance." The little girl's careful eyes can be seen at a glance, and Yi Jian is pouting and laughing low. It was already the time for the school to have dinner. When it arrived at the cafeteria, and Jiasin gently poked Yi Jian's arm with his fingers. Seeing no, laughing like a flower. I also suspect them. 2 are in love. At the entrance of the canteen, it was the low-browed Yi Ying who walked in with the tall and indifferent Gao Yangyang. The 2 men came in and attracted countless eyes of various meanings. The parties did not care, and they talked and laughed towards the team that Yi Jia had arranged. It's inevitable that you will meet each other. When Gao Yangyang saw Yi Jian, she remembered that she had been driven by her own car. The indifferent face showed a trace of unnaturalness. To her side, Yi Yingdao said, "Go there and line up, there are fewer people." Yi Ying, who has a lot of heart, has a slight glimpse from Gao Yinyang's face, and the eyes are slightly stunned. How do you feel that he and Yi Jian have something to hide themselves? The trick is to smile and say, "Nothing. It's the same everywhere." Didn't the director just say it? After the meal, let us both go to the teacher's office and grab the point. Just line it up. After that, it was natural to pull down the high-sleeved sleeves and line behind Yi Jian. It was this moment that Jian would understand why Yi Jian said that she is not simple and she is replaced by herself. If she is really bad with a person, standing in the same place will feel uncomfortable. But, okay, Yi Jian is not easy. It doesn't matter if she looks at her face. And Jian shrugged her shoulders and said that she didn't care. What about Chapter 99? President Chun, President Chao, and the teachers from the province and the middle school have all sat in the conference room. At the same time, there are class teachers in the 2nd and 3rd grades. No one spoke, waiting for the 2 principals to finish the list. When the teacher, who was sitting in the middle, saw Chen's enrollment in the 2nd year's registration form, the whole person's face was stiff. In the past, the various principals did not see the principal personally appearing. How to look at this time? There are 7 grades in the 2nd grade. Each class is usually 5 to 6 people who sign up for the competition. They are all students in the top 10 of the class. After completing the registration form for the entire 2nd grade, President Chun did not see Yi Jian's registration form. "Mr. Ku, the list of Yi Jian's classmates gave me a look." The headmaster Chun, who closed the registration form, looked up and looked at the teacher, who was 3 times and 5 times in a difficult position. He said, "Please ask Ku to personally hand it in." The face was a white, and a burst of white. Teacher Ku stood up. In the gaze of the colleague, her face was burning and hurting. "Sorry, I missed it. I will take it immediately." Almost fleeing. 5 minutes later, President Chao took Yi Jian's registration form and was very interested. It's very confident, and it's all reported. The gaze is that he hasn't raised his head, and he's not smiling. If it's a versatile type, it's not impossible to take a place. She won't do anything. Teacher Ku, who bowed his head, heard it, and suddenly he got up. He looked up and explained, "Chairman Chao, this leaf is simply a poor student, she. There is no absolute superior student, and there is no absolute poor student." Teacher Ku is cautious. President Chao was interrupted with a smile and said with kindness, "Is it a bad student? I will know it on the same day. Stay at 7 o'clock in the evening. Then, please have all the teachers ready. At 7 o'clock, take the first round of the exam." No one listened to her explanation and stood up to inform their students. In the director's office, Director Ku handed over the 2-point test paper. "You two are going to glory on behalf of the school. Let's take a look. After 7, you have a test." "Thank you, Director Ku." Yi Ying heard that he was already in a hurry to reach out, but he was pulled back by Gao Yangyang, listening to him coldly. "You are letting us cheat?" He said so. Yi Ying is anxious. "High praise. What are you talking about?" Director Ku hopes that we can get better. Let us look at the question ahead of time, not to see the answer. Looking at the questions ahead of time, isn't it cheating? After listening to Yi Jian, who was personally informed by President Chun, he smiled lightly. "Don't worry," I said. "Yi Ying is the opponent I need to defeat. So, how can I give her a chance to walk in front of me? What if she saw the test paper? I can still win. Beautiful. She is a face of self-confidence, and the darkness of the darkness is still stunned. This is still a little worried." Chan is raising his eyebrows and laughing. "Want to suppress the opponent? Ho, then give the other party no end. Day, even if there is, it must be under yours. This is natural. Can you let Ying do what he wants?" In the classroom of the first 3 classes that was temporarily vacated, Yi Jian took out one of the papers he had received, and the rest of the students handed to the students behind him, picked up the pen, and began to write. Chapter 100. Jinzhong in the pool. In the evening, the school was a little less than the daytime, and a little more quiet, and in the classroom of the 3rd floor of the 5th floor of the teaching building, there was a bit more solemnity in the silence. The tip of the pen crossed the paper, and this sha-sha sound became the only sound that can be heard in the classroom. All the students were gazing and concentrating on their own papers. Jian pen seems to be faster than other students. Almost write the answer without thinking. No hesitation, no pauses, like taking notes in the classroom. There is no sense of stagnation. The teachers of the 2 provinces and 1 school looked like a torch to the top students in Fujian Town Middle School. A total of 62 students in the 2nd and 3rd grades reported the competition. After this primaries, it is estimated that half of the students will be sieved down. The reason why President Chao deliberately chose to make a second selection on the 2nd day of the midterm exam was only one: strong. They need to know which students are playing in the 4 consecutive days of exams, whether they will continue to be stable, and which students will appear in the market, or they can no longer persist in the middle. Once it stood out in the competition, it was, and Song, who was walking around Jian, had already bent his lips slightly. It is no wonder that President Chun did not give the face of Ku's teacher. Such a good student was actually suppressed by his class teacher. It was really incredible. She has been coaching for more than 20 years and has met for the first time. After standing for less than 3 minutes, Song's pupil was slightly accepted, followed by Mr. Zhu, who quietly went to the provincial key school mathematics class, whispered, "Lao Zhu, you go see her." Being able to get the teacher to get attention on the spot, either cheating or being a top student. Teacher Zhu is the only teacher in the province who has participated in the National Olympics and has taken the students to go abroad to participate in the Olympics competition. After walking to Jian's desk, the legs are like roots. Moved. The 2 teachers took turns to stay in front of a student's class desk, which inadvertently caught the attention of some students. Ying belongs to one of them. Seeing this, the twilight in the eyes is full of dirty water. The ballpoint pen in her hand seems to be folded into 2 pieces by her, and the strength is so large that the blue veins on the back of the hand are clearly visible. It's like a dirty sight like sewage. Even if Jian is so focused, it's hard to ignore. Lightly lifted the scorpion, the line of sight seemed to be inadvertently swept forward, and there was a pause in the face of Ying across a row, and she returned to her with a light, cold smile. Her smile is so glaring, but also with disdain for herself. Ying is already biting the alveolar, and the darkness in the eyes is deeper. She stunned Jian, and when she saw that her emotions were out of control, she seemed to think of something, and she took a deep breath, biting her tongue and controlling her emotions to regain her sight. No, you can't let Jian affect himself. That is right. When he doesn't have enough ability to deal with Jian, the first thing to learn is forbearance. The reaction to her, seeing the leaves in the eyes is low, and the blackness of the water is as cold as the water. Ying's life can be successful. In addition to his own ability, there is a Yi Fan behind her to make suggestions for her. The last question, won't you? She did not finish writing, but she was anxious to let Zhu, who was standing next to her. This question is a bit difficult, but it was all learned in the 2nd grade. You should think about it.